Chapter 1. 7-Hour Girlfriend, You Call This Love? The second canteen at Jiangxing University, with its window seats on the second floor, is always a prime spot for couples to go on dates. Gong Yujin was carefully taking an 8-inch tiramisu cake out of the box and placing it in the center of the table. The cake cost him 200 yuan and was specially ordered by a friend who runs a dessert shop. It had a line of delicate handwriting written on it in chocolate sauce. Ning Ning, happy anniversary. Next to him was an exquisite gift bag containing a Dior 999, a classic bright red, which he had purchased after visiting 3 different boutiques. After doing all this, Gong Yujin took out his phone and checked the time. At 5:20 p.m., exactly 8 hours had passed since he and Chen Yuning officially started dating. He was a little nervous. This was the first time in his life he had prepared such a surprise for a girl. Although he felt it was a bit outrageous to celebrate an anniversary after dating for only 8 hours, Chen Yuning liked the sense of ritual. She said it represents importance. Okay, fine. We'll take it seriously then. They're here. Gong Yujin had just put away his phone when he saw Chen Yuning appear at the stairwell. He was about to get up and wave when he froze. Chen Yuning did not come alone. Her arm was intimately linked with another man's. Gong Yujin also knew that man, Zhang Hao from the Business Administration Department. He was a local native who had become rich overnight through land expropriation. He was covered in so many brand logos that you could play a matching game with them. He was notorious for his arrogance and domineering attitude throughout the school. Gong Yujin sat back down, his heart skipping a beat. A bad feeling crept over him, and his blood began to run cold. Chen Yuning and Zhang Hao walked straight toward him. Her gaze swept over the cake on the table, showing no surprise whatsoever, but rather as if she had seen something dirty, her disgust undisguised. Gong Yujin Yen. Chen Yuning spoke, her voice clear and crisp, yet carrying a chill. Let's break up. Gong Yujinian, ? He doubted he had heard correctly. What? I said, let's break up. Chen Yuning repeated, impatiently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. We're not from the same world. That's a truly classic sales pitch. Gong Yujin felt it was a bit absurd. He even wanted to laugh. Chen Yuning, we've only been together for 8 hours. What's wrong with 8 hours? Before Chen Yuning could answer, Zhang Hao, who was standing next to her, sneered. He took a step forward, looking down at Gong Yujin, who was sitting there, and with a flick of his wrist, a Porsche car key jingled between his fingers. The crisp metallic clanging sound was more provocative than any language. Gong Yujinian didn't speak, he just looked at Chen Yuning. He wanted to find even the slightest bit of guilt or reluctance on her face. But he failed. Chen Yuning's face showed only cold resolve. Her gaze fell on the gift bag containing the Dior lipstick, then drifted away lightly. The next second, she made a move that drew the attention of everyone on the second floor of the cafeteria. She raised her hand and swept the gift bag directly onto the ground. Clatter! The bag fell to the ground with a dull thud. But that's not all. Chen Yuning seemed to think that wasn't enough. She stretched out her other hand and aimed at the tiramisu cake in the center of the table, which contained Gong Yujin's hard work all afternoon. Smack! A loud bang. The cake was swept to the ground, with cream and cocoa powder splattered everywhere, creating a complete mess. The surrounding chatter instantly erupted. All eyes were focused on the small dining table. Gong Yujin became the center of the storm. Chen Yuning was finally satisfied. She looked at Gong Yujin and uttered, word by word, the words that would be recorded in history. Gong Yujin, take a piss and look at yourself. Are you worthy of me? These words, sharp as barbs, pierced the ears of everyone present. That's too ruthless. It was practically a public execution. For a moment, Gong Yujin's mind went blank. He didn't look at the pitying, disdainful, or gossipy gazes around him, nor did he look at the messy cake on the ground. He simply raised his head and quietly looked at Chen Yuning. His face showed no expected rage, no uncontrolled roar, not even the slightest ripple of emotion. He just watched her quietly. His eyes, which always carried a sense of detachment, were now empty, devoid of any emotion. This extreme tranquility, ironically, stirred a strange unease within Chen Yuning. She always felt that Gong Yujin should be angry, should question, and should wail like a defeated dog, instead of the way it is now. What are you looking at, you poor wretch? Zhang Hao pulled Chen Yuning into his arms, as if showing off his trophy. He deliberately raised his voice and loudly announced to those around him, from today onwards, Chen Yuning is my woman, Zhang Hao's woman. Everyone, See clearly. Some people are like toads trying to eat swan meat. They don't even know their own limitations. As he spoke, he rubbed the lipstick packaging on the ground with his toe, making a harsh scraping sound. A poor loser like you dares to steal my woman? What a joke. The surrounding chatter grew louder. Holy crap, what's going on? A breakup in 8 hours. Didn't Shin Yuning just get together with Gong Yujin? How come she's already hooking up with Zhang Hao? What else can it be? They're materialistic. Isn't a Porsche car key more useful than a poor but academically gifted student? Gong Yujin is so pitiful, being humiliated like this in public. Shoo, keep your voice down. Can't you see Zhang Hao's behavior? Amid the chaos, someone quietly took out their phone, pointed it at the cake on the ground and Gong Yujin's frighteningly calm face, and pressed the shutter button. It is foreseeable that within 10 minutes, Jiangxing University's campus forum will witness its annual grand event. A finance major's unrequited love is betrayed when his campus beauty girlfriend cheats on him with a rich second-generation heir in just 8 hours. They've even come up with the titles for them. Gong Yujin finally made a move. He slowly stood up. Standing at 1.88 meters tall, he exuded an imposing aura even in the most ordinary white t-shirt. He didn't look at Chun Yuning and Zhang Hao again, but bent down and picked up the gift bag that had been stepped on and was slightly deformed. Then, he turned around and walked towards the stairwell without saying a word. His back was ramrod straight. In an inconspicuous corner of the cafeteria, a middle-aged man with a refined demeanor and gold-rimmed glasses put down his chopsticks. He is Zhou Wenhai, the head of the finance department. He witnessed the entire farce unfold. He watched Gong Yujin's solitary figure as he walked away, and thoughtfully pushed up his glasses. He had a deep impression of this student. He ranked first in his major, received the highest scholarship for 3 consecutive years, and had a somewhat introverted personality, but was extremely capable. I never expected that I would become the focus of the entire school in this way. Zhou Wenhai's gaze lingered on his back for a long time, until the figure completely disappeared around the corner of the stairs. That's interesting. He was able to remain calm and composed in the face of such humiliation. This kind of mindset is not something that ordinary college students possess. Chapter 2: Your new wife has arrived. On the playground, the synthetic track casts long shadows in the evening sunset. Murong Hai kicked a pebble away, his cursing echoing even further than the pebble itself. Damn, Chen Yuning, that gold digger, is a real piece of work. And that Zhang Hao, what is he? A nouveau riche? What's he showing off for? He was so angry that he spun around twice on the spot. When he turned around, he saw Gong Yujin sitting on the steps of the stands, as quiet as a statue. Brother Nian, don't be like this. It's not worth it for a woman like that. Murong Hai leaned over and plopped down next to him. She's just a school beauty. What's so great about her? Let me tell you, I'll arrange someone even hotter for you tonight. I guarantee she'll be prettier and have a better figure than her. Gong Yujinian remained silent. He just felt very tired. After the anger of being humiliated comes immense exhaustion. I'm not going. His voice was a little hoarse. No, Brother Nian. Murong Hai put his arm around his shoulder. At times like this, you have to use a new love to forget the old one. Listen to me, I'm right. I've already booked the place. It's in a Marriott Hotel's coffee shop. High-end. Respectable. Before Gong Yujin could even utter a word of refusal, Murong Hai forcibly pulled him up from the steps and half pushed, half shoved him toward the school gate. Half an hour later, at the Marriott Hotel, the hot girl that Murong Hai mentioned was scrutinizing Gong Yujin from head to toe with a critical eye. She was wearing a tight, fitting dress. Her face looked very hyaluronic acid-filled, and her nose appeared unnaturally pointed. "You're Hai Xiao's friend?" she asked, her tone carrying an undisguised contempt. Gong Yujin nodded. Jiangxing University? What's their major? Finance. Oh, finance is good. You can make money in the future. The woman stirred her coffee and asked casually, "What does your family do? Which neighborhood do you live in?" Murong Hai frantically winked at Gong Yujin, signaling him to play any tune. But Gong Yujin did not. "An orphan, living in the school dormitory," he stated calmly. The woman stopped moving. She put down her coffee spoon with a soft but jarring crack. "No house, no car. Both parents deceased." She laughed as if she had heard the biggest joke in the world. "Is Hai Xiao mistaken? Is this the kind of person he introduced to me?" She leaned back against the sofa, her arms crossed over her chest. "Little brother, I advise you to focus on your studies. Women like us are not for a poor student like you to get close to. Consider this meal on me as a lesson for you." After saying that, she picked up the Chanel bag next to her, stood up, and walked away without looking back. The entire process takes no more than 10 minutes. Murong Hai's face flushed red and then turned pale. He wanted to chase after him to argue, but Gong Eugenian stopped him. "Never mind. What the hell?" Murong Hai slammed his fist on the table in anger. "What kind of garbage is this?" "Brother Nian, it's my fault. I didn't expect this." "It's not your fault." Gong Eugene stood up. His brother's good intentions had turned into a second injury, which made him feel even more suffocated than Chun Yuning's humiliation. He just wants to be alone right now. He neither returned to school nor went home. Under the double blow, Gong Eugene just wanted to find a place to completely clear his mind. He walked into a quiet bar called Nightfall. The bar has a minimalist decor, dim lighting, and soothing jazz music, making it stand out from the hustle and bustle of the outside world. All the cash he had on him was only enough to buy the cheapest single malt whiskey. The bartender didn't ask any questions and calmly poured him a drink. Gong Eugene sat in the corner of the bar, slowly sipping his drink. The spicy liquid slid down his throat, burning his esophagus and temporarily numbing his tormented heart. Just then, he noticed the other end of the bar. There was a woman sitting there. A woman whose mere silhouette is enough to make your heart skip a beat. She wore a well-tailored black dress that revealed a section of her shapely, fair legs. Her long, straight black hair, reaching her waist, cascaded down like a waterfall, radiating a cold, sharp sheen. She simply sat there quietly, holding a glass of red wine, as if she created an aura independent of the rest of the bar. The men around her did consider approaching her, but they were all driven back by that invisible wall of coldness, keeping them at least 3 meters away. Gong Eugene didn't know what was wrong with him. Perhaps it was the alcohol that got to him, or perhaps it was the extreme loneliness that resonated with his current state of mind. He picked up his wine glass and staggered over. He walked up to the woman. The woman raised her head. Gong Eugene's breath hitched. This is a stunningly beautiful and assertive woman's face, with features so exquisite they seem unreal, and skin that has a cold, jade-like texture under the dim light. The most striking thing was his eyes, a rare cold gray, devoid of any emotion, like a frozen lake. Gong Eugene looked at her with blurry, drunken eyes. The grievances, anger, and resentment that had been suppressed all night erupted without warning under the influence of alcohol. He gave a self-deprecating laugh and downed the rest of the wine in his glass. "A woman like you," he hiccuped, leaned forward slightly, and whispered in her ear, "Will you also be abandoned?" The next morning, the severe headache from the hangover made Gong Eugene open his eyes abruptly. As far as the eye could see, there was an unfamiliar ceiling. He struggled to sit up and found himself in an enormous, almost unbelievable room. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows that covered the entire wall, the city of Jiang was bathed in the morning light. Is this the highest point in the city? He looked down at himself. His clothes were still the same as last night's, untouched. He breathed a sigh of relief. Then his heart leaped into his throat again. A woman was sitting on a sofa not far away. It was the black-haired woman from the bar last night. She had changed into a well-tailored white business suit, her long hair neatly styled in a bun, revealing her slender and graceful swan neck. She was intently looking at the tablet in her hand, her slender fingers swiping rapidly across the screen, processing some document. The morning light streamed through the French windows, casting a faint golden glow on her. Gong Eugene's mind went completely blank. Memories from last night came flooding back like fragments. It seems he said something rude to her. Then what? Then he forgot. But now he's in her room. Gong Eugenian is not one to shirk responsibility. Whatever happened last night, he was the one who provoked it. He took a deep breath, threw off the thin blanket covering him, and walked to the sofa. His Adam's apple bobbed, and with all his might, he managed to squeeze out a few words from his dry throat. "I'm sorry about last night. I will take responsibility." He spoke those 4 words with immense difficulty, yet with unwavering resolve. This was his final and only bottom line in dignity as a man. Murong Shiyun, who was processing documents, paused for a moment. She raised her head, her cold gray eyes calmly gazing at him. Gong Eugene felt a little uncomfortable under her gaze. He thought she would laugh or get angry, but she didn't. She simply turned off the tablet and slowly stood up. She walked up to him at 1.75 meters tall and wearing high heels. She completely overwhelmed Gong Yujin, who was 1.88 meters tall. She took something out of an Hermes handbag on the coffee table next to her and patted it on Gong Yujin's chest. A household registration booklet. Then, she took out another document and pushed it in front of him. It was a prenuptial agreement, entirely in English, filled with legal and financial jargon he couldn't understand, but he could clearly see the astronomical sums of asset gift clauses listed on it. Gong Yujin was completely dumbfounded. What kind of operation is this? Before he could react, he heard the woman's cold and unquestionable voice above him. No, I will take responsibility for you. After saying that, she picked up her phone and dialed a number. Assistant Zhao, bring the people up. Also, notify the Civil Affairs Bureau that I will be there in 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, Gong Yujin felt like he was in a dream as two bodyguards in black suits and sunglasses invited him into the back seat of a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Murong Shiyun sat beside him, continuing to handle her official duties with a blank expression. The car started smoothly and silently merged into the city's traffic. As Gong Yujin looked at the rapidly receding street scene outside the window, he felt as if he were in an absurd movie. Until, at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, he was invited out of the car into the hall to have his picture taken, sign a document, and leave his fingerprint. The whole process was so smooth and fast that he didn't have time to think at all. Gong Yujin finally felt a sense of reality when two small red booklets with a national emblem embossed on them were handed to them by the staff. He looked down at the brand new marriage certificate in his hand. In the photo, he looks bewildered, while the woman beside him maintains her icy expression. Name, Gong Yujinian. Name, Murong Shiyun. As he walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, the glaring sunlight made him squint instinctively. He turned his head and looked at the woman beside him, whom he had only known for less than 12 hours and hadn't even exchanged more than a few words with. Is she now his legal wife? Gong Yujin felt that the whole world was starting to become unreal, like a surrealist painting that had been smeared with paint in a mess. Murong Shiyun seemed to sense his emotions, so she stopped and turned her head. Get in the car, she said succinctly. Chapter 3. Welcome to the Cloud Palace. The Rolls-Royce Phantom cruised through the city, the only sound inside being the faint rustling of Murong Shiyun turning the pages of documents. Gong Yujin leaned back in his leather seat, still feeling like he was dreaming. He glanced at the woman beside him. She seemed completely unaffected by the marriage incident, remaining focused and calm, as if she had just gone downstairs to the convenience store to buy a bottle of water, rather than getting a marriage certificate with a man she had known for less than 12 hours. This extreme sense of separation made Gong Yujin's heart grow heavier. Instead of heading to any familiar places, the car entered a top-tier affluent area hidden in the city center. After passing through layers of security, we finally stopped at the private underground entrance of a skyscraper. The elevator operates independently and goes directly to the top floor. The moment the elevator doors opened, Gong Yujin felt his breath catch in his throat. This is not a home. This is a palace suspended above the city. The massive floor-to-ceiling windows offer a panoramic view of the entire city. Beneath your feet flows the ceaseless river. In the distance stand rows of buildings, and above you stretches the sky within reach. The space is ridiculously large, decorated in an extremely modern and minimalist style. Every piece of furniture is like a work of art, yet it exudes a cold, uninhabited atmosphere. This is the heavenly palace on the clouds. Murong Shiyun's voice sounded behind him, calm and indifferent. She took off her high heels and walked barefoot on the floor, adding the only bit of life to this cold space. She walked to a built-in metal cabinet, unlocked it with her fingerprint, and took out a card. The card is pure black, made of some unknown metal, and has no numbers, magnetic strips, or chips on its surface, only a gold-plated, cloud-shaped emblem. She handed the card to Gong Yujin. This is your supplementary card. There is no spending limit. Gong Yujin did not answer. He looked at the card and felt it was heavier than a 1,000-pound boulder. Why? He finally asked the question that had been lingering in his mind ever since he left the Civil Affairs Bureau. Murong Shiyun seemed to have anticipated his question. Instead of answering directly, she turned around and pressed a button on the wall. The wall on one side of the living room slid open silently, revealing another elevator. Come with me. She went in first. Gong Yujin hesitated for a moment, but still followed. The elevator is going down. This time, when the door opened, it was another world. Under the glaring white lights was a huge private garage that resembled a showroom. Rows of top-of-the-line luxury cars were neatly parked in their respective parking spaces. Ferrari, Lamborghini, Rolls-Royce, Bentley. Those top-of-the-line cars that he had only ever seen in magazines and movies were now displayed in front of him like canned goods on a supermarket shelf. In the center of the garage, hundreds of car keys are densely packed inside a huge, temperature-controlled glass cabinet. Murong Shiyun walked to the glass cabinet and casually pointed to one of the uniquely shaped keys. He recognized the symbol on the key. Bugatti. I don't drive this Veyron much, but its performance is pretty good. She turned her head to look at Gong Yujin, her tone as if discussing the weather. It should be fine for you to get around in. It should be, all right? Gong Yujin felt that his worldview was being repeatedly crushed by one luxury car after another. That a Bugatti Veyron worth tens of millions. In her words, it was merely a decent means of transportation. The enormous shock left Gong Yujin's mind blank. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He looked directly into Murong Shiyun's cold gray eyes and repeated, word by word, "What I'm asking is, why me?" He needs a reason that would allow him to accept this absurd reality. Murong Shiyun looked at him and remained silent for a moment. There was no emotion in those eyes, as if they were assessing an object. Finally, she spoke. Now we are husband and wife. This reason is simple, blunt, yet carries an unquestionable authority. It is not an explanation, but a declaration. To declare a fait accompli. Gong Yujin found himself powerless to refute. Back to the heavenly palace on the cloud top. Murong Shiyun glanced at the time and frowned slightly. Are you hungry? Gong Yujin was indeed hungry. He had barely eaten anything since yesterday, and his stomach was burning. He nodded. Wait. After Murong Shiyun finished speaking, she walked straight into the open kitchen that was comparable to a Michelin-starred kitchen. Gong Yujin was stunned. She is going to cook? The moment this thought crossed his mind, he saw Murong Shiyun standing in front of that top-of-the-line refrigerator worth 6 figures, studying it for a long time before finally figuring out how to open the door. She took out a carton of eggs and then started rummaging through the cupboard. Where's the pot? She asked. Gong Yujin pointed to the hanging cabinet. Murong Shiyun stood barefoot and on tiptoe to barely reach a frying pan. Turn on the fire and pour in the oil. Too much oil was poured in. She seemed oblivious and simply cracked an egg into it. Sizzle. The scalding oil exploded instantly, splattering everywhere. Murong Shiyun was clearly not prepared for this situation. She subconsciously took a step back, and for the first time, her delicate face showed an expression other than coldness, a look of bewildered embarrassment. Soon, thick smoke began to billow from the pot. Cough, cough. Warning, warning. Smoke detected. Fire suppression system to activate immediately. A piercing alarm blared throughout the apartment, and the sprinklers on the ceiling began flashing red. Murong Shiyun was completely stunned. She probably never imagined that she could decide the flow of hundreds of billions of dollars, but couldn't handle a fried egg that costs a few dollars. Gong Yujin sighed. He walked quickly over, skillfully turned off the gas, turned on the range hood, then found the manual control panel for the fire alarm on the wall and pressed the cancel button. The world is finally quiet. He turned around and looked at Murong Shiyun, who was still standing there in a daze, and the plate of unidentified objects in her hand that were so charred that they could no longer be identified as eggs. For some reason, the pent-up frustration that had been building up inside him for a day and a night suddenly dissipated. He didn't laugh. He simply took the plate from her and dumped it into the trash can. I'll do it. He rolled up his sleeves and opened the refrigerator. The ingredients inside were plentiful, but they were all top-quality, unprocessed produce. He picked out a few simple ones, washed and chopped them, and did so in one smooth motion. Soon, a steaming bowl of plain noodles, along with 2 beautiful golden poached eggs, was placed on the table. Murong Shiyun stood by and watched the whole time. She watched him skillfully handle the ingredients, watched him calmly turn off the alarm, and watched him bring order to the chaotic kitchen. She didn't say anything, but silently sat down at the table and picked up her chopsticks. She ate slowly and quietly. Gong Yujin could sense that there seemed to be a slight, almost imperceptible change in the way she looked at him. After dinner, Gong Yujin began to familiarize himself with the place where he would be living in the future. The apartment is very large, with several functional areas besides the master bedroom, including a gym, a home theater, and a living room. At the end of the corridor, he found a door locked with a fingerprint lock. He instinctively put his hand on it. That won't work. Murong Shiyun's voice came from behind. That's my study, my private space, she added. It's not open to you for the time being. Temporarily? Gong Yujinian grasped the meaning of this word. Yes, for now. Murong Shiyun did not offer any further explanation. Gong Yujin returned to the living room and took out the pure black metal card from his pocket. He took out his phone and, almost unconsciously, opened the bank's app, selecting the balance check function. He wanted to know what kind of world lay behind this card. He taped the card to the NFC sensor area of his phone. No dazzling string of zeros popped up on the screen. Only a line of cold, small red text appeared. Insufficient query permissions. Gong Yujin felt his heart clench tightly at those 6 words. Insufficient permissions. This shocked him more than seeing any astronomical figure. This means that the wealth linked to this card has exceeded the scope of inquiry in the conventional financial system. Just as he was lost in thought, the doorbell rang. Murong Shiyun's assistant, the same assistant Zhao she had met at the Civil Affairs Bureau, walked in with several men in suits, pushing several clothes racks full of clothes. Mr. Gongyu, these are the latest haute couture pieces that were urgently arranged according to your size. Please take a look. Assistant Zhao bowed respectfully. Dozens of top brand outfits, ranging from casual to formal, were hung in a huge walk-in closet in the master bedroom. His originally shabby backpack was carefully placed in a corner by his assistant with white, gloved hands, looking out of place. Murong Shiyun walked over. Change out of what you're wearing, she commanded. Gong Yujin looked at the slightly faded t-shirt he was wearing, silently walked into the dressing room, and casually picked up a set of what looked like the simplest casual clothes to change into. When he stood in front of the mirror again, he could hardly recognize the person in it. The well-tailored clothes perfectly accentuated his superior physique, and he exuded a noble air that even he himself found unfamiliar. A strong sense of disconnect made him feel lost and disoriented. He was no longer the poor student Gong Yujin, who lived on scholarships. But he is not the so-called Mr. Gongyu in the mirror. Who is he? It's late at night. Gong Yujin lay on the ridiculously large bed in the guest room, wide awake. His mind was filled with everything that had happened that day. Just then, he heard indistinct conversations coming from the living room. He quietly got up, walked to the door, and looked out through the crack. Murong Shiyun was sitting on the sofa in the living room, with a holographic image projected onto the coffee table in front of her. In the video, there is a dignified-looking, white-haired old man with an imposing presence. When Murong Shiyun faced the old man, her face showed a respect he had never seen before, even with a hint of submission. The agreement has been signed, and the people have been settled. Murong Shiyun's voice was very low. The old man's voice came through the device, carrying a sense of oppressive pressure from someone who had long held a position of power. Okay, now it's the observation period. Remember, our goal isn't to turn him into a useless piece of trash who's only corrupted by money. I need to see his value. If he can't prove himself within the allotted time, you know the consequences. Gong Yujin stood behind the door, his blood seemingly freezing in that instant. Observation period. Protocol. His value. So that's how it is. This wasn't some absurd whirlwind marriage at all, but a well-defined transaction. And he, Gong Yujin, was the commodity in this transaction, with a price tag clearly marked. Chapter 4 Bugatti Horror. School beauty begs for reconciliation. Does anyone understand? The next morning, Gong Yujin stood in the private underground parking garage of the Cloud Top Palace, feeling a bit of a dilemma. On the left is a row of Volkswagen, Toyota, and Buick cars that look very approachable, with the keys hanging in the most conspicuous position and labeled daily commuting. To the right are Ferraris, Lamborghinis, and McLarens, stretching deep into the garage, gleaming with a cold yet alluring luster under the white lights. In the very center, inside that temperature-controlled glass case, lies the Bugatti Veyron's car key, its unique design resembling a launcher for a spaceship awaiting launch. The words of that dignified old man from last night were still echoing in his mind. Observation period. Proof value. If you cannot, you will bear the consequences. Gong Yujin suddenly laughed. So you're just a product put on a shelf, and you still have to be subject to KPI assessments. Since it's a commodity, it should look like a commodity. Since we're going to observe, let me give you a grand live broadcast. He reached out and pressed the switch on a glass cabinet. With a slight mechanical sound, the Bugatti's key slowly rose. He picked up the heavy key and walked toward the steel beast. An impulse for revenge? No, that's called dedication. At Jiangxing University at 9:50 a.m., it was the time when the first large class ended and the second large class began, and the flow of people was at its peak. On the main road connecting the teaching area and the living area, students bustled about, their bicycle bells and laughter mingling together. Then, a deep and distinctive engine roar, growing louder as it approached, forcefully shattered the tranquility of the campus. A blue and black supercar slowly drove onto the main road at a snail's pace that was completely disproportionate to its price tag. Holy crap, a Bugatti? Really? Our school has these. Quick, take pictures. This is the first time I've ever seen one alive. The entire street erupted in excitement. Everyone stopped in their tracks, pulled out their phones, and focused their cameras on the moving work of art. Gong Yujin sat in the driver's seat, his palms slightly sweaty. He swore he didn't do it on purpose. But the clutch and accelerator of this car are completely different from the Santana he practiced on at driving school. He tried to accelerate, and the car lurched forward, almost hitting the tail light of the girl's bicycle in front of him. He wanted to slow down, but it felt like he was stepping on a piece of marshmallow instead of pedals. As a result, this supercar, worth tens of millions, embarrassingly stalled twice in front of everyone. Puff! Haha! Is this guy renting a car? He doesn't even know how to drive it yet. Your skills are terrible. You've disgraced the car, brother. The road was completely blocked, but no one complained. Everyone watched the spectacle with great interest, wondering who the culprits in the car were. In the crowd, Chun Yuning was arm in arm with a newly made best friend, her face flushed with a hint of pride. It's just so-so. How took me to a Wien Japanese restaurant last night? It only cost a little over 2,000 yuan per person. The main thing is that the environment is nice. Your best friend exclaimed in exaggerated surprise. Oh my God, Yuning, you're so lucky. Senior Zhang Hao is so good to you. Chun Yuning demurely tossed her long, wavy hair, enjoying the envy. Just then, she noticed the Bugatti that had caused the commotion ahead, and her eyes instantly flashed with greed and longing. I wish my boyfriend drove this car, she murmured unconsciously. Her best friend chimed in sourly. Someone who could drive a car like that must be incredibly wealthy. Under the watchful eyes of hundreds of teachers and students, the Bugatti Veyron's technologically advanced scissor doors slowly rose upwards. Everyone held their breath. A long, slender leg stepped out, wearing a pair of ordinary white canvas shoes. Then there was the upright figure, wearing a slightly faded t-shirt. Finally, there was that handsome and serene face that had been photoshopped into various memes on the campus forum just yesterday. Gong Eugenian. Time seemed to have been paused at that moment. After 3 seconds of deathly silence. Holy crap! The uproar was deafening, almost lifting the entire tree-lined avenue off its feet. It's Gong Eugenian. How'd he get out of that car? Am I seeing things? Didn't he get publicly humiliated by Chun Yuning yesterday, who called him a penniless wretch? This world is crazy. I must still be dreaming. Everyone's brains have crashed. The cognitive system is experiencing a violent tsunami. Yesterday, he was known throughout the school as the most miserable cuckold of the year, but today he's driving a multi-million-dollar supercar around town. This plot is so bad. Even online novels wouldn't dare to be written like this. The smugness and composure on Chun Yuning's face froze, shattered, and then collapsed. Her eyes widened as she stared intently at the figure getting out of the car, frozen in place as if struck by lightning. Her best friend, her mouth agape, could practically fit an egg in it, pointing at Gong Yujin. Then glancing at Chun Yuning, she stammered, "Oh, Yuning, isn't that's your ex-boyfriend?" Not far away, next to a flashy red Porsche 718, Zhang Hao was smoking a cigarette and bragging to a few of his lackeys. See this car? It's a chick magnet. Even a campus beauty like Chun Yuning got in without hesitation, didn't she? Before he could finish speaking, he saw the Bugatti and Gong Yujin getting out of it. The cigarette in his mouth fell to the ground with a plop. He glanced at the Bugatti, whose aura was overwhelming, then looked back at his own Porsche, which he was usually very proud of. Damn it. Compared to them, my car is practically a child's toy. His face instantly turned a deep liver color. Just then, two school security guards came running up, panting, ready to drive away the culprit that had caused the traffic jam. Hey, 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 you can't park here. Move your car. Gong Yujin didn't say anything, but simply pressed the car key. With a beep sound, the vehicle's intelligence system was activated. A blue laser guide line shot out from the front of the car and projected directly onto an open space not far away, where a virtual VIP parking space appeared out of thin air. A hidden S-level VIP parking space on campus has been activated. Distinguished guests of the Murong group are welcome. The cold, electronic sound wasn't loud, but in the deathly silent scene, it reached everyone's ears clearly. The two security guards immediately stood at attention, facing the car and Gong Yujin, and gave a salute so perfect it could be included in a textbook. Sir, please. Gong Yujin ignored the horrified expressions of everyone around him, and also ignored Chen Yuning's deathly pale face. He closed the car door, strode forward, and headed straight for the teaching building. After he left, the situation completely spiraled out of control. Murong group? Which Murong group? Is it the one I'm thinking of? S-level VIP? Holy crap, our school has something like that. So Gong Eugenian wasn't kept by a rich woman. He himself is from a wealthy family. I would call Chen Yuning's move the best reverse marriage into a wealthy family of the year. It's hilarious. Countless people rushed to Chen Yuning's side, their probing, mocking, and gloating gazes like countless needles, piercing her with countless wounds. Chen Yuning's body began to tremble uncontrollably. She felt dizzy and her vision blurred. What on earth did she do yesterday? She threw away a priceless, wealthy husband like trash. By the window on the third floor of the teaching building, a girl in a white dress, with a gentle and quiet demeanor, took in everything that was happening downstairs. Her name is Wenruyu, and she is Gong Yujin Sr. She looked at Gong Yujin's still solitary figure in the crowd and slowly took out her phone. On the phone screen is a photo that's been around for a while. In the photo, next to the bookshelves in the library, freshman Gong Yujin is holding a stack of books, facing the camera with a shy yet undeniably admiring smile. Beside him stood Wenruyu, her smile as gentle as water. Her slender fingers gently traced the boy's youthful face in the photo, a meaningful curve quietly blooming on her lips. Junior brother, it seems you've finally grown up. Chapter 5. Being kept by a rich woman? Bro, your brother-in-law is being kept by a sugar daddy. The campus forum of Jiangxi University was finally repaired by technicians after being paralyzed for a full half hour. The moment access was restored, it was even more crowded than the subway during the morning rush hour. The homepage is completely dominated by one person's name, Gong Eugenian. Shocking. Impoverished student turns out to be a hidden tycoon. Bugatti Veyron is just his getaway car. In-depth analysis. Who exactly is the S-level VIP of the Murong group? The slap in the face came too fast. Chen Yuning, the best reverse marriage into a wealthy family case of a year. Of course, the most popular post, which had the most replies, had a simple and blunt title that was full of sour lemon flavor. Irrational analysis. How likely is it that Gong Yujin is being kept by a wealthy woman? The comments below are varied and diverse. Definitely, where would a poor student get tens of millions to buy a car? Unless he won $1 billion in the lottery. I heard he went to a bar after being dumped yesterday. I guess that's when he hooked up with that rich girl. That pretty boy is really good looking, and rich girls like that type. Upstairs, you don't understand. This isn't called being kept. This is called living off a woman. That's skill. Chen Yuning is probably kicking herself right now. Ha! In the girls' dormitory, Chen Yuning stared intently at her phone screen, her knuckles turning white from gripping it so tightly. She wasn't without panic. She wasn't without regret. But after a night of mental preparation, a stronger, more distorted logic took over her mind. Being kept by a sugar daddy? Okay, this shows that Gong Yujin's face and appearance are of extremely high value. If he can be kept by an old woman whose age and appearance are unknown, why can't he be used by this young, beautiful, and well-known school beauty? She even felt that Gong Yujin's driving a Bugatti to school was a childish form of protest. It's a kind of boasting that comes after a breakup, out of resentment and a desire to prove to her that I'm doing great. He still has feelings for me. Once this thought arose, it spread like wildfire, instantly filling all her thoughts. Instead of giving up, she felt she had found a new shortcut. As long as we regain control of Gong Yujin, won't that Bugatti and that life of luxury all come back to us? She could even snatch him back from that rich woman. Thinking of this, Chen Yuning's face once again showed that determined smile. Meanwhile, in a smoky and chaotic boys' dormitory, Zhang Hao kicked over a stool and frantically sent voice messages to the WeChat group. Damn it, that car is definitely rented. Absolutely. It costs hundreds of thousands a day just renting it to show off. You just wait, I'll strip him bare. A penniless wretch dares to act tough in front of me. The sycophants in the group all chimed in. Brother Hao is right. If he were really that awesome, would he have been humiliated like that by you and your wife in the cafeteria yesterday? Exactly. They're definitely putting on a brave face. Seeing these agreements made Zhang Hao feel a little better. But he knew perfectly well that the aura emanating from that car, the kind of treatment that even the security guard saluted, could not be explained simply by renting. He shouted fiercely, but he never dared to appear in front of Gong Yujin again. Heavenly Palace on the cloud top. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, the city lights shimmer and gleam. Gong Yujin had just finished showering and was wearing a set of silk pajamas that Assistant Zhao had brought yesterday. The soft fabric felt against his skin, making him feel a little uncomfortable. He was sitting on the sofa when his phone suddenly rang. Caller ID, Murong Hai. He answered the phone. Hello. There was a deathly silence on the other end of the phone, followed by Murong Hai's suppressed roar of anger. Brother Nian, where the hell are you? The sound was so loud that Gong Yujin instinctively moved his phone a little further away. Are you really being kept by a rich woman? Is what's being said on the forum true? Gong Yujin remained silent. He didn't know how to explain it. You're saying that rich woman is your older sister? Brother Nian, how could you fall so low? Have you given up your dignity for money? Murong Hai's voice was trembling with tears, filled with the heartache of someone who was disappointed in his son. If you need money, just tell me. I don't have much, but I can still come up with tens of thousands. You should leave that old woman, brother. I'll take care of you. The three words, I'll take care of you, were like a needle piercing Gong Yujin's heart. What humiliated him was even more suffocating than Chen Yuning's humiliation. He knew that Murong Hai genuinely cared for him. It is precisely because it is sincere that this misunderstanding feels all the more profound. He couldn't explain, and he didn't want to explain. The words of that dignified old man from last night are still vivid in my mind. Observation period. Value. He is not in a position to be honest with anyone right now. This is my own choice. Gong Yujin heard himself reply calmly, his voice as cold as ice. It has nothing to do with you. What did you say? Murong Hai was completely stunned. He had imagined all sorts of reactions from Gong Yujin. Pain, struggle, shame, but none of them were this kind of indifferent detachment. Gong Yujinian. Say that again, you fucking idiot. Beep, beep, beep. Gong Yujin hung up the phone. He tossed his phone onto the sofa, tilted his head back, leaned against the sofa back, and closed his eyes. This coldness thoroughly enraged Murong Hai. He vowed to pull his good brother back from the clutches of that damned rich woman and from this degenerate path. Half an hour later, Murong Hai drove his flashy Ferrari, drifted, and came to a precise stop in front of the gate of the Heavenly Palace on the cloud top. He stormed into the lobby. I'm looking for Gong Yujinian. Two doormen dressed in black suits and wearing white gloves politely stopped him. Sir, do you have an appointment? Reservation my ass. I'm his brother. I'm sorry, sir, but access to the Sky Palace requires the owner's authorization. One of the doormen had a professional smile on his face, but his eyes were devoid of any warmth. Murong Hai was speechless. He took out his phone to call Gong Yujin, only to find that he had been blocked. A surge of evil fire shot straight to the top of his head. He stood at the foot of the building, facing the hundreds of windows above, and shouted at the top of his lungs with all his might. Gong Yujinian, get down here right now. You spineless gigolo. Get away from that old woman. His roar echoed through the quiet, affluent neighborhood, drawing many sidelong glances. The security guards in the lobby exchanged glances, and one of them picked up a walkie-talkie, speaking calmly. Calling the security center, a person suspected of being mentally unstable has been found at the entrance of Building A. Please send someone to handle the situation. Murong Hai, the young master of the Murong group, was warned as a madman for the first time in his life. He couldn't get into his own house. This sense of absurdity nearly drove him mad. In the apartment, Gong Eugenian, of course, could not hear the roaring downstairs. The soundproofing here is ridiculously good. His phone screen lit up. It was a text message. It came from an unknown number. He clicked on it. Jean Yin, I know you still have feelings for me. Is driving a luxury car to prove something to me? I feel so sorry for you. The sender is Chun Yuning. Gong Yujin looked at the disgusting text without any expression on his face. He couldn't even be bothered to reply with a simple get lost. He immediately added the number to his blacklist. The movements were clean and efficient. The moment he blocked Chun Yuning, another dialog box popped up. It is Murong Shiyun. Her messages are always so concise. There's only one screenshot. The screenshot shows Chun Yuning's phone number and her complete family background information. The father, Chun Jiangwo, runs a small building materials trading company with an annual profit of around 3 million. The mother is a housewife. The family address, license plate number, and even details of Chun Jiangwo's company's recent major orders are all listed clearly. Below the screenshot, there's a line of text. Should we dispose of it? These 5 words, though devoid of murderous intent, are colder than any threat. Gong Yujin had no doubt that the so-called getting rid of probably meant making Chun Yuning's family disappear completely from Jiangxing. He stared at his phone screen, his heart clenching. Is this the power of authority? He took a deep breath and typed a reply. No need, I want to do it myself. This was his revenge, and he wanted to take it personally. He didn't want to hide under a woman's wing forever. He replied to the phone almost instantly. There is only one word. Good. Upon seeing this word, Gong Yujin's pent-up frustration caused by his brother's misunderstanding suddenly dissipated somewhat. At least, his wife in name only respects his choice. This gave him a subtle sense of value, a feeling of being recognized. Just then, his phone vibrated violently again. It was another call from an unknown number. He thought it was Chun Yuning calling from a different number and intended to hang up immediately. But as if by some strange twist of fate, he pressed the answer button. On the other end of the phone came a woman's voice, just as gentle and tender as he remembered. Junior brother Jean Yin, it's been a long time. I am Wenruyu. Chapter 6. My ex brought me food. I threw it away. It's filthy. Wenruyu's phone call. He glanced at the gentle name on the screen, then calmly pressed the hang up button. In the past, this name was a ray of light in his dark life. Now, all he wants to do is personally extinguish all unrealistic fantasies. Whether it was Chun Yuning's greed or Wenruyu's probing. He needs quiet. The next day, Gong Yujin did not drive. As he had done countless times before, he squeezed onto the morning rush hour bus and shoved his way to school. He needed this familiar way to combat that unreal, floating feeling of being suspended in the clouds. He needs to rediscover a sense of reality that belongs to Gong Eugenian. The library was where he used to spend most of his time. The place was quiet and solemn, filled with a sense of order and knowledge, which calmed his chaotic thoughts. He found a quiet corner by the window and opened a thick book, Advanced Financial Econometrics. The logic in books is clear, certain, and will not betray or deceive. This made him feel safe. However, this tranquility was soon shattered. An untimely tap, tap, tap sound came from afar. It was the sound of high heels striking the terrazzo floor, sounding particularly jarring and rude in the library where the only sounds were the turning of pages and breathing. Many students who were engrossed in their studies frowned and looked up unhappily. Gong Yujin did not have it. His gaze remained fixed on the book, as if everything outside was irrelevant to him. But out of the corner of his eye, he had already caught sight of that figure. Chun Yuning. She was clearly dressed up carefully today. A pure white dress, its style mimicking a classic design from a luxury brand, was an attempt to create a pure and innocent look. Her makeup was also lighter than usual, the kind of no-makeup look that straight men would never notice. In her hands, she held a pink lunchbox with a cartoon rabbit pattern printed on it. She stopped in front of Gong Yujin's desk. Jean Yin. Her voice was very low, carrying a hint of deliberately feigned grievance and shyness. Several pairs of eyes immediately turned to them, filled with curiosity and gossip. The commotion on the campus forum hadn't died down yet, and everyone wanted to see how this drama unfolded. Gong Yujin seemed not to hear. His finger traced a line of formulas on the page, his brow furrowed slightly, as if he were engrossed in some academic problem. He didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. Chen Yuning's smile froze on her face. She had anticipated that Gong Yujin would be sarcastic, angry, or even tell her to get out. But she hadn't anticipated this complete disregard. It was like punching cotton. All her strength had nowhere to go. He just sat there, turning the pages of his book, as if an invisible barrier had formed around him, keeping her out. She, Chen Yuning, a school beauty who was used to being the center of attention by all the boys, seemed to become a transparent wisp of air in front of him at this moment. The faint gazes around her began to feel like needles, pricking her relentlessly. Her cheeks began to burn. I made you a bento box. She forced herself to speak and handed the pink bento box forward. I got up at 5 in the morning to prepare it. It's all your favorite dishes. Gong Yujin finally made a move. He turned a page of the book. That's all. Chen Yuning's hand hung awkwardly in midair, unsure whether to go forward or backward. She could feel the whispers around her growing louder. My God, she really came to see Gong Yujin? How shameless. Just a few days ago, he was calling someone a toad. That lunchbox looks so cheap, it doesn't match the Bugatti style at all. The sounds burrowed into her ears like mosquitoes, making it almost impossible for her to stand. Just when she was about to break down, she suddenly remembered her purpose for today. We cannot back down. If you back down, it's tantamount to admitting you're a joke. She took a deep breath and forced what she thought was a gentle smile back onto her face. She didn't insist on handing it over, but instead bent down and gently placed the lunchbox on a corner of Gong Yujin's desk. Then, she did something that shocked everyone. She didn't leave. She pulled out the chair opposite Gong Yujin and sat down gracefully. She took a book out of her bag, opened it, and pretended to read it. Her posture made it seem as if she wasn't a disliked ex-girlfriend, but a considerate and virtuous partner accompanying her boyfriend as he studied. A collective gasp filled the library. That was a really flashy move. Gong Yujin finally looked up from his book. He looked at Chen Yuning sitting opposite him, his face expressionless. Chen Yuning was overjoyed. See? He falls for that. As long as you lower your stance, he'll soften up. She looked at Gong Yujin with a pitiful expression, as if to say, Look, even after all this, you still won't forgive me? Then, she quietly took her phone out from under the table, adjusted the angle, and quickly pressed the shutter. A perfect candid photo was born. In the photo, Gong Yujin's handsome profile is bathed in sunlight, streaming through the window, appearing focused and profound. In one corner of the photo, there's an open book and her hand holding a pen. It looks like a sweet, everyday moment for a couple in the library. After doing all this, she put her phone away, completely satisfied. Gong Yujin watched her little actions with eyes as cold as ice. He closed the thick book, Advanced Financial Econometrics. It made a soft snap sound. Chen Yuning looked at him expectantly. She thought he was going to say something to her. However, Gong Yujin stood up. He didn't look at her, but reached out and picked up the pink, cute lunchbox on the corner of the table. Chen Yuning's eyes lit up instantly. He still accepted it? The surrounding classmates held their breath. Was the plot about to take a turn? Could it be that the devoted academic genius still couldn't forget the gold-digging school beauty? Gong Yujin took the lunchbox and turned around. He did not go to the water dispenser or the rest area. He strode forward, step by step, straight toward the library's main entrance. There, a gray, waist-high trash can was placed, under the astonished gaze of everyone. Gong Yujin loosened his grip. The pink lunchbox, which carried Chen Yuning's deep affection and hope, traced a brief parabola in the air. Clang! A crisp yet muffled sound. The lunchbox was precisely and ruthlessly thrown into the trash can. The entire library was deathly silent. Everyone was stunned by what they saw. That's too ruthless. That's absolutely amazing. This isn't just a slap in the face, it's tearing off someone's face, throwing it on the ground, and then crushing it with your feet. The color drained from Chen Yuning's face in an instant. She stood there, frozen like a weathered stone statue. Her mind was blank, and her ears were ringing. She could almost feel that the gazes coming from all directions were no longer just simple gossip, but naked mockery and contempt. The man she scorned as a poor loser delivered the most devastating blow to her in the simplest and most brutal way, in front of the entire school. After doing all this, Gong Yujin did it, as if he had just thrown away a piece of waste paper. He turned around, walked back to his seat, sat down again, and opened his book. It was as if nothing had happened. But Chen Yuning knew that something had been completely shattered. It is her dignity. It is her pride. It's also her self-righteous and distorted logic. Tears of humiliation welled up in her eyes, and she bit her lip hard, tasting a hint of blood. She can't cry. Crying here would truly be a complete joke. She suppressed the humiliation that almost overwhelmed her and, with trembling hands, quickly packed her things. She practically fled the library. She ran to the deserted stairwell, leaned against the wall, and slid weakly to the ground, unable to hold back any longer, letting out a suppressed sob. But just a few minutes later, she wiped away her tears. She took out her phone. She opened the photo she had just secretly taken and carefully selected the gentlest-looking filter. Then, she opened her WeChat moments and edited the text. Even if you're angry with me, I believe you still care about me. Some beautiful things are worth a lifetime to recapture. After editing, she did not send it immediately. She clicked into the Who Can Watch settings. She skillfully created a new group and pulled in all the gossipy classmates, those from well-off families, and those she wanted to show off. Of course, she blocked Zhang Hao. Murong Hai was also blocked. Only after doing all this did she press the send button. Seeing the few likes and comments like "Keep it up" and "Goddess is so devoted" that immediately appeared under her WeChat moments. The pale face that had been humiliated was gradually replaced by a morbid, self-satisfied blush. She won. In her world, she won again. In the library, Gong Yujin looked at the book, but couldn't concentrate on a single word. Chen Yuning's nauseating performance, like a fly, disturbed his peace of mind. Just then, my phone vibrated slightly in my pocket. He took it out. It was a text message. It came from an unfamiliar number. He clicked on it. On the third floor of the library, in Section A, behind the sociology section, someone is watching you. Gong Yujin's pupils suddenly contracted. He subconsciously looked up, his gaze shooting like a sharp sword towards the direction of the text message notification. Third floor, Section A, sociology category. Behind the bookshelves, a man wearing a black baseball cap and a gray jacket seemed to have noticed his gaze. Without pausing, the man quickly turned around, strode into the crowd, and disappeared at the end of the bookshelf. Gong Yujin's muscles tensed instantly. Surveillance? Whose people are they? Zhang Hao. He doesn't have the brains or the guts. Wenryu? Still, he immediately thought of Assistant Zhao, whom he had met at the Civil Affairs Bureau, and Murong Xian's question, "Should we get rid of it?" A thought struck him, and he immediately realized that this could only be one of Murong Xian's people. She sent people to protect her, or rather, to monitor her? He picked up his phone, typed 3 words into the unfamiliar number. Why? Clicked to send. His phone vibrated again almost the second after he sent the message. The other party replied instantly. The message was long, but clear, calm, and devoid of any emotion. Yun's order: ensure your absolute safety and record all potential threats. The threat assessment level is as follows. Chen Yuning threat level, low. Wenryu threat level, medium. Unknown watcher baseball cap threat level, high. Chapter 7. The gentle senior student suddenly appears and swoops in, causing the gold-digging X to break down on the spot. Tuesday morning, an open course on financial analysis. The lecture hall, which can accommodate 300 people, was packed with people even in the aisles, resembling a green train carriage during the spring festival travel rush. The lecturer was Zhou Wenxian, the department head, a cunning old fox whose Mediterranean hairstyle was meticulously combed. His classes have a high failure rate, but they're also packed with valuable information, making them the kind of classes that people both love and hate. When Gong Yujin entered through the back door, the classroom buzzed, and countless eyes instantly focused on him, creating an atmosphere comparable to a top celebrity making a surprise appearance. He was used to it long ago. Since the Bugatti incident, he has been surrounded by spotlights and background music wherever he goes. The students in the school look at him with a mixture of curiosity, jealousy, and anticipation of when he will make a fool of himself. He ignored all of that and walked straight to his usual spot. Then he stopped. Next to his usual spot, a figure sat upright, exuding elegance and poise. Chen Yuning. She actually used a copy of Securities Investment to save him a seat, with a virtuous smile on her face that said, "Look how considerate I am." Gong Eugenian felt no emotion whatsoever. In fact, he almost wanted to laugh. If this were done in ancient times, Wouldn't they have had to erect a memorial archway? Jin Yin, over here. Chen Yuning waved to him, lowering her voice, but the smugness in her voice could be smelled even 3 rows away. The surrounding students immediately became excited and took out their phones to record this historic moment. A century-long reconciliation? The gold-digging campus belle returns. But what will her wealthy ex-boyfriend choose? They've already decided on the headline for tomorrow's campus forum. Gong Yujin showed no unusual expression, but simply turned around and walked straight to the last row, to the most secluded corner where even the lights were dim, as if he hadn't seen her at all. That area is reserved for underachievers and couples, and is commonly known as the Forgotten Throne. He sat down casually, took out his book, and the whole process was smooth and natural, as if that was his only refuge. This move, which cut off Chen Yuning's supply lines, put her in a very difficult situation. Her waving gesture froze in mid-air. Her smile instantly solidified, shattered, and finally collapsed. The hundreds of gazes in the audience shifted from watching a good show to blatant mockery. Puff. I don't know who couldn't help but laugh out loud first. Then came bursts of giggles, creating a sea of joy. Chen Yuning felt as if her skin was being peeled off inch by inch, and it burned with pain. If she were to sling down now, she would become a complete laughingstock today. However, just when everyone thought she would run away in defeat, Chen Yuning made a decision that made the entire audience stand up and applaud. She took a deep breath, forced a stiff smile back on her face, picked up the book Securities Investment, and under everyone's watchful eyes, strode to the last row. Holy crap, is that skin bulletproof? Gong Yujin was flipping through a book when he caught a glimpse of a white figure moving toward him out of the corner of his eye. He sighed inwardly. How should I put it? If she applied this indomitable spirit to her studies, both Tsinghua and Peking universities would have to make an exception and admit her. Chen Yuning's goal was clear: the empty seat next to Gong Yujin. She walked gracefully, step by step, as if she were not going to sit in a disliked seat, but walking towards the red carpet of the Cannes Film Festival. Just a second before the hem of her skirt was about to touch the edge of the empty seat, and her buttocks were about to land precisely on the seat. A sudden change has occurred. A gentle figure appeared as if descended from the heavens, carrying 2 cups of coffee, and precisely positioned herself between her and Gong Yujin. Junior brother, I guess you like it without sugar. When Ryu wore an elegant white dress, her long hair cascading down her shoulders, and she had shallow dimples on her face. She casually placed one of the steaming cups of black coffee on Gong Yujin's desk. The entire action was executed flawlessly, with perfect timing, making it a textbook example of interception. Chen Yuning's movement to sit down was abruptly halted in mid-air. She remained in an extremely awkward half-squatting position, caught between a rock and a hard place, her entire being resembling a sculpture of performance art. When Ryu seemed to only just notice her then, and gave her an apologetic smile, a smile that carried just the right amount of surprise and a hint of barely perceptible superiority. Excuse me, but I had arranged to discuss a problem with my junior brother Jin Yin. She spoke softly, but in the deathly silent classroom, her voice was as clear as thunder. The phrase, "this student," is even more infuriating. Aren't you, Chen Yuning, the school beauty? Aren't you a popular figure? Sorry, but you don't even deserve a name with me. Chen Yuning's face instantly changed from red to white, then from white to green, and finally turned into a color palette. High-end. That's really high-end. Gong Yujin silently gave when Ryu a thumbs up for her actions. Compared to her, Chen Yuning's self-righteous methods are simply like children playing house. The focus of the entire audience instantly shifted from Chen Yuning to this newly appeared beautiful senior. A new gossip storm is brewing. The department head, Zhou Wenxian, cleared his throat, adjusted his reading glasses, and his insightful eyes swept meaningfully over Gong Yujin, when Ryu and Chen Yuning. Finally, his gaze lingered on Gong Yujin for 2 more seconds. That complex look in his eyes seemed to say, "Kid, not bad. You've gone straight from a simple romance drama to a complex battleground. From a financial perspective, you've successfully attracted multiple sources of capital, creating healthy competition." Zhou Wenxian then slowly began to give his lecture. Gong Yujin didn't hear a single word of this lesson. To his left was Chen Yuning, who was forcibly squeezed into the aisle and giving him acupuncture with a venomous look. On the right is Wen Ryu, who exudes a faint fragrance of sandalwood and is quietly taking notes. He felt like he wasn't attending a lecture, but rather participating in the recording of a variety show called If You Are the One, Deadly Battleground. I finally made it to the end of Get Out of Class. Gong Eugene immediately closed the book, got up, and left. Gong Eugenian. Chun Yuning rushed forward and blocked his way in the corridor. Her eyes instantly reddened, and she was ready to put on a dramatic show of "Why are you so heartless?" However, she hadn't even had a chance to say her lines. Junior brother Jin Yen. When Ryu appeared again at just the right moment, holding an open notebook in her hand and looking anxious. "Great, I found you. I have a very urgent academic question. I'd like to ask you about the application of non-parametric kernel density estimation in option pricing. I just can't figure it out." She spoke rapidly. Each technical term she uttered like a bullet, precisely interrupting Chun Yuning's spell-casting animation. Chun Yuning stood there, mouth agape, stunned. "What is that? What density? What options?" She couldn't understand a single word. Gong Eugene glanced at Ryu and nodded in agreement. "This is indeed a bit complicated. Let's find a place to talk about it." "Great. I know there's a quiet pavilion up ahead." Without saying a word, Ryu grabbed Gong Eugene's arm and successfully rescued him from Chun Yuning's encirclement. Chun Yuning was left alone in the bustling corridor, frozen in place like a punctured balloon, on a deserted, tree-lined path on campus. Ryu released Gong Eugene's arm, and her gentle and serene smile returned to her face. "Okay, we're safe now." She blinked, a hint of playfulness in her eyes. Gong Eugene looked at her without saying a word. "I'm sorry, junior brother. I lied to you just now." Ryu brushed her long hair aside, somewhat embarrassed. "I just can't stand Chun Yuning's behavior. She's the one who's materialistic and greedy, but now that you're doing well, she wants to cling to you. It's disgusting. So I wanted to help you out of this predicament. I hope you don't mind." Her words were earnest, her eyes sincere, and every word she uttered was reasonable, perfectly portraying herself as a righteous senior who would help those in need. Gong Eugene looked at the woman in front of him, the woman he once regarded as his white moonlight. She remained as gentle, as beautiful, and as understanding as could be. But for some reason, he sensed a distinct aura in her perfect performance, a scent completely different from Chun Yuang's foolishness and greed. That was a more sophisticated, more dangerous flavor. Chun Yuning's methods were like a trap laid out in the open, with a sign that read, "Beware of vicious dogs." Ryu, on the other hand, gives people the feeling of a swamp full of flowers. You walk in, smell the flowers, and admire the beautiful scenery, and then, without realizing it, you're devoured, leaving not even bones behind. "Thank you, senior." Gong Eugene spoke. His reaction was calm, neither tearful with gratitude nor flattered. He subtly took a half-step back, creating a safe social distance between them. "If there's nothing else, I'll head back now." After saying that, he nodded to her and turned to leave. Ryu watched his departing figure, her smile unchanged, but a barely perceptible hint of surprise flashed deep in her clear eyes. She had thought that after these 2 times of rescuing her today, Gong Eugene would at least develop a sense of dependence and closeness to her. But his reaction was much colder than she had expected. Like a piece of ice that has been warmed up, just when you think it's about to melt, it refreezes, even colder and harder than before. Interesting. Ryu looked away and glanced down at her still, empty hand. The coffee she had specially prepared for herself, with 3 parts sugar, had been quietly thrown into the roadside trash can. She actually doesn't like drinking bitter things at all. Chapter 8. My brother was willing to go to great lengths for me, but I hung up on him because my wife's briefing had arrived. At 11 p.m., the social media servers experienced a small-scale avalanche. The trigger point is a new post by Chun Yuning. The photo is blurry, clearly taken secretly and then deliberately blurred. The image shows a coffee table and 2 cups of coffee. One glass is pure black, while the other is indistinct. The composition is ambiguous, as if it were a casual snapshot taken by a couple. What was truly fatal was the accompanying text. Some beautiful things are worth spending a lifetime trying to reclaim. Finally, there's a bluet symbol that clearly points to a name. Gong Eugenian. One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Jiangxing University's campus forums, confession walls, and various student groups were completely ignited again after less than 24 hours of silence. What's going on? Did they get back together? I knew it. How could Gong Eugenian have really forgotten the school beauty? Throwing away the lunchbox yesterday was definitely a ploy to get her back. Isn't this the photo of those 2 cups of coffee from this morning's open class? So, Senior One Ryu is the mistress. Are you crazy upstairs? Senior One has that kind of aura. Why would she need to be a mistress? I bet a pack of spicy strips that this is definitely Chen Yuning's one-sided attempt to extort money. At Gongji Eugenian, my idol, say something. Don't let yourself be blinded by a green TEBTCH. Speculation, insults, blessings, curses. Countless streams of information converged into an invisible war. And Chen Yuning was the director, standing at the center of the storm, enjoying all the attention. She looked at the likes and comments popping up on her phone screen, a morbid satisfaction on her face. Humiliation? Ignore it? So what? She could reunite with him whenever she wanted, making them the center of everyone's attention. That's the kind of focus she wants. In the boys' dormitory, the air was filled with a sour, rotten smell of cheap takeout food mixed with sweat. Zhang Hao slammed his phone on the table with a loud bang. On the screen was a screenshot of Chen Yuning's post. Hold! His eyes were bloodshot, like a wild beast whose territory had been invaded. Yesterday, he was still bragging to his circle of friends that a woman like Chen Yuning could be played with as long as you had money. Today, this plaything in his eyes knelt down and licked the boots of that poor wretch he had trampled underfoot in front of the whole school. This isn't a slap in the face to Gong Yujin. This is a slap in the face for Zhang Hao. He grabbed his phone, his fingers trembling violently with anger, opened his moments, and left a comment directly under the post. You shameless bitch, you don't know what's good for you? Just wait. I'll show you what happens when you betray me. After posting that, he was still not satisfied and posted another one on his WeChat moments. A photo of a Porsche steering wheel, captioned, "Some people are born to take the bus. Even if they're kept by a rich woman, they can't shake their shabby air. They're useless even when given a chance." He blocked Chen Yuning, but made it open to everyone. He wanted everyone to know that Chen Yuning had betrayed him, and that it was he, Zhang Hao, who had abandoned that woman. The vibration of his phone startled Gong Yujin from his light sleep. He glanced at the caller ID. Mu Zonghai. He answered the call. The first sound on the other end of the phone was a series of suppressed, heavy breaths, followed by Murong Hai's roar that seemed to burst through the receiver. Brother Nian, are you fucking crazy? You really got back together with that gold digger Chen Yuning? Is what's being said on the forum true? Murong Hai's voice was filled with disbelief, anxiety, and disappointment. How many times have I told you? That kind of woman is a bottomless pit. She's not after you as a person. She's after that rich woman's money. He wanted to say, it's your money, but the words that came out were replaced by the guess that gave him a heart attack. Gong Yujin remained silent. He could hear the genuine concern in Murong Hai's tone, the heartache of disappointment at his son's lack of progress. It is precisely because it is so real that this misunderstanding is all the more burdensome. How is he supposed to explain this? The person he mistook for an old rich woman was actually your own sister who could break someone's legs. And your most respected brother Nian is now your nominal brother-in-law. He feared that Murong Hai's worldview would collapse on the spot, so he immediately flew away from Earth overnight. Brother Nian, say something. Murong Hai's voice was tinged with pleading. Tell me what you need. Don't get involved with that kind of woman. She's not worth it. This is my own business. Gong Yujin finally spoke, his voice calm and undisturbed. To Murong Hai, this calmness was the most hurtful indifference and stubbornness. You say it again? Murong Hai's voice trembled. I said, this has nothing to do with you. Beep, beep, beep. Gong Yujin hung up the phone. He tossed his phone aside, leaned back on the sofa, and closed his eyes. My chest felt like it was stuffed with cotton. This feeling of loneliness from being misunderstood was more suffocating to him than the public humiliation Chen Yuning had caused him. He needs strength. It wasn't given to him by Murong Shiyun, but belonged to him personally, a power that could control everything and silence all misunderstandings and criticisms. The phone screen lit up again. It wasn't a phone call, it was an email. The sender was Assistant Zhao. Gong Yujin sat up straight and opened the email. The attachment is a well-made PDF presentation. Title: Instant Analysis Report on Ms. Chen Yuning's Social Media Activities. The first page of the report is a high-resolution screenshot of Chen Yuning's post, with the posting time IP address, and a number of reposts, comments, and likes within an hour of posting marked in red. The data is accurate to single digits. The second page contains an analysis of public opinion. The report categorized the comments on the campus forum into 3 types: those who support reunion, those who oppose reunion, and those who remain neutral observers. Each category included representative screenshots of comments, and algorithms were used to analyze the changing trends in the proportion of comments across different categories. Gong Yujin even saw a collection of pictures of himself photoshopped into various memes. He turned to the third page expressionlessly. This is the important page. Offline activity records. It records all of Chun Yuning's key actions in the 24 hours before she posted the update. Yesterday afternoon at 3:30 p.m., the target Chun Yuning met with Li Fei, the Vice Minister of the Arts and Literature Department of the Student Union, at the Mishu Time milk tea shop off campus for 45 minutes. The conversation was preliminarily determined to be requesting Li Fei to use her influence in various student groups on campus to create momentum for subsequent public opinion. At 10:15 this morning, the target had contact with Ms. Wenruyu in the lecture hall and experienced a violent emotional fluctuation. From 12 to 1400 hours today, the target was in the dormitory and made 3 phone calls with his mother, with a total call duration of more than 1 hour. Keyword monitoring captured high-frequency words such as opportunity, must-sees, and who does Zhang Hao think he is. The report also included Li Fei's personal information and several small WeChat transfer records between her and Chun Yuning. Is this what power feels like? While everyone else was still arguing over the surface rumors, he could already clearly see the complete and intricate chain of interests and actions beneath the surface. Everything is laid bare. Gong Yujin picked up his phone and replied to an email to Assistant Zhao. The content is very simple. Continue to observe. Do not intervene. He wanted to see which angler this fish, putting on such a show, was trying to lead him to. After putting down his phone, he felt the cotton ball in his chest dissipate somewhat. In the following days, Chun Yuning's offensive became even more intense and specific. She seemed to have radar installed, always able to appear precisely wherever Gong Yujin passed by. On Wednesday morning, Gong Yujin went to the cafeteria to buy breakfast. Just after he paid, Chun Yuning happened to pass by with a bowl of soy milk. Then, accidentally, her hand slipped and the soy milk was precisely spilled onto the empty space next to Gong Yujin. "Ah, I'm so sorry. Jin Yan, are you all right?" She apologized hastily, then tried to wipe his trouser leg, which hadn't been splashed at all, with a tissue. Gong Yujin bypassed her, threw the soy milk and steamed buns into the trash can, and turned to leave. Thursday afternoon, physical education class. Gong Yujinian finished running 1,000 meters and was sitting on the grass to rest. Chun Yuning, carrying a bottle of ice water and a towel, bumped into him again. "Jin Yan, you're sweating a lot. Wipe yourself off so you don't catch a cold." She handed over the water and towel, her face showing just the right amount of concern. The boys playing basketball nearby stopped what they were doing and started whistling and cheering. Gong Yujin stood up, didn't even glance at her, and went straight to the convenience store, where he bought a bottle of water. Once, twice, 3 times, all of Chun Yuning's chance encounters, concern, and deep affection came to naught. Gong Yujin was like a walking iceberg. He completely ignored her, turning all her performances into awkward one-woman shows. The winds of change on campus had begun to subtly shift. At first, some people believed it was a case of a rich man chasing after his wife in a heartbreak. But now, more and more people understand. This is hardly a wife chasing after the cremation scenario. This is clearly a gold digger's staged accident drama. Chun Yuning could sense that the way people looked at her had changed from envy and jealousy to pure mockery and amusement. She was unwilling to accept it. She couldn't understand why. "He used to like me so much he would run all over the city to buy me a cup of milk tea if I just said a few words. Now that I've lowered myself so much, why is he so heartless?" On Friday evening, Gong Yujin walked out of the teaching building after finishing his last elective class. He saw that familiar figure again. Chun Yuning stood under the huge camphor tree downstairs, seemingly having waited for a long time. This time, she didn't fake a chance encounter. She simply stood there, and when she saw Gong Yujinian come out, she walked straight towards him. Gong Yujin frowned slightly and subconsciously quickened his pace. He didn't want to have any further entanglement with this woman. However, Chen Yuning seemed to have anticipated his actions. She sped up and opened her arms to block his way. Gong Eugenian, how long are you going to keep hiding from me? Her voice was choked with sobs, filled with grievance and resentment. Gong Eugene stopped and looked at her coldly. This was the first time in days that he had looked at her properly. Chen Yuning was overjoyed, thinking that her persistence had finally paid off. However, Gong Eugenian simply spoke calmly. Get out of the way. 2 words, devoid of any emotion, like 2 cold knives. Chen Yuning swayed, and tears finally fell. I won't allow it. Unless you tell me what I did wrong, that you're treating me like this. She began to perform the act she was best at. Students had already started to stop and watch. Gong Eugene didn't want to get into a scuffle with her in front of everyone, as that would only embolden her. He chose to turn around and go around from the other side. As Chen Yuning watched his resolute back, all her pretense crumbled completely at that moment, and a huge surge of resentment and humiliation welled up in her heart. She watched him walk further and further away, and finally gave up chasing after him. She stood there, letting the people around her point and whisper. A few minutes later, she wiped away her tears and quickly walked to a deserted corner behind the teaching building. The place was filled with discarded desks and chairs, emitting a musty smell. She took her phone out of her bag and dialed a number that she hadn't saved. The call was answered quickly. The resentment and unwillingness on Chen Yuning's face vanished instantly, replaced by an almost humble respect. She lowered her voice and reported to the person on the other end of the phone. He was indeed very cold, even colder than you expected. But don't worry, my plan is proceeding according to your instructions. Public opinion has been created, and he must be very agitated now. Chapter 9, Pretending to be aloof in front of the whole school? Sorry, my wife won't allow me to keep a low profile. The campus forum of Jiangxing University has once again experienced a surge in traffic due to a woman's outrageous actions. The annual Campus Star Selection event has officially begun. This was a traditional event for the student council to make their presence known and for handsome men and beautiful women to garner votes. And it had been uneventful in previous years. But this year is different. In the list of recommended candidates, an incongruous name was prominently displayed. Gong Eugenian. The recommender was none other than Chen Yuning, the school beauty from the previous year. Not only did she nominate the candidate, but she also published a heartfelt and eloquent recommendation on the event's homepage in her capacity as the former vice minister of the student union's external relations department. He is a lone academic genius in the finance department, the most silent star in the library. He is not good with words, but he demonstrates focus and perseverance through his actions. He may not have chased the spotlight, but his brilliance should not be buried. I, Chen Yuning, hereby recommend Gong Eugenian. Let's all cast our vote for this most genuine scholar among us. This recommendation was written in a way that was pure and immaculate. If you didn't know better, you'd think she wasn't that gold-digging ex-girlfriend, but rather Gong Eugen's mentor and life guide. Immediately afterwards, Chen Yuning began to mobilize her network of contacts in the community that she had cultivated over the years. She personally campaigned for votes in various student groups, hometown groups, and student union work groups. Sisters, please vote for our Genian. The link is here. Dear juniors, vote for Gong Eugene, a senior from the finance department, and I'll treat you to milk tea. That's just how he is. He doesn't like to compete, so I can only help him out from behind the scenes. After a series of actions, the name Gong Eugenian directly topped the voting list. The vote count was overwhelmingly higher than the second place, comparable to the gap between a top-tier superstar and an obscure internet celebrity. This combination of punches was delivered quickly and ruthlessly. Chen Yuning's purpose is obvious. She wanted to force Gong Eugenian to the center of the stage and deeply bind herself to him. You, Gong Eugenian, aren't you supposed to be aloof and arrogant? Aren't you supposed to ignore me? Good. Then I'll use the for your own good approach to force you to accept my good intentions. When the award ceremony comes, you, as the campus star whom I personally nurtured, can't possibly give me the cold shoulder in front of all the teachers and students, can you? As long as you go on stage and accept the award, it's tantamount to acknowledging our ambiguous relationship. This tactic is called open strategy. They use praise to kill to force you to submit. In the dormitory, Gong Eugene looked at the high number of votes on his phone screen and Chen Yuning's pretentious recommendation. his face expressionless. He had to admit that Chen Yuning was indeed a little smarter this time than before. At least, she learned to use the rules instead of resorting to relentless nagging. Just then, a new email pops up at the top of the phone screen. From Assistant Zhao. Gong Yujin clicked on it. The email contained an extremely detailed PDF file. Risk assessment and contingency plan for the campus star selection activity. The document not only contains all the written rules for this election, but also a program architecture diagram of the voting system's backend, and clearly marks 3 exploitable program vulnerabilities with red arrows. One of the vulnerabilities allows for the direct modification of any candidate's vote count without leaving any backend records. The email ended in Zhao's usual style. General Manager Yun's instructions. You have the highest authority to handle this incident. The technical team is on standby and can execute any of the following solutions at any time. Option A, remove your candidacy. Option B, exploit the loophole to reset your vote count to 0. Option C, lock down the IP addresses of all social media accounts under Chen Yuning's name, file a formal complaint with the school on the grounds of malicious vote rigging, and submit a complete chain of evidence. Each of these options could instantly bankrupt Chen Yuning's plans, or even ruin her reputation. This is Murong Xiyun's way. Simple, direct, and efficient. Solve the problem at its root. Gong Yujin looked at the 3 plans, his finger hovering over the screen for a moment. He thought about it for a moment, and finally, he exited the email. He did not choose any of the options. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Using Murong Xiyun's power to deal with someone like Chen Yuning would only dirty her hands. He opened the selection event page on the campus forum and clicked on his own candidate profile. It was empty, except for a default gray avatar. He found a photo in his phone's album. That was a photo he casually took a few days ago at the library to test his phone's camera function. In the photo, an open book, Advanced Financial Econometrics, sits quietly on the table. The afternoon sun shines through the window, casting dappled light and shadow on the pages. Next to it is an ordinary black pen. There are no people without him, not even his hands. Only books, pens, and sunlight. He uploaded this photo as his homepage cover. Then, in the personal profile section, he only typed 4 words. Focus on your studies. Click to publish. After doing all this, he tossed his phone aside and picked up his book again. It was as if this farce had nothing to do with him anymore. However, his silent response stirred up an even fiercer storm on the forum than before. This photo and this caption are like a silent slap in the face, striking hard against all the noise. Holy crap, did you see that? Gong Yujin has updated his homepage. What does this mean? Focused on his studies? So he completely disregards the selection process. That's some serious class. Chen Yuning was jumping around trying to get votes, but the person in question didn't even care. I get it. This is the demeanor of a true tycoon. While you're all still fighting for fame and fortune, I just want to study in peace. This is true mastery. Compared to this, Chen Yuning's behavior is like that of a clown jumping around. It's so embarrassing. I declare that I'm a fan of this photo. Enough said, I'm going to vote now. This outstanding student deserves to be featured. Public opinion reversed instantly. Chen Yuning's meticulously planned praise to kill strategy appears both laughable and pathetic in the face of Gong Yujin's nonchalant dimensional reduction attack. She tried to drag Gong Yujin into the mire, but Gong Yujin flew straight to the clouds. The more she campaigned for votes, the more it highlighted her utilitarianism and shallowness. All her efforts became the best testament to the other party's indifference to fame and fortune persona. My understanding has been completely overturned. Chen Yuning's scheme backfired completely. Meanwhile, in a dormitory filled with the smell of smoke and hormones, looking at the photo on his phone showing him focused on his studies, and the uniformly praising comments below, Zhang Hao was so angry he almost crushed his brand new iPhone. Pretentious. He's a real faker. He roared, startling his roommates who were playing games. What the hell is this guy? A gigolo who climbed the social ladder by marrying a rich woman, pretending to be some high-minded academic genius. Only a poor person would pretend to love learning. He can't even imagine the happiness of the rich. In his view, Gong Yujin's behavior was a typical case of getting the benefits and then acting innocent. He angrily opened his WeChat moments and found a photo of himself with Chen Yuning taken a few days ago. In the photo, he is sitting in the driver's seat of his Porsche while Chun Yuning is leaning against the passenger seat, smiling sweetly. He deliberately edited a passage. Some people are just born to take the bus. Even if they occasionally take a plane, they can't shake off their poor and stingy nature. The real circle is one you can't break in no matter how hard you try. At Chun Yuning, don't you agree, baby? After editing, he thought for a moment and then created another group. They dragged Gong Eugenian and his idiot brother Murong Hai into it. Then click send. He wanted everyone to see that Chun Yuning was Zhang Hao's woman. Gong Eugene is nothing but trash that he's already discarded. This post on WeChat Moments was published less than 5 minutes ago. Gong Eugene's phone started vibrating incessantly. It was Murong Hai's call. Brother Nian, where the hell are you? The moment the call connected, Murong Hai roared. Did you see Zhang Hao's idiot post on WeChat Moments? Damn it, he tagged Chun Yuning. He's provoking you. Murong Hai was so angry that he became incoherent. I'm going to the parking lot right now and smash his beat-up Porsche. I'll teach him a lesson he won't forget. Don't go, Gong Eugene said calmly. Don't go. Brother Nian, you can tolerate this? He's practically shitting on your head. Murong Hai could hardly believe his ears. I told you, don't go, Gong Eugene repeated. I'll handle this. How are you going to handle this? You. Murong Hai wanted to say something more, but Gong Eugene's tone was calm and unwavering. That wasn't about swallowing your anger, but rather a calm and collected demeanor that showed you were in control of the situation. Murong Hai was stunned. He felt that his brother seemed to have really changed. Okay. Brother Nian, if you need any manpower, just give me a call anytime. I'm always ready to help. After hanging up the phone, Gong Eugene Nian hadn't even had time to put down his phone yet. The screen lit up, and it was another email from Assistant Zhao. He clicked on it. There was only one attachment in the email. Brief report on the financial status of Zhang Hao's father, Zhang Fuguei, and his company, Fuguei Real Estate. The briefing detailed Zhang Fuguei's company's financial statement for the past 3 years, with every income and expense clearly listed. On the last page of the report, a huge bank loan of unknown origin was highlighted in red. In addition, there are several land auction records related to this loan that are suspected of being manipulated. Each of these points is enough to bring Fuguei Real Estate to its utter ruin. Gong Eugene looked at the briefing and gently swiped his finger across the screen. He could almost see behind Zhang Hao's arrogant and domineering face a crumbling wealth empire built on sand. He did not reply to the email. I simply saved the document silently. This bullet doesn't need to be loaded yet. Just then, the homepage of the campus forum was flooded with a new hot post. Senior student shares junior students' study photos. Their fairy tale romance is real. Gong Eugene clicked in and saw that when Ruyu had forwarded his photo with a comment. The junior's focus is admirable. Below, thousands of buildings have already been built. Senior Wen herself stepped in. Is this an official announcement? This is a true match made in heaven. A perfect couple, both talented and beautiful, and both love learning. What is that gold-digging woman, Chun Yuning, anyway? I hereby declare that the Union CP is real. When Ruyu's move was far more skillful than Chun Yuning's. Unlike Chun Yuning, she didn't try to gain quick success by associating with or creating momentum for others. She simply and gracefully expressed her appreciation. Yet, with a seemingly effortless move, she instantly placed herself and him in the same spiritual camp. He also stepped on Chun Yuning's foot. Looking at these enthusiastic comments, Gong Eugene felt somewhat exhausted. Why do all these women love acting so much? He was about to turn off his phone. A text message suddenly popped up at the top of the screen. The sender was a name he knew very well, yet it also carried a hint of unfamiliarity. Murong Shiyun. The text message was extremely concise. It contains only 4 characters and 1 punctuation mark. KTV, get ready. Gong Eugenian stared at these 4 words for a moment, stunned. KTV, what should we prepare? Before he could think it through, a strange feeling rose from the bottom of his heart. It a feeling of excitement, like watching a play for so long and finally waiting for the main character to appear. He could sense that behind Murong Shiyun's text message lay an undeniable will. A grand drama, personally directed by her, is about to begin, and he will be the sole male lead in this grand drama. Gong Eugene looked at the text message and the irritation he had felt earlier because of Chun Yuning and when Ruyu suddenly vanished. A slight smile, unnoticed even by himself, curved the corners of his mouth. A hint of expectation flickered in his calm eyes. Chapter 10. My ex-girlfriend set up a trap? Sorry, my wife booked the entire karaoke bar. On Friday afternoon, my phone was playing a death metal tune in my pocket. Gong Yujin took it out and saw that the message in the class group at all members was glaringly red. Counselor Teacher Wang, classmates, to celebrate the successful completion of the midterm exams and to strengthen friendships, a class gathering will be held this Saturday evening at 7 p.m. at Golden Years KTV, organized by Zhang Hao and Chen Yuning. Everyone is welcome to attend. The counselor personally took to the stage, using an officially certified megaphone to announce the words Hongmin Banquet to the world. Gong Yujin placed his phone face down on the table. He's very skilled at this. If I can't beat you, I'll join you. If that doesn't work, I'll ask your teacher for help. Zhang Hao and Chen Yuning's move of holding the emperor hostage to command the princes has a bit of a feudal dynasty feel to it. Before he could even turn to the next page, his phone started vibrating again. It was a private message from a class monitor. Class monitor Sunwei. Jinyan, you absolutely have to come to the reunion. This is all thanks to Zhang Hao and Chen Yuning. It's been a long time since we've all gotten together, so please do me a favor. It was followed by a clasp hands emoji. Gong Yujin replied with a single word. Oh. Then I opened the class monitor's WeChat moments. The latest post was from yesterday, showing off a brand new pair of Air Jordans with a caption. Thanks, brother Hao. Face. Your pride is worthless, earned with the soles of your shoes. He refreshed his WeChat moments. And sure enough, Zhang Hao's new post had just been published 3 seconds earlier. The accompanying picture shows a lavish and tacky private room in the Golden Years KTV. The sofa is an eerie purple, the coffee table is gilded, and a huge, meaningless oil painting hangs on the wall, depicting several galloping horses. Zhang Hao's caption was even more significant. Just hanging out with classmates this weekend. The venue is so please don't mind. I heard there's a mystery guest coming too. I wonder if his legendary family member will grace us with their presence. He highlighted the word family in quotation marks, the sarcastic tone almost overflowing from the screen. Gong Yujin almost burst out laughing. This aesthetic is shockingly tacky. This taste is so bad it's beyond belief. He strongly suspected that Zhang Hao was a nouveau riche landlord in his past life, and that he hadn't drunk the mangpa soup in this life, bringing his gold-toothed aesthetic with him. Just as he was about to lock his phone, a daily public opinion briefing from assistant Zhao popped up precisely. The email included a screenshot of Chen Yuning's chat history in her best friend group. Chen Yuning. Sisters, dress up nicely for Saturday night. I've already invited Gong Yujinian over. Best friend, hey wow, he actually dared to come? Chen Yuning, he has to come. The counselor has spoken. I want to see if that rich woman who only knows how to hide in the shadows dares to come to this kind of student gathering. If she doesn't come, and Gong Yujinian is all alone, let's see how he keeps up the act. Then he'll be the laughing stock of the whole place. Best friend B, Yuning, that was a brilliant move. It was like killing someone by attacking their spirit. Chen Yuning, just wait and see. I'll make him pay tenfold for how he humiliated me before. Gong Yujin quickly skimmed through the email, swiped his finger across the screen, and archived it immediately. These two, one playing the good cop and the other the bad cop, worked together quite well. The script was too cliched and the plot too low level, so he couldn't even muster the urge to complain. The cell phone on the table suddenly started screaming at this inopportune moment, with the 4 characters Murong Henin flashing wildly on the caller ID. Gong Yujin answered the phone. Brother Yan, are you fucking stupid? Murong Hai's roar nearly shattered his eardrums, and the background noise was mixed with the screams of characters dying in the game. You're not really going to that trap, are you? Let me tell you, that bastard Zhang Hao is definitely up to no good. He just wants to humiliate you in front of the whole class. And that green tea Chen Yuning isn't any better. What good can those two do together? Murong Hai was so angry that he could barely speak, and the sound of him gulping down water could be heard through the receiver. Listen to me, brother Nien, don't go. Just say you're sick, whether your dog gave birth. Make up any excuse. A real man can bend and stretch. There's no need to lower yourself to the level of those idiots. Gong Yujin could picture Murong Hai scratching his head in frustration on the other end of the phone. This concern is very genuine. It was precisely because it was so real that he found it somewhat amusing. How is he supposed to explain this to this simpleton? The rich old woman they conspired to portray is actually your own sister who could kick you in the leg and strike you in fear. And your most respected brother Nian is now your brother-in-law in the legal sense? He feared that Murong Hai's worldview would instantly collapse into a singularity, then explode on the spot, turning into cosmic dust. Brother Nian, say something. Don't do anything rash. Murong Hai became even more anxious when he didn't hear a response. Tell me what you need. Are you short of money? I'll transfer it to you right away. Don't jump into a fire pit for the sake of that little bit of face. I will go. Gong Yujin finally spoke, calmly interrupting his incessant chatter. There was an instant silence on the other end of the phone. 3 full seconds later, Murong Hai's incredulous wail rang out again. You say that again? I said I will go. Gong Yujin leaned back in his chair, shifting to a more comfortable position. And I suggest you go too. Huh? Me too. What for? To watch you get humiliated and beaten to a pulp. No, Gong Yujin said slowly. I'm going to watch a good show. After saying that, he hung up the phone without waiting for Murong Hai to ask any further questions. The world is peaceful now. He silenced his phone, tossed it aside, and prepared to continue enjoying this rare moment of peace and quiet. A minute later, the phone screen lit up, and a notification for a new email silently slid in. From Assistant Zhao. Subject: Venue Support Plan for Golden Years KTV. Gong Yujin raised an eyebrow and clicked on it. The attachment was an encrypted PDF file. When he opened it, he felt like he wasn't looking at an email, but rather a military-grade combat map. The floor plan of Golden Years KTV is clearly displayed on every floor, from the lobby on the first floor to the rooftop terrace. The locations of all surveillance cameras, their monitoring ranges, and the deliberately left blind spots were all marked with lines of different colors. Even the location and usage rights of each employee passage, fire exit, and VIP-only elevator are clearly listed. The second part of the document is a document titled Emergency Contact Plan. There is only one phone number on it, followed by the words, Wang Hu, Head of Security Department of Golden Years. There is a smaller note following that, former Marine Corps member, with an S+ rating for loyalty to the Murong Group. Gong Yujin slowly slid his finger across the screen. This feeling is wonderful. It's like playing an open-world game. While others are still struggling in the beginner's village, he has already obtained all the permissions and developer tools in the game's backend. This isn't cheating anymore, this is a devastating blow. He studied the map with great interest and soon discovered an interesting detail. The so-called luxury private room that Zhang Hao showed off on his WeChat moments was located on the 3rd floor of the KTV and was the top-of-the-line option in the regular consumer area. The real VIP area starts from the 5th floor. The private rooms there aren't called 888 or 666, but rather named after constellations. Each private room is equipped with its own elevator, a dedicated butler, and an independent security system, and is completely separated from the ordinary area downstairs by an alloy door that requires iris recognition. Gong Yujin could almost foresee how Zhang Hao would stand on the peak of the 3rd floor and use his pitiful imagination to mock someone who is high above the clouds. Frogs at the bottom of a well are always keen to discuss the size of the sky above the well's opening. Just then, a text message popped up silently. From Wenryu, Junior Brother Jin Yin, the class monitor said there's a class gathering on Saturday. Are you going? If it's lively with lots of people, I'd like to join in the fun. The text message ended with a playful tongue-out emoji. Gong Yujin looked at the text message. To join in the fun. This word is used perfectly. It conveys both casualness and a stance. She didn't go for anyone in particular. She simply enjoyed the lively atmosphere. High-level hunters always appear as prey. Gong Yujin did not reply immediately. He stood up and walked to the dormitory window. Night has fallen, and the distant city is lit up by countless lights, forming a dazzling galaxy. His gaze swept over the layers of buildings and finally landed on the tallest building that stretched from the sky to the ground. The headquarters building of the Murong Group. It stands silently in the darkness, without exaggerated neon lights, yet possessing a calm and majesty that devours all light. Murong Shiyun's concise text message resurfaced in his mind once again. KTV, get ready. What exactly did she prepare? He replied to Wenryu's text message. just as concisely. Yes, it will. Then, he sent an email to Assistant Zhao. Saturday night, Golden Age, Libra box. Clear the room. Do not let anyone disturb us. What he wanted was the best audience seat where he could watch the show in peace and quiet. Chapter 14, Overwhelming Power. A single ban, and a rich kid goes from heaven to hell. That cold, emotionless judgment seemed to drain all the air from the private room. Time stood still. Zhang Hao stood frozen in place, his mind blank, completely unable to process the information he had just received. Hentang Tower? Explain? Educate your son? Each word was like a heavy hammer, striking his nerves, yet it was so surreal that it failed to cause him any pain. In the midst of this deathly silence, a sudden, high-frequency vibration tore through the frozen air. Buzz, buzz. It was the cell phone in Zhang Hao's pocket. At this moment, the sound was incredibly jarring and terrifying. Everyone's eyes were instinctively drawn to his trembling thighs. Zhang Hao's body seemed to have just been activated by the vibration, like a rusty robot. He slowly, frame by frame, pulled out his phone. 2 words were displayed on the screen. Dad. His Adam's apple bobbed, and he swallowed hard. The gazes around him felt like countless needles pricking his skin. He instinctively pressed the answer button. He wasn't given a chance to speak on the other end of the phone. A hysterical roar, filled with endless terror and anger, burst from the receiver, so loud that even Chen Yuning, who was standing next to her, could hear it clearly. Zhang Hao, you little bastard. Who the hell did you mess with outside? Zhang Hao's pupils suddenly contracted. We're finished. We're all fucking finished. Moron Group. It's Moron Group. All our projects that are even remotely related to them have been stopped. All of them have been stopped. The bank just called, demanding early repayment of all loans. 380 million. They want us to pay it all back within 3 days. Otherwise, they'll immediately file for bankruptcy liquidation. What did you do? Tell me what you did. The father's voice had changed from a roar to a mournful wail tinged with sobs. That was a desperate, mournful cry when the sky was falling. In a single second, Zhang Hao's face went from deathly pale to ashen. He could no longer hold onto the phone in his hand. Clatter. A soft sound. The latest iPhone fell onto the expensive handmade carpet with a dull thud. The father's heart-wrenching cries continued through the receiver, like a dying wild dog, sounding exceptionally clear and tragic in the deathly, silent private room. Zhang Hao's body swayed. The world in his eyes began to spin. Ferrari SF90. The land south of the city. The company's heir. Everything he was proud of. Everything he used to flaunt and humiliate Gong Yujin. Vanished in an instant. No, it turned into a huge debt that weighed on him, enough to crush him into mincemeat. Thump. His legs went weak, and he slumped onto the sofa behind him. My sense of superiority completely collapsed. He looked up in disbelief at the man being held by Murong Shiyun, and then at the woman who had cast his entire family into hell with just a few words. The arrogance and contempt that had been there before were gone from his eyes. All that remained was the most primal, purest fear and despair. Chen Yuning trembled violently as she looked at Zhang Hao's miserable state. The Vacheron Constantine watch she had just been wearing on her wrist, a dazzling piece worth 380,000 yuan, now felt like a cold branding iron, burning her skin. She's finished. The wealthy husband she had finally managed to snag, the springboard that would have propelled her into high society, has shattered. No, it's worse than breaking. It has become a bottomless debt black hole. She'll be dragged into the abyss along with him. No, she doesn't want to. Her survival instinct led her to make the most direct response. She turned sharply to Gong Yujin, the man she had just been mocking, the ex-boyfriend she had once looked down upon. Now, he's her only lifeline. Jin Yen. She screamed and stumbled as she tried to lunge at him and grab his trouser leg. However, as soon as she took a step, a black figure blocked her way. He is Murong Shiyun's bodyguard. The man didn't speak, nor did he even look at her. He simply stretched out one hand, like an insurmountable wall, blocking her completely. Cold and unquestionable. Murong Shiyun didn't glance at them once from beginning to end. It was as if the collapse and despair of these two people were nothing more than the dying struggle of 2 ants on the roadside, not worth her attention whatsoever. In her world, there was only Gong Yujin. She sensed a slight stiffness in Gong Yujin's body and assumed he was uncomfortable with the filthy scene. She turned slightly to the side, using her body to completely block out those filthy gazes. Then, she reached out her other hand and gently pulled Gong Yujin into her arms. Her movements were gentle and full of protectiveness. She whispered soothing words in his ear, in a voice only he could hear. "Don't be afraid, it's all over. From now on, no one will ever dare to treat you like this again." Her voice carried a hint of heartache. Gong Yujin leaned against her, smelling the cool fragrance in her hair, listening to her gentle whispers, and then looking at the two men and women who had completely collapsed not far away. This feeling, it's amazing. On one side is hell, on the other is heaven. And he stood at the gates of heaven, looking down upon the myriad beings in hell. The other students in the private room were already completely silent. They stood ramrod straight, huddled in the corner, wishing they could turn themselves into wallpaper. I didn't dare to breathe. They finally, belatedly understood. What rich woman? What kind of sugar daddy sugar baby arrangement? What Gong Yujin possessed was not the kind of dirty money relationship they imagined. What he possessed was a terrifying background that they didn't even have the right to approach or look up to. That woman was Murong Shiyun. Gong Yujin was her man. He was her husband. At the very back of the crowd, in a dark corner near the door, Murong Hai was completely dumbfounded. After receiving Gong Yujin's phone call inviting him to come and watch the show, he became increasingly uneasy and secretly followed them over. As soon as he arrived at the door, he saw his older sister's custom-made Maybach, which was one of a kind in the entire Jiangcheng city and had the license plate Jiang X0001. He was terrified. What's my sister doing here? He sneaked into the KTV like a thief, and just as he reached the door of the private room, he heard Wang Hu's earth-shattering cry of Mr. Gong Yu. He was stunned. Then he saw his devilish older sister, who could stop children from crying at night, and went inside. He was so frightened that he immediately hid in a corner, his heart pounding, thinking that Gong Yujin was unlucky and had offended his sister. He even considered rushing out to plead for his brother's life. However, what happened next caused his computer to crash. What did he see? He saw his older sister, who was as cold as ice, as fierce as a demon, and had never given him a kind look since childhood. Surprisingly, she actually took the initiative to link arms with Brother Nian. She even held him in her arms? That voice, that gentle, tender tone. Murong Hai pinched his thigh hard. Pain. It's not a dream. His worldview was shattered at that moment by his sister's hug. My most respected Brother Nian, and my sister, whom I'm most afraid of. The two of them. Murong Hai's mind was a complete mess. Just then, Murong Shiyun's icy voice rang out again. She didn't even turn around. She simply gave Wang Hu a second order. Manager Wang. Yes, Mr. Yun. What are your orders? Wang Hu bowed immediately, as if struck by lightning. To ensure that the Zhang family's businesses in Jiangcheng have no opportunity to cooperate with the Murong Group in any form. Any form. She repeated it. This statement is 100 times more ruthless than the previous cease cooperation. Stopping the cooperation might still leave room for maneuver. This statement is completely and permanently banned. In the entire Jiangcheng business community, a death sentence was handed down to the Zhang family. I understand. I understand. Wang Hu nodded repeatedly, sweating profusely. He immediately gave a wink to the security captain behind him. The security captain understood and waved his hand. Two burly men in black immediately walked toward Zhang Hao, who was already limp as a rag doll. No, no. Zhang Hao finally managed to squeeze out a sound from his despair. He struggled, trying to back away, but the two security guards didn't give him any chance at all. One person on each side grabbed his arm and dragged him out like a dead dog. Let me go. Let me go. Zhang Hao began to struggle frantically, letting out desperate roars. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Gong, Brother Nian, Master Nian, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Miss Moro, Mr. Yun, please spare my father. I'll do anything for you. Please. His cries echoed in the corridor, growing fainter and fainter until they were completely swallowed up by the noisy music from the KTV. The private room fell silent once more. Murong Shiyun took Gongyu Jinyin's hand, as if nothing had just happened. Her gaze finally swept over the students in the private room, who were all silent with fear. Everyone whose gaze fell upon her trembled in fear and quickly lowered their heads, not daring to meet her eyes. Her tone was calm. yet carried an undeniable declaration. Gong Yujin is my husband. Husband. These two words exploded in everyone's hearts like a nuclear bomb. Someone in the crowd gasped in shock. Morong Xian paused for a moment, then continued. The sound reached everyone's ears clearly. Anyone who dares to bully him again will be making an enemy of the Morong group. Upon hearing these words, Chen Yuning felt her last bit of strength drain away. To become enemies with the Morong group? What did she just do? In front of everyone, she mocked him for being a gigolo. She said his clothes were on sale. She said the rich woman who was keeping him was an old woman. Scene after scene flashed through her mind. Her body could no longer support her, and she slowly collapsed to the ground. His eyes were vacant, and his face was ashen. She seemed to have already seen her own end. Meanwhile, in a villa dozens of kilometers away, Chen Yuning's father, Chun Fuxing, was sweating profusely as he dialed a number he rarely dared to use. The call was connected. He spoke cautiously into the receiver in an almost fawning tone. Hello, is this Mr. Wen? Chapter 15, The School, Beauty Kneels Down. Today I'll personally return the "Are you worthy?" to you. Zhang Hao's desperate screams, like a duck being dragged along the corridor by its neck, gradually became distorted and were eventually swallowed up by the noisy background music of the KTV. It was as if he had never existed. The private room was eerily silent. The door, violently pushed open, now stands wide open like a silent wound. All the previous revelry, ostentation, and praise have become footnotes to this deathly silence, appearing utterly ridiculous. Chen Yuning stood frozen in place. Zhang Hao's bloodshot, desperate eyes as he was dragged away became the last image etched onto her retina. It seemed as if all the strength in her body had been drained away by those fading cries of agony. She's finished. Her carefully crafted dream of entering high society shattered. No, she was mercilessly crushed into a pile of trash by an invisible hand, along with herself. Fear, boundless fear, like icy seawater, surged in from all directions, engulfing her mouth and nose, filling her lungs, and making it impossible for her to breathe. She can't just let it in like this. The instinct for survival ignited a final, frenzied light in her pupils. She suddenly raised her head, her gaze piercing through the crowd, locking onto the man who stood calmly at the center of the storm of power. Gong Eugenian, her former prey, the object of her contempt, the stepping stone she used to demonstrate her worth. Now, he's her only last straw. Chen Yuning staggered. The high heels on her feet had become the most awkward instruments of torture. Ignoring everything else, her body trembling violently with fear, she stumbled and rushed towards Gong Yujin. The students around her instinctively made way for her, as if avoiding a plague. Thump! A muffled thud. Amidst the horrified gazes of all her classmates, Chun Yuning, once the most beautiful and aloof girl at Jiangxing University, suddenly collapsed to her knees and knelt heavily before Gong Yujin. Her red, tight-fitting dress crumpled up from the movement, and her expensive stockings were worn with a messy tear on the rough carpet. She didn't care about any of that. She reached out her trembling hands, wanting to grab Gong Yujin's trouser leg, but at the moment she was about to touch him, she withdrew in fear. Jin Yin. Her voice was hoarse, broken, and filled with heavy sobs. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Tears and snot mingled together, smearing her face and ruining her delicate makeup, revealing her pale and terrified skin underneath. Please tell Miss Morong to let Zhang Hao go. Please let his father go. He's a fool. He doesn't know anything. It's all my fault. I was bewitched. I was jealous of you. I was the one who encouraged him to do it. She took all the blame upon herself, because she knew very well that only Gong Yujin, and only his word, could decide their life or death. I'll do anything, as long as you're willing to ask. She looked up at him humbly, her eyes brimming with tears. I'll do anything you want. I'll be your slave. I'll even die. I'll do anything. Please, she cried and started kowtowing forcefully. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of foreheads hitting the carpet was dull, yet resonated clearly in everyone's hearts. The students in the private room were all pale-faced. They had never seen Chun Yuning so humble. The school beauty, who was usually arrogant and wouldn't even bother to look at them, was now like a dog wagging its tail and begging for mercy. No, they're worse than dogs. Gong Yujin kept his head down. He looked at the woman kneeling at his feet, crying her eyes out, looking utterly pathetic. Her hair was a mess, her makeup was ruined, and her dignity was shattered. There was no trace of the carefully crafted innocence and arrogance she had shown when they first met. His expression was very calm to the point of being cold. There was no pity or pleasure in his mind, only an uncontrollable flashback to another scene. That was not long ago. The school's second canteen. In front of everyone, Chun Yuning said the words he would never forget for the rest of his life. Take a piss and look at yourself. Do you even deserve me? All around were whispers and suppressed laughter. And now, Gong Yujin slowly pulled his gaze away from his memories and returned it to the tear-streaked face before him. He looked at her and slowly asked a question. Are you worthy? The sound was very soft. Only the two of them could hear it. Chun Yuning's crying stopped abruptly. She suddenly looked up and met his unfathomable eyes. There was no hatred, no love, not a single emotion in it. There was only nothingness. She suddenly understood. From beginning to end, he never considered himself an opponent. All her scheming and boasting were nothing more than a ridiculous, childish, one-woman show in his eyes. Gong Eugenian did not speak again. He didn't even glance at her again. He simply reached out and gently patted the back of Murong Shiyun's hand twice. A very gentle movement. Murong Shiyun immediately understood. This is a signal. This is a signal that she should handle this last bit of the mess. Murong Shiyun's gaze finally shifted slightly from Gong Yujin's face and landed on Wang Hu, the general manager of the KTV. Wang Hu was startled and quickly bent down even further. Manager Wang. Her voice was still icy cold, devoid of any warmth. Yes, Mr. Yin, please give your orders. Notify Zhang Fuge. Murong Shiyun used Zhang Hao's father's full name. He now has two choices. First, file for bankruptcy, then disappear from Jiangsheng with his debts on his back. Second, Murong Shiyun paused for a moment, then offered an even crueler option. All his assets will be transferred free of charge to the charitable foundation under the Murong Group. Consider it tuition fee for his good-for-nothing son. Tuition fee. These two words were like two slaps to the face, striking everyone hard. Using all the assets of a real estate company to pay a tuition fee. This is such a crushing defeat. This is no longer just a humiliation. This is the most contemptuous and thorough judgment that the gods have made on mortals. Wang Hu's shirt was soaked with cold sweat. He nodded repeatedly, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Understood. Understood. I'll take care of it right away. After saying that, he practically fled, turning and leaving the suffocating private room. After dealing with the matter, Murong Xian acted as if she had merely flicked away a speck of dust. Her gaze finally fell on the woman on the ground who had completely lost her senses. She looked at Chun Yuning, her tone completely flat, as if she were reading a statement that had nothing to do with her. As for you, Chun Yuning's body trembled violently. Murong Group and all its holding and shareholding companies will not hire you in the future. This statement effectively ended her chances of joining any top company in the future. But that's not the worst part. Murong Shiyun continued. Furthermore, starting tomorrow, the group's legal department and risk control department will conduct a comprehensive family and friend background review of all partners who have business dealings with the Murong Group. Any company that has a direct or indirect family relationship with you will be placed on the high-risk partnership list. You know what that means. Boom. In Chun Yuning's mind, the last string called hope snapped completely. This means she will become a jinx. Her parents, her relatives, everyone she knew, as long as their work has even the slightest connection with the Murong Group, they will face annihilation because of her existence. To protect themselves, they would not hesitate to cut ties with her. She will be completely abandoned by the whole world. This is crueler than killing her. No. Chun Yuning's lips moved, but no sound came out. The light in her eyes went out completely. She collapsed to the ground, limp and lifeless, like a puppet whose parts had been removed. There was no trace of the arrogance and radiance that once characterized Jiangqing's school beauty. Only an empty shell remained, a shell called despair. Inside the private room, the other students were already terrified. They huddled in a corner, heads down, wishing they could learn the art of invisibility on the spot. Their gazes toward Gong Yujin had shifted from mockery and sympathy to deep awe and fear. No one dared to look down on him in the slightest anymore. This farce should end. Gong Yujin took Murong Shiyun's hand. Her palm was slightly cool, but very soft. The two turned around and walked side by side out of the private room. Wherever it passed, the crowds automatically parted. What remained was a deathly silence and devastation, and a shattered, cheap vanity. In the most inconspicuous corner of the private room, Murong Hai watched the two figures walking away side by side, his heart still pounding. The woman who was holding hands with his most respected brother Nian and declaring his ownership. Was she really his devilish older sister who would hit him on the head with a folder? He felt that his worldview needed a complete overhaul. At the same time, a huge question mark rose in his mind. Who exactly is Brother Nian? Stepping out of the KTV, the hustle and bustle of the streets outside lessened the suffocating feeling inside the private room. The evening breeze was cool and felt very comfortable on my face. Gong Yujin took a deep breath. Murong Xian noticed his movement, turned her head to look at him, and her voice regained its unique gentleness. Don't you like the smell inside? Gong Yujin nodded. Then I'll buy it and remodel it to your liking. Gong Yujinian. This woman's way of thinking is always so simple and unpretentious. Just then, a pure white Rolls-Royce Phantom with elegant lines silently glided up in front of them and came to a slow stop. This car is completely different in style from Murong Shiyun's aggressive black Maybach. One is like a queen, the other like a princess. The rear windows were slowly rolled down. A gentle, intellectual face with a scholarly air appeared behind the car window. She was indeed as gentle as jade. She wore a white dress today. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders, and she had just the right amount of light makeup on her face, making her look pure and innocent. She first looked at Gong Yujin and gave him a faint smile with dimples. Junior brother Jin Yin, what a coincidence. Then, her gaze turned to Murong Shiyun, who was standing next to Gong Yujin. Her gaze lingered for a second on Murong Shiyun's stunningly beautiful yet aggressively aggressive face. Then, she gave Murong Shiyun the same gentle but meaningful smile. Deep within those clear, seemingly innocent eyes lay a hint of something that only a woman could understand, something subtle and difficult to detect. Challenge. Chapter 16. Her father was sent away. Her father wanted to jump off a building, the school beauty. It turns out the clown was actually myself. The noise and alcohol from that night at the KTV still seemed to linger in Chun Yuning's nasal cavity. She slumped onto the soft sofa, opened her phone, and habitually scrolled through her WeChat moments and Weibo, wanting to see if anyone was discussing the dramatic scene from the previous night. What she wanted to see was her classmates' shock at Gong Yujin's new identity, and their envy and jealousy of her having once had this prince consort. However, the first trending post she saw instantly chilled her fingertips. Jiangxing News Flash. Well-known real estate company Fuguwei Real Estate is suspected of experiencing a broken capital chain. Chairman Zhang Fuguwei's hair turned white overnight. The accompanying image is a high-resolution snapshot. In the photo, Zhang Fuguwei, who was full of vigor just 2 days ago, patting his chest and saying he would buy his son a Ferrari, is now being besieged by a group of reporters at the company entrance. His hair is disheveled. His suit jacket is wrinkled and hanging on his body, and he looks 20 years older. He is facing the camera, shouting something with tears streaming down his face. The comments section has exploded. Holy crap, wasn't his son throwing money around at a karaoke bar just a few days ago? And now he's bankrupt. Hilarious. Karma comes so fast. I heard that someone offended someone they shouldn't have, and all their partners terminated their contracts overnight. Banks are frantically demanding repayment, and there's nothing anyone can do to help them. Where's his son, Zhang Hao? That arrogant rich kid. Where has he gone? A highly rated reply appeared prominently below. Don't even mention it. Someone saw him at the airport, being carried by 2 men in black, crying like a dog, and he was immediately deported. I heard that his father donated all his assets to protect him, just to get him out of Jiangcheng with some semblance of dignity. Chen Yuning's hand holding the phone began to tremble uncontrollably. She remembered Zhang Hao's desperate screams as he was dragged away, and she remembered Murong Shiyun's casual remark, "Pay tuition." It turns out that it wasn't a threat. It is a verdict. With a thud, the phone slipped from her limp hand and landed on the carpet. A bone-chilling coldness crept up from her tailbone to the back of her head. She suddenly had a strong premonition. Next up is her family. Meanwhile, in the top floor office of Chen's decoration company, Chun Jiangwo was enjoying the most pleasant moment of his day. He carried a cup of freshly brewed Hong Pao tea to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the endless stream of cars below. He liked this feeling, a sense of control, as if you have the world at your feet. So what if his daughter embarrassed herself at the karaoke bar? If she can't get close to the Morong family, there are always other rich kids out there. As long as Chun Jiangwo's company is still around, and as long as his connections remain, his daughter will always be the school beauty everyone adores. Ding dong. The computer on my desk beeped with a crisp email notification sound. Chun Jiangwo walked back nonchalantly, took a sip of tea, and casually opened the email. From Hongda Group Project Department. Notification letter regarding the termination of cooperation on the Binjiang No. 1 luxury decoration project. The smug look on Chun Jiangwo's face froze. Binjiang No. 1 is their company's biggest project this year, accounting for nearly 40% of their annual revenue. He took a deep breath and told himself to stay calm. The business world is unpredictable, and it's normal for a project to fail. He opened the email to see the reasons given by the sender. However, aside from a few cold, official platitudes, the email offered no further explanation. The wording was harsh, leaving no room for negotiation, and the attachment even included proof of payment for the penalty for breach of contract. They'd rather lose money than not terminate the contract immediately. This is not normal. Chun Jiangwo's heart skipped a beat. Before he could even dial the number of the project manager at Hongda Group, the office door was suddenly pushed open. The female secretary rushed in, breathless and with her mouth agape, without even knocking. Mr. Chun, something terrible has happened. What's the panic? Chun Jiangwo suppressed his unease and scolded. Is the sky falling down? It's the bank. The secretary's voice trembled with tears. Just now, all the banks that have loan business with us, including China Construction Bank, Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, and China Merchants Bank, called and asked us to. They demand that we immediately repay all loans, both due and outstanding, within 3 days. Otherwise they will apply to the court to seize all our assets. What did you say? The teacup in Chun Jiangwo's hand crashed to the ground with a loud bang, shattering into several pieces. The scalding hot tea splashed onto his trouser leg, but he was completely unaware. Most of his company's funds are tied up in various projects and raw materials, leaving him with pitifully little working capital. Even if he had 3 months, let alone 3 days, he couldn't scrape together that astronomical sum. This is going to kill him. And another thing, the secretary, avoiding his eyes, continued reporting. Downstairs. The lobby downstairs is packed with our suppliers, all demanding that we settle all outstanding payments immediately, or they'll cut off our supply. One link leads to another. Contract termination, loan withdrawal, and default on payments. Every move is deadly. This was no accident. It was a premeditated, coordinated attack. Chun Jiangwo's mind went blank with a buzz. He slumped into a chair, all his strength drained away. After a long while, he finally came to his senses, grabbed the phone on the table, and started frantically dialing numbers. He was going to use all the connections he had built up over the course of his life. He needed to find out who was behind this. Hello, Directoli. It's me, Old Chun. Can you help me find out which powerful figure I've offended? On the other end of the phone, Director Lee, who had once called him brother, remained silent for a full 10 seconds. Old Chun, I advise you not to ask about this matter. You better take care of yourself. Beep, beep, beep. The call was disconnected. Undeterred, Chun Jiangwo dialed the number of another person at the dinner table, a Mr. Wong who had patted his chest and said to contact him if anything happened. Mr. Wong, help. My company is about to go bankrupt. Chun Jiangwo. The other person's voice was distant and wary. I don't know you. You've dialed the wrong number. Beep, beep, beep. More than a dozen phone calls in a row. Those friends who used to greet him with smiles and call him Brother Chun either hung up on him directly or advised him to accept his fate in a pitying tone that he couldn't understand. No one dared to tell him the reason. The more this happened, the more Chun Jiangwo's fear grew exponentially. He slumped in the chair, his shirt soaked with sweat, looking as if he had just been pulled out of the water. He knew that he had messed with someone he couldn't even reach with all his connections combined. Just when he was about to despair, a number he hadn't contacted in a long time called him. This was the secretary of a high-ranking provincial official whom he had managed to get in touch with years ago through a series of connections. He once spent a six-figure sum on entertainment expenses just to treat the person to a meal. Chen Jiangwo, as if grasping at the last straw, answered the phone with trembling hands. Secretary Zhang. Hello. Hello, Mr. Chen. The other person's voice was calm, but carried a condescending indifference. The leader asked me to pass on a message to you. Please speak. Please speak. From now on, keep your eyes open when you do things. The top of the clouds is not a place you can speculate about. Cloud top. Chen Jiangwo was stunned. What did that mean? There's only one cloud peak in Jiangcheng. The other person seemed impatient to explain further. I can't say more. Go look it up yourself. What's the name of the Murong Group's headquarters? After saying that, the phone call ended. Murong Group? Hentang Tower. The four words, like a thunderclap, exploded in Chen Jiangwo's mind. He suddenly remembered what his daughter had said while crying when she came home last night. Gong Eugenian, Murong Shiyun, KTV. At this moment, all the clues came together. He finally understood what the phrase, offended someone he shouldn't have, really meant. He offended heaven. He is the only god in Jiangcheng on this land. At the same time, inside the Chun family villa, Chen Yuning locked herself in her room, replaying every detail of that night at the KTV over and over again. When Murong Shiyun took Gongyu Jinyan's arm, she did so with an air of entitlement. When she announced, Gong Yujin is my husband, it was an unquestionable declaration. And when she looked at herself one last time, her expression was completely calm, yet it sealed the death sentence for her entire family. Any company that has a direct or indirect family relationship with you will be placed on the high-risk partnership list. These words echoed in her ears once again. She finally understood. Murong Shiyun wanted more than just to ruin her reputation. The goal is to make her a complete and utter scourge, abandoned by the entire world. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. It was her father, Chen Jiangwo. His voice was hoarse, aged, and filled with unprecedented weariness. Yuning opened the door. Chen Yuning opened the door and saw a father she had never seen before. His hair was disheveled, his eyes were bloodshot, and his once straight back had collapsed. Dad! Chen Jiangwo didn't say anything, but walked into the room and threw a document on her dressing table. I have reviewed the company's accounts. His voice was soft, yet every word carried immense weight. All collaborations have stopped, and the bank will be coming to collect their money tomorrow. The company's cash flow can only last for 3 more days at most. 3 days later, it will be bankruptcy liquidation. Chen Yuning swayed and only managed to stay upright by grabbing the table. Just then, Chen Jiangwo's cell phone, which was on the table, suddenly rang. It is an anonymous number. Chen Jiangwo hesitated for a moment before pressing the speakerphone button. On the other end of the phone was an altered, gender-neutral electronic voice. If you offend someone you shouldn't have, then good luck to you. The call was disconnected as soon as he finished speaking. A deathly silence fell over the office. Chen Jiangwo could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground, clutching his head and whimpering in pain. He struggled his whole life, and his proud business empire was nothing more than a toy that woman could crush with a flick of her finger. Chen Yuning stared blankly at her distraught father, then glanced down at the dressing table. On it was a brochure for the Murong Group that she had cut out from magazine. The cover of the brochure features the magnificent Hentang Tower. At the very bottom, there's a profile photo of the group's chairman. It was Murong Shiyun. Despair and resentment pounded wildly in her chest. On what grounds? Why is it that poor guy can rise to the top so quickly? Why should she suffer the fate of losing her family and her life simply for speaking a few truths? She refused to accept it. But she knew even more clearly that in the face of such absolute power, all her resentment and jealousy were meaningless. She stared intently at the blurry male figure standing next to Murong Shiyun on the brochure. She knew that it was Gong Yujin. She knew that it was her and her whole family's only hope to survive. Chapter 17, you thought he was on the 5th floor? No, he's not even on this server. The next day, early morning, along the tree-lined paths of Jiangxing University, groups of students carrying backpacks were already heading to their early morning classes. The air was filled with the scent of grass and earth, mingled with the aroma of soy milk wafting from breakfast stalls. A black Audi A8, seemingly out of place with the youthful atmosphere around it, quietly pulled up beside the roadside near the number 7 boys' dormitory building. The car door opened. Chen Jiangwo was the first to come down. He was wearing a brand-new, high-end suit. His hair was neatly combed, and his shoes were polished to a shine. But his face was sallow and puffy, with dark circles under his eyes as if he'd been punched. He was carrying 2 huge gift boxes with the words "Special Supply" on them, which looked particularly glaring in the morning light. He went around to the other side and opened the car door. "Get out of the car." His voice was hoarse and devoid of any emotion. Chen Yuning got out of the car, slowly and reluctantly. She also underwent careful dressing up. She wore a faded, plain-colored dress, her face bare of makeup, revealing her pale and haggard appearance. Her long, soft hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her eyes were red and swollen, as if she hadn't slept all night and had been crying. Her pitiful appearance is enough to arouse any man's protective instincts. "Dad, do we really have to do this?" Chen Yuning's voice trembled violently. She looked at the dormitory building with people coming and going not far away, feeling that every gaze cast at her was like a needle pricking her self-esteem. "Do you have any other choice?" Chen Jiangwo retorted, gripping his daughter's wrist with terrifying strength. "Either our whole family jumps off the building together, or you kneel here today and beg Gong Yujin for forgiveness." He practically dragged Chen Yuning to the entrance of the dormitory building. The dormitory supervisor, wearing reading glasses, was slowly registering visitors. Seeing the distinguished father and daughter, she raised an eyebrow. "Who are you looking for?" Chen Jiangwo released his daughter and took a step forward. Then, under the astonished gazes of the dormitory supervisor and all the students around him, he suddenly bent down and gave a perfect 90-degree bow. "Auntie, hello. I am Chen Yuning's father, Chen Jiangwo." His voice was loud and clear, with a deliberate tremor. "I'm here today specifically to apologize to Gong Yujin on behalf of my ignorant daughter." Whoosh! The surroundings fell silent instantly. All the students who were passing by stopped in their tracks and stared at each other as if they had been frozen in place. The dormitory supervisor dropped her pen. She stared, mouth agape, at the middle-aged man in front of her, dressed in a suit and tie, with an eerily humble attitude, and then at the former school beauty, now crying her eyes out and known throughout the school. What's going on? Let's talk this out. Don't do this." Chen Jiangwo straightened up and bowed deeply again. "No, Auntie, you don't need to worry about us. It's my fault for not disciplining her properly. I failed to educate my daughter well, which led her to be young and impetuous, speaking recklessly, hurting the feelings of her classmate Gong Yujin, and also angering an important person she shouldn't have offended. Our Chen family deserves to die. A benefactor? Hurt feelings? This is a lot of information." The surrounding students were completely bewildered. Chen Yuning, who was standing nearby, knelt down with a plop at the opportune moment. She didn't kneel before Chen Jiangwo, but instead faced the dormitory building's main entrance, tears streaming down her face like a broken string of pearls. "Jin Yin, I know I was wrong. Please come out and see me. It's all my fault. I was vain and materialistic. I shouldn't have hurt you. Please, please forgive me." Her cries were shrill, desperate, and filled with remorse. This scene was incredibly impactful. A boss driving an Audi A8 bowed humbly in public. A once high and mighty school beauty now kneels for a long time, crying and repenting. Click, click. Someone was the first to take out their phone. Immediately afterward, everyone realized what was happening. Countless mobile phone cameras were pointed at the father and daughter who were staging a pleading guilty scene from all directions. Less than 5 minutes. The campus forum at Jiangxing University was completely ignited. Breaking news. Former school beauty Chen Yuning and her father knelt outside dormitory, building number 7, seemingly begging Gong Yujin to reconcile. A dramatic turn of events. The Chen father and daughter publicly apologize, claiming they angered a distinguished person. Just who is Gong Yujinian? Livestream post. Is Gong Yujin ruthless after gaining power? He forced his ex-girlfriend's father to kneel. The comment section below the post instantly erupted, splitting into 2 distinct camps. Holy crap. Really? Chen Yuning knelt down? That arrogant Chen Yuning. Photos prove it. Her dad almost banged his head on the ground. This is too exaggerated. Gong Yujin is too ruthless, isn't she? She's still my ex-girlfriend. There's no need to push her to this point, is there? Get out of here, you sanctimonious upstairs. You weren't there at the KTV that night, were you? Have you forgotten how Chun Yuning and that Zhang how humiliated you? Now you know you're wrong? Too late. But this involves family members. Isn't this going a bit too far? We should be forgiving. Yeah, you're going to tell the Morong group, forgive and forget. See if they even listen to you. Gong Yujin is clearly someone backing him up. Public opinion began to take a strange turn. Some students, unaware of the truth, began to sympathize with Chun Yuning and her father, feeling that Gong Yujin had gone too far and was abusing his power. Those who knew the inside story felt even greater awe at Gong Yujin's unfathomable background. At the same time, Murong Hai was sitting with his legs crossed in his luxurious single dormitory room, eating instant noodles while browsing the school forum. When he saw the post that had been pushed to the top of the trending list, he spat out the noodles he was eating onto the screen with a puff. Holy crap! He frantically wiped the screen clean and opened the photos and videos in the post. In the video, Chun Jiangwo's humble posture and Chun Yuning's pitiful cries are clearly audible. He knew what happened at the KTV that night, and he also knew that Chun Yuning and her father deserved it. But they made a scene at the school and even forced someone to kneel down. This isn't like the way the Nien brother he knows acts. Although Brother Nien is vindictive, he is not the type to make a big fuss or embarrass others. Could it be that victory has clouded his judgment? Or is this what my devilish older sister wants? A flicker of doubt and worry crossed Murong Hai's mind. He felt that this approach was somewhat beneath him. Without thinking twice, he immediately took out his phone and dialed Gong Yujin's number. The phone rang for a long time. No one answered. Murong Hai scratched his head and sent another WeChat message. Brother Nien, are you in the dorm? Did you see what happened on the forum? You really forced Chun Yuning's father to kneel down? This has blown up quite a bit. The message was sent out, but it disappeared without a trace. Of course, Gong Yujinian couldn't see it. At this moment, he is standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window on the 101st floor of the Cloud Top Palace. She was wearing a soft, comfortable silk robe and holding a glass of warm milk. Outside the window, the entire city of Jiangsheng unfolds in the morning light. Skyscrapers stand tall, and traffic flows like a river. Everything appears as small as a model on a sand table. He had put his phone on silent and placed it on the coffee table some distance away. Last night, Murong Shiyun insisted on dragging him to watch an old art film, but she ended up falling asleep first, curling up in his arms like a cat. He carried her back to the room and then, for once, got a good night's sleep. The hustle and bustle of the outside world and the tranquility above the clouds seemed like two completely different worlds. He finished his milk in one gulp, feeling the warmth in his stomach, completely unaware of the farce that had taken place downstairs because of him. Time passed, second by second. The sun rose higher and higher. The crowds gathered outside the number 7 dormitory building for boys changed wave after wave. The sweat on Chun Jiangwo's face kept flowing, drying, and then flowing again. His expensive suit, soaked with sweat and dry by the sun, was stained with white salt and clung to his body in a wrinkled state. His legs went numb from standing, and his back felt like it was about to break. But he dare not move. The 2 expensive gift boxes he brought sat forlornly at his feet, bathed in sunlight, like a giant irony. Chun Yuning had already cried out loud. Her voice was hoarse, her lips were chapped and peeling, and her knees, kneeling on the rough cement floor, were already numb. For hours, for whole hours, Gong Yujinian did not appear at all. The last glimmer of hope in Chun Jiangwo's heart was being worn away by time. In its place grew an increasingly intense anxiety and unease. Who was he putting on this for? The main character didn't even show up. The surrounding students' discussions gradually took a turn for the worse. It's been all morning, and Gong Yujin still hasn't come down. He's putting on quite an air. What do you mean by high and mighty? Didn't you see? This is called ignoring them. They don't even take them seriously. That makes sense. Think about it. Would someone who can scare a company boss like this care about this little bit of public opinion pressure? The Chun family father and daughter have misjudged the situation. Holy crap, this is terrifying to think about. So, Gong Yujinian wasn't just arrogant after gaining power from the very beginning. Chun Yuning was no different from an ant on the ground in his eyes. Of course, otherwise, why would Empress Murong have taken a liking to him? Every word of these discussions reached Chun Jangwo's ears. His face grew increasingly grim. He originally intended to use public opinion to put pressure on Gong Yujin and force him to come out and meet. As a result, this self-inflicted injury became a stepping stone, making Gong Yujin's mysterious and unpredictable background even higher and more awe-inspiring. What's this called? Just when Chun Jangwo was about to collapse, a student leader he knew, to whom he had previously given many favors, quietly approached him. "Mr. Chun, don't wait any longer." The student lowered his voice and spoke quickly. "I just went to the dormitory to ask, and Gong Eugenian, he hasn't been staying in the dormitory for more than a week." Boom! These words were like the last straw, breaking Chun Jangwo's already tense nerves. He's in the wrong place. Here, in front of the entire school's teachers and students, he bowed and knelt, performing a monkey show for 4 hours. As it turned out, the person he wanted to please wasn't even in the audience. Boundless despair, like a tidal wave, instantly engulfed him. He didn't even know where Gong Yujin lived. In this vast city of Jiang, where should he go to find that God who could save his whole family's lives? Chapter 18. The CEO's beloved wife feeds him soup, and the male lead personally plans. Let the villain show him the power of Cloud Top. The heavenly palace on the clouds, 101st floor. This is not a sightseeing area open to the public, but Murong Shiyun's private restaurant. Outside the enormous curved floor-to-ceiling windows, the entire city of Jiangsheng glitters like a starry river at night. Below, the city's prosperity is a sight to behold for countless people. The restaurant was unusually empty, with only a small table covered with a white tablecloth. Across the long table, Gong Yujin was quietly cutting the steak on his plate. Murong Shiyun did not touch her own tableware. She was focused on doing something. Serve his soup. A bowl of French truffle consommé. She held the white soup bowl with one hand and a heavy silver spoon in the other, carefully scooping the soup out of the crystal bowl, spoonful by spoonful. Those hands that could dominate the business world and sign multi-billion-dollar contracts without hesitation now seemed somewhat clumsy. The edge of the spoon hit the bowl several times, making a crisp clinking sound. A few drops of scalding soup even splashed onto the back of her fair hand. She was completely unaware, only pursing her lips, her expression as focused as if she were dealing with an S-level classified document. Finally, a bowl of soup was served. Not too much, not too little, just 8/10 full. She let out a long sigh, as if she had completed an incredibly difficult task, then carried the soup bowl around the long table and gently placed it beside Gong Yujin. "Drink it." Her tone carried an unquestionable command, but the last syllable rose slightly, revealing a subtle hint of anticipation and nervousness. Gong Yujin stopped using his knife and fork. He looked at the bowl of soup in front of him, then glanced at her slightly red hand. He didn't say anything. He just picked up the soup spoon. Murong Shiyun immediately sat back in her seat, resting her chin on her hands, her cold gray eyes staring at him without blinking, like a primary school student waiting for the teacher's praise. Gong Yujin took a sip. "The temperature is just right. The taste is also very delicious." He nodded. Murong Shiyun's lips immediately curled into a satisfied smile. That smile was enough to melt glaciers. If the executives of the Murong group saw this scene, they would probably immediately wonder if they were hallucinating. Just then, the phone on the table vibrated slightly. It's Murong Shiyun's personal cell phone. She picked it up casually, unlocked it, and habitually opened the campus forum of Jiangsheng University. This is a new habit she has recently developed. She wants to know everything about him. This includes his surroundings and the discussions among his classmates. Then, she saw the post that had been pushed to the top of the trending list. Live stream post. Is Gong Yujin ruthless after gaining power? He forced his ex-girlfriend's father to kneel. The photos in the post are very high resolution. Chun Jangwo's obsequious back and Chun Yuning's tear-streaked face as she knelt on the ground were both clearly visible. The comments below were even more varied. Some applauded, some cursed, and some self-proclaimed righteous saints stood on moral high ground, accusing Gong Yujin of abusing his power and going too far. Murong Shiyun stopped moving. She looked at those offensive words and those malicious speculations about Gong Yujin. The warm atmosphere in the restaurant instantly plummeted to freezing point. The smile on her face gradually faded. Those once gentle, watery, cold gray eyes were once again covered in ice. A barely perceptible, cold smile curved at the corners of his lips. Disdain. Pure, utter disdain. Like a god looking down on a group of foolish and noisy ants. She wasn't angry, because these people weren't worthy of making her feel anger. She just thought they were noisy. It's an eyesore. She gently pushed the phone in front of Gong Yujin. Gong Yujin put down his soup spoon and picked up his phone. His gaze swept over the photos and comments, examining them one by one. This includes those who morally blackmail him by accusing him of being ruthless and unfeeling of past relationships. His face was expressionless, so calmly, as if looking at a financial report that had nothing to do with him. Morong Shiyun just stared at him. Her voice was soft and calm, as if she were casually asking if the night view was beautiful. Do you need me to make them disappear completely? It can be done from a physical level or a social level. It's very clean. There won't be any loose ends. She wasn't joking at all when she said that. To her, making a person or a family vanish from this world is indeed a trivial matter. It was the best protection she could give him. It was also her most direct instinct as a wife. Gong Yujin finished reading it. He turned off the phone screen and put it back in its place. Then, he picked up a napkin and slowly wiped the corner of his mouth. His movements were elegant and unhurried. It was as if what he had just witnessed was not a media storm targeting him, but a farce that had nothing to do with him. He shook his head. Need not. His voice was equally calm. I'll handle this little thing myself. He looked at Morong Shiyun and added a sentence. I don't want you to worry about this kind of thing. Morong Shiyun was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. A distinct hint of surprise flashed in her cold, gray eyes. She thought he would accept it, or he might be angry and need her comfort. But she didn't expect him to react this way. Calm, rational, and choosing to take matters into his own hands. This slight surprise was quickly replaced by another emotion. Appreciate, and a hint of pride that she herself was unaware of. Her man is growing up at a pace that exceeds her expectations. He was no longer the boy who could only passively accept her protection. He began to learn how to wield the scepter in his hand, even if she was the one who gave him the scepter. Morong Shiyun did not insist any further. She simply reached out and gently took Gong Yujin's hand, which was resting on the table. Her palms were slightly cool. His palms, however, were very warm. She used this gesture to express her attitude, support, and indulge. Gong Yujinian turned his hand around and grasped her hand in return. Then, with his other hand, he picked up Morong Shiyun's private phone. It was a customized phone with the highest level of encryption, one of the symbols of power within the Morong group. He swiped the screen, not looking through his contacts, but directly opened the text message interface. In the recipient field, he entered a number from memory. It was Chun Jiangwo's phone number, which was practically ringing off the hook. The text message was very simple. Only one sentence. If you want to resolve this issue, wait for me downstairs at Hentang Tower at 9 a.m. tomorrow. There was no signature. No signature is required. He clicked send. Only after doing all this did he put the phone back where it was. Almost at the same second that the text message was successfully sent. In a Chun family villa, dozens of kilometers away, Chun Jiangwo paced anxiously back and forth in the living room like a trapped beast. He and Chen Yuning had just returned from school. Their 4-hour-long ruse had yielded nothing except making them the laughingstock of the entire school and further enhancing Gong Yujin's mystique. Despair, like a giant net, enveloped him completely. Just then, his phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. It was a text message. He numbly pulled out his phone, assuming it was another debt collection notice from a bank. However, when he saw the words on the screen, he froze. If you want to resolve this issue, wait for me downstairs at Hentang Tower at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Hentang Tower. It is Gong Yujinian. It must be Gong Yujin. In an instant, a burst of wild joy erupted in Chun Jiangwo's eyes, which had been dull and lifeless. There's been a response. Finally, there's a response. This means there's still a chance for things to turn around. However, this ecstasy lasted for less than 3 seconds. It was instantly replaced by a deeper, heavier fear. Hentang Highlands. That's the headquarters of the Morong group. It's that woman's territory. What did Gong Yujin invite him to that place for? Should we give him a chance to explain? Still, to pronounce the final death sentence on the Chun family in front of that woman? Chun Jiangwo held his phone, his hands trembling as if he had Parkinson's disease. He didn't know whether what awaited him was salvation or an even more utter hell. Heavenly Palace on a cloud top. At the same time that Gong Yujin sent the text message. On Murong Shiyun's other work phone, Assistant Zhao's profile picture flashed briefly. Murong Shiyun picked up her phone and quickly typed in a command using only her thumb. Mr. Gong, you will be meeting with guests downstairs at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Clear the area, raise the security level to the highest level, and focus all surveillance cameras on the main entrance plaza. Yes, Mr. Yun. Assistant Zhao replied instantly, without a single superfluous word. Immediately afterwards, countless instructions were issued simultaneously to the security department and information center located in the heart of the Hentang Tower. A meticulously planned event surrounding Mr. Gongyu's reception unfolded swiftly and silently. The entire Hentang Tower, this massive and sophisticated power machine, began to operate at high speed for the sake of Gong Yujin's will alone. Gong Yujin was unaware of these things. He simply picked up the bowl of soup, which had cooled slightly, and slowly drank it, sip by sip. After finishing the last sip, he put down the bowl and looked out the window. The city lights, at his feet, converged into a dazzling sea of light that stretched as far as the eye could see. His face remained expressionless, but those deep eyes reflected the city lights, making them appear exceptionally bright. He could almost see the fearful and desperate expressions on the faces of the Chun father and daughter as they stood in the enormous shadow of the cloud-top building at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, a shadow that made one feel insignificant. He should direct this play himself. It should be his turn to take the final bow. Chapter 19, the CEO and his wife cause a scene in the street. The ex-girlfriend kneels down and begs. This isn't how the script goes. The morning sunlight peers through the extravagant floor-to-ceiling glass on the 101st floor of the Cloud-Top Palace, casting a layer of flowing gold on the mirror-like floor. Gong Yujin stood in front of the huge dressing mirror, awkwardly tugging at his tie. Armani Haute Couture. He can now read the brand name without batting an eye, and he even knows that this outfit is enough to cover his entire tuition and living expenses for 4 years of university, with some money to spare. The man in the mirror was tall and straight, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, perfectly outlined by a bespoke suit. His familiar face, set against the expensive fabric, even exuded a distant, almost unnatural air of nobility. Damn, as the saying goes, clothes make the man, and a saddle makes the horse. The ancients were right. Gong Yujin thought to himself, then gave up the struggle with his tie. A slender, fair hand reached out and naturally took his tie. Murong Shiyun was also wearing a women's suit in the same color scheme today, her long black hair tied into a neat bun at the back of her head, revealing her long and graceful neck. She didn't say anything, but simply lowered her long eyelashes and focused intently on adjusting the details of his collar. Her fingertips were cool, and when they occasionally touched his skin, they sent a slight shiver down his spine. Gong Yujin could smell that familiar, crisp fragrance emanating from her, a blend of fur and white tea. He found that he had actually gotten used to the taste. This left him with a somewhat complicated feeling. All right, Murong Shiyun took a step back, looked her masterpiece up and down, and a hint of satisfaction appeared in her cold gray eyes. She took his arm, the movement so natural it seemed as if they had done it 1,000 times before. Let's go, my knight. Let's go and tour our kingdom. Gong Yujin was taken aback by her sudden, childish remark. We're going to work, he corrected. Going to work is like inspecting the kingdom, she said matter-of-factly. Fine, you have plenty of money, so you get to decide. The two walked side by side into the private elevator, which descended smoothly to the ground floor of the Hentang Tower. The elevator doors slid open silently. The clamor of voices and the vitality of the early morning rushed towards us, but then, for a strange second, they seemed to freeze upon their arrival. Then, Gong Yujin saw it. In the open plaza in front of the main entrance of the magnificent and futuristic Hentang Tower, the two of them knelt there completely still. It was Chun Jiangwo and Chen Yuning. After not seeing him for a night, Chun Jiangwo seemed to have aged 20 years. His once shiny hair had turned gray, and his designer suit clung to his body in a wrinkled mess, soaked with morning dew, making him look utterly disheveled. He was trembling all over, not from the cold, but from fear. And Chun Yuning, who was next to him, was in an even worse state. She changed into a simple white dress. Her face was bare of makeup. Her small face was frighteningly pale, and her eyes were red and swollen, clearly indicating that she had been crying all night. She knelt there, her body swaying precariously, her pitiful appearance enough to evoke pity in any passing man under normal circumstances. But now, her carefully crafted weakness appears laughable and insignificant in the face of the cold, steel behemoth that is the Hentang Highlands. Their appearance had already caused a small commotion at the entrance of the building. Countless employees of the Murong group coming and going were pointing at them, casting glances that were filled with curiosity, disdain, or schadenfreude. Gong Eugenian felt nothing, he even felt a little amused. Play. The performance continues. Didn't get enough of performing at school yesterday, so you came all the way to the entrance of the final boss's dungeon to perform today? What kind of spirit is this? Is this the legendary self-cultivation of a professional actor? He and Murong Xiun did not stop and walked straight towards the gate. Their steps were calm and firm, forming a stark contrast with the two figures kneeling on the ground, representing two different worlds. One is in the cloud, one is in the mud. As they drew nearer, the air in the square grew increasingly still. Chun Jiangwo and Chen Yuning also saw them. Chun Jiangwo trembled, lowered his head even further, almost touching the ground. Chun Yuning suddenly raised her head, her bloodshot eyes fixed on Gong Eugenian. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but due to extreme fear and regret, she couldn't utter a single word. Gong Eugene paused slightly as he walked past Chun Jiangwo. He didn't bow his head or glance to the side. He simply stated a fact in a calm tone and left with a single sentence. It was your daughter who chose this path. This statement carries no emotion. There is no sarcasm, no anger, and no smugness. It was simply a cold, irrefutable verdict. Chun Jiangwo's body swayed violently, as if his spine had been removed. Gong Eugene continued walking forward. Murong Xian followed closely behind, not even glancing at Chun Jiangwo. Her cold eyes merely swept over Chun Yuning, who was already in tears on the ground. Her declaration was more direct and more domineering than Gong Eugene's verdict. My man is not someone you can scheme against. She paused, then uttered the last word. Roll. Concise yet weighty. If Gong Eugene's words were the last straw that broke the camel's back, then Murong Xiun's word, get out, was like a meteorite that crashed directly onto the camel. Wow. Chen Yuning could no longer hold back. A mournful cry, inhuman in its veil, escaped her throat. Then she collapsed, collapsing to the ground and letting out a desperate and suppressed wail. She finally understood completely. All her previous boasting, scheming, and disdain were nothing but a joke in front of this woman. She thought Gong Eugen had found a rich woman and was a lucky gigolo. She was wrong. That's completely wrong. Gong Eugenian didn't just latch onto a powerful patron. He himself has become part of the thickest golden thigh in the world. And she, with her own hands, sawed off the thigh that originally had the potential to belong to her. Chun Jiangwo collapsed to the ground, clutching his head and uttering unintelligible sobs, completely losing all semblance of the dignity of a branch office manager. This scene was clearly witnessed by all the employees of the Murong group in the vicinity. For a moment, the entire square fell silent. Everyone was stunned by Murong Xiun's brief but possessive declaration. My man, these 4 words carry more weight than any clause in a commercial contract. Rumors about the newly appointed boss's wife, using drastic measures to protect her husband, making a company boss kneel down and beg for forgiveness in public, began to spread like wildfire in various work groups within the group at lightning speed. At this moment, Gong Eugen's position within the group was completely solidified, even deified. He is no longer just Yun Zong's husband. He is Yun Zong's Achilles heel. Gong Eugen and Murong Xiun did not turn back. They walked straight into the lobby of the magnificent building. Not far from the entrance, Assistant Zhao, dressed in a business suit and with an expressionless face, nodded slightly to them. She raised her hand and gave instructions to the security personnel in her earpiece at a volume only she could hear. Clean up the square, level A emergency plan. Then, she mouthed 2 words silently in the direction of Murong Xiun. Processed. Well-trained security personnel immediately appeared from both sides, one on the left and one on the right, and invited the distraught Chun father and daughter away from the square. The entire process was efficient, quiet, and allowed no resistance. Gong Yujin and Murong Shiyun had already boarded the private elevator that went directly to their top-floor office. Inside the elevator, the light was so bright, it was like a mirror. Neither of them mentioned what happened downstairs again, as if it were just a trivial matter, a speck of dust that they casually flicked away when leaving the house. Murong Shiyun had already taken out her tablet and started working on her day's tasks. As Gong Yujin looked at the two figures reflected on the elevator wall, an absurd thought suddenly popped into his mind. He and she, now they really do look a bit like Mr. and Mrs. Smith. I just don't know if we'll end up loving and hating each other in the future. Surely, no way? He glanced furtively at the woman beside him who was engrossed in her work. She loves me so much. How could she bear to kill me? The elevator doors opened on the top floor. Meanwhile, in the plaza downstairs, Chun Yuning, being dragged away by two security guards, used the last of her strength to turn her head. She could neither see Gong Eugenian nor Murong Shiyan. All she could see was the elevator door slowly closing, reflecting a cold, gleaming light. Her mouth was open, but no sound came out. Endless regret and pain completely consumed her. She understood. What she lost was not an ex-boyfriend, nor an opportunity to marry into a wealthy family. What she destroyed with her own hands was the entire world that she could have had, but could never touch again. Chapter 21. To feed the Empress? Conquer the kitchen first. The morning's work ended in an efficient yet eerily calm atmosphere. Gong Yujin was handling information about recent projects of the group's investment companies, which had been selected by Murong Shiyun. He can understand it, and he can absorb it. Finance is his profession. However, he never imagined that one day he would come into contact with the pinnacle of this field in this way. Back to the heavenly palace on the cloud top, Murong Shiyun took off her suit jacket and tossed it onto the sofa. She then sank into the soft sofa and remained motionless. Her eyes were closed, and her long eyelashes cast two light shadows on her fair skin. Gong Yujin walked over and poured a glass of warm water. He noticed it when he brought the glass to her lips. The faint bluish tinge under her eyes. It's very shallow, you can't even notice it unless you look closely. But Gong Yujin saw it clearly. He remembered last night, after he fell asleep. Did she go to work again? Or perhaps she didn't sleep much at all and was just waiting for him to wake up? A subtle pang of heartache, like a needle prick, gently pierced his heart. This empress, who appears omnipotent to outsiders and controls the global economic lifeline, always seems to possess a hidden vulnerability in his presence. He put down his water glass and bent down. Murong Shiyun seemed to sense his approach. Her eyelashes trembled, but she did not open them. Gong Eugenian remained silent. He stretched out his arms, one arm around her neck and the other around her knees. Then, with a gentle force that he himself was unaware of, he lifted her up from the sofa and carried her in his arms. It's very light. That was his first reaction. Despite being over 1.7 meters tall, when I held her, she felt like a weightless cloud. Murong Shiyun adjusted her position in his arms, and her head naturally rested against his chest. She found the most comfortable spot, rubbed against it a little, and then stopped moving completely. Obedient, like a cat being carried back to its bed by its owner. Gong Yujin carried her through the empty living room and towards the master bedroom. His steps were steady, but his heartbeat was a little erratic. This was the first time he had held her in this position. The bedroom door was ajar. He pushed the door open by turning sideways and then walked to the side of the ridiculously large bed. He carefully bent down, intending to put her down. This process was more difficult than he had imagined. He was afraid that if he moved too much, he would wake her up, and if he didn't use enough force, she would slip down. Finally, her body landed safely on the soft mattress. The mattress sank into a shallow curve. He straightened up and let out a long sigh of relief, feeling more tired than if he had done 100 pull-ups. He pulled over a silk quilt from the side, his movements somewhat clumsy as he tried to cover her up. The blanket is very slippery and soft, and it's always a bit unruly. He tugged at this side, and the other side slid down again. With great difficulty, they managed to wrap her up completely, leaving only her peaceful, sleeping head exposed. He looked at her. As Murong Shiyun slept, all her coldness and sharpness disappeared. The powerful aura that once made people afraid to look directly at is gone. She was just a slightly tired woman who needed to be taken care of. Gong Yujin felt that a part of his heart had collapsed and become incredibly soft. He prepared to turn and leave. Let her get a good night's sleep. However, His clothes were tightly gripped by a hand. It wasn't very forceful, but it was very stubborn. He lowered his head. Murong Xiun had already half opened her eyes without anyone noticing. Her pupils were still misty with sleep as she stared at him intently. He uttered a few indistinct syllables. Jin Yin. Her voice was nasal, soft, and husky. Don't go. Don't leave me. Gong Eugenian's movements froze completely. My heart felt like it was being squeezed tightly by an invisible hand. He looked at the undisguised dependence on her face and a deep-seated unease that she herself might not even be aware of. This woman, she has everything. Wealth, power, status. But she clung to his clothes like a little girl afraid of being abandoned. Gong Eugenian said nothing. He bent down. He gently placed a kiss on Murong Shiyun's smooth, full forehead. A warm touch, and they separated instantly. I'm not leaving. His voice was low, carrying a hint of tenderness that he himself was unaware of. I'll go make you something to eat. I'll be right back. You go to sleep first. Murong Shiyun finally slowly released her grip on his clothes. She closed her eyes, but a satisfied smile curved her lips slightly upwards. It seems that she has fallen into a deep sleep again. Gong Yujin tucked the blanket around her, then quietly left the bedroom and closed the door behind him. Standing in the empty corridor, he leaned against the wall and remained silent for a long time. Then, he rolled up his sleeves and headed toward the kitchen. He made his decision. I need to make her breakfast, or rather, lunch. The kitchen at the Heavenly Palace in the Clouds is far more extravagant than the kitchen of any five-star hotel where Gong Yujin had previously worked. The floor was as smooth as a mirror, the kitchen counter was spotless, and there were top-quality kitchen utensils, some he recognized and some he didn't, gleaming with metallic luster. This place is more like a sophisticated scientific laboratory. Aunt Wong was wearing an apron and slowly processing some fresh mushrooms at one of the workbenches. Seeing Gong Yujin walk in, she stopped what she was doing and a kind smile with a hint of understanding appeared on her face. Sir, are you hungry? What would you like to eat? I'll make it for you right away. Aunt Wong was well aware of Gong Yujin's culinary skills, which could be described as kitchen destroyer. Last time, he suddenly decided to fry an egg, which almost triggered the entire Heavenly Palace's fire alarm system. No, Angguang. Gong Yujin shook his head and walked to the huge double-door refrigerator that could be used as a mirror. I'll make something for her, he said not Murong Shiyun. Aunt Wong's smile deepened. She didn't ask any questions or stop them, she simply stepped aside silently and continued preparing her ingredients. But her peripheral vision never left Gong Yujin's figure. Gong Yujin opened the refrigerator door. A wave of cold air hit me. The dazzling array of top-quality ingredients inside made him feel dizzy for a moment. He abandoned the seemingly complicated meats and seafood and took out a carton of eggs, a bag of organic millet, and a few fresh-looking green vegetables from the refrigerator. Let's just make some porridge. He felt he could handle this. He found a snow-white ceramic pot, filled it with water, and put the rinsed rice into it. Then, he began to study the induction cooker in front of the stove, which looked even more complicated than the spaceship's control panel. Sir, Aunt Wang's voice rang out behind him at just the right moment. Madam likes to drink porridge, but her stomach said very good, and she can't eat rice that's too hard. Gong Yujin looked back. Aunt Wong pointed to a cabinet next to her that he hadn't noticed. There's pre-soaked organic pearl rice in there. Using that to cook porridge will make the texture softer and more glutinous. Gong Yujin readily accepted the good advice and exchanged the rice. He couldn't find the Chinese cleaver he was used to, so he picked up a Western-style chef's knife that looked very sharp. The knife was easy to use, but the few small green vegetables on the cutting board took on a postmodern deconstruction style under his knife. Some were cut into sections, some into strips, and some were flattened. Aunt Wong, standing nearby, twitched slightly at the corner of her eye, but she didn't say anything. Just as Gong Yujin was frantically preparing to crack the eggs, a perfectly timed turn casually placed an empty bowl and a pair of chopsticks in the most convenient spot within his reach. The porridge was slowly boiling in the pot, bubbling and gurgling. The aroma of rice began to fill the air. Gong Yujin stood by the pot, holding a spoon, stirring it clumsily, bit by bit. Aunt Wong watched his retreating figure. This tall and handsome young man seemed somewhat at a loss over a small matter in the kitchen. A motherly smile appeared on her face. She knew that from this day forward, this home would truly feel alive and warm. When Gong Yujin returned to the bedroom, carrying a wooden tray. Morong Shiyun has woken up. She leaned against the headboard, still wearing her silk nightgown, her long hair draped over her shoulders, giving her a languid beauty. When she saw the tray in his hand, her whole being lit up. She propped herself up on her arms and sat up straight, her movements revealing an undisguised anticipation. On the tray was a bowl of steaming millet porridge, a small dish of bright green vegetables, and a slightly burnt fried egg. The presentation is really not good. Gong Yujin placed the tray on the bedside table and sat down on the edge of the bed. He was a little afraid to look at Murong Shiyun's expression. "I did it," he spoke in a low voice, like a prisoner awaiting sentencing. "It might not taste very good." Murong Shiyun remained silent. She simply picked up the spoon, scooped up a spoonful of porridge, blew on it gently, and then put it in her mouth. She chewed quietly. Gong Yujin can hear his own heartbeat. "How is it?" he couldn't help but ask. Murong Shiyun swallowed the porridge, then looked up at him. She neither said delicious nor not delicious. She simply scooped up another spoonful and then held the spoon to his lips. Gong Yujin was stunned. "You should try some too." Her voice was soft and gentle. As if possessed, Gong Yujin opened his mouth and ate the porridge. The taste was really not good. The rice grains were a bit hard, the cooking time wasn't right, and he forgot to add salt. Bland and tasteless. However, when he looked up and met Murong Shiyun's gaze again, he saw that the corners of her mouth were uncontrollably curving upwards. That curve is very shallow, but the smile on her face was brighter and more genuine than any he had ever seen after a business success. She didn't say anything, but quietly withdrew her hand and drank the imperfect bowl of porridge, spoonful by spoonful, along with the dish of haphazardly chopped greens and the burnt fried egg. They ate all up. As Gong Yujin looked at her, the soft spot in his heart was completely filled with a warm feeling called satisfaction. Murong Shiyun put down her bowl and wiped her mouth with a napkin. She looked at Gong Yujin and suddenly spoke. "From now on, you'll be in charge of cooking all the meals at home." Chapter 21, When Ryu's Overt Scheme. War breaks out in the unseen place. The library at Jiangxing University is a place where time seems to slow down. The afternoon sun slanted through the tall glass windows, cutting countless paths of light in the air, where tiny dust particles tumbled and floated. The air was filled with the unique, dry, woody scent of old book pages, mixed with a faint smell of ink. Gong Yujin walked alone into this tranquil place. After spending too much time in the heavenly palace on the clouds, he realized he needed a place like this to rediscover a sense of reality as Gong Yujinian, rather than Murong Shiyun's husband. He bypassed the crowded first-floor reading area and went straight up the spiral staircase to the third-floor social science book depository. The bookshelves here are taller and denser, and the aisles are narrower. The light was dim, and the place was deserted. He found the deepest corner, where there was only a small single reading table next to a small window. A thin layer of dust had settled on the table. He took out a tissue and slowly wiped the table clean before sitting down and spreading out several project documents he had taken from Murong Shiyun's study. He needs some academic theory to support his understanding of these complex business models. The only sounds are the rustling of pages turning and the occasional rumble of a librarian pushing a book return cart in the distance. It's very quiet. It's a great place for thinking. Just as he was completely absorbed in the moment, a soft, slightly uncertain female voice sounded behind him. "Jin Yen." Gong Yujin's body stiffened for a moment. This sound, it's all too familiar. So familiar with her that she had appeared repeatedly in his dreams during countless sleepless nights. He slowly turned around, when Ryu was standing less than 2 meters behind him. Today she was wearing a slightly faded beige cotton dress that reached her ankles and a pair of clean white canvas shoes. Her long, smooth, jet black hair was simply draped naturally over her shoulders without any adornment. Her face was unadorned, and her light brown eyes, clear and bright, held a perfectly measured hint of surprise as she looked at him. She was holding a book in her arms, a German original professional book with a yellowed cover and even some cracks along the spine. The Evolutionary Paradox of Capital Structure and Corporate Governance. An old, out-of-print book. Gong Yujin recalled that in order to write a paper, he searched almost every bookstore and library in Jiangxing, but could not find this book. He once complained about this to Wen Ryu, who was volunteering at the library at the time, on a rainy afternoon. Surprisingly, she still remembered. Moreover, it was found. When Ryu, holding the book, walked towards him. Her steps were light, and the hem of her skirt swayed gently in the dim light among the bookshelves as she moved. She walked to Gong Yujin's side and gently placed the yellowed, old book on his desk. Jin Yin, the book you were looking for last time. I asked my cousin who is studying in Germany to find it in a used bookstore. Her voice, as always, was gentle, carrying a calming power. Perfect timing. I just received it today and was thinking of bringing it to you. Her wording was flawless. It was as if all of this was just a beautiful, unexpected coincidence. Gong Yujin reached out and picked up the book. The pages, worn smooth and fragile by the passage of time, reveal the texture of history when run through them with your fingertips. If he had received this gift a year ago, he would probably have been too excited to speak. He felt that she was the only person in the world who understood him. She was his confidant, his ideal woman. But now, he simply turned the pages of the book calmly. The heart that once beat wildly for her every smile and frown is now calm and still. There was no excitement. There was no joy. There wasn't even the slightest ripple. He just felt that the book was very heavy. Thanks. He spoke, his voice flat and devoid of emotion. When Ryu seemed oblivious to his coldness, she pulled out the chair opposite her and sat down naturally. There's no need for thanks between us. She smiled, revealing two shallow dimples. She didn't mention Chun Yuning, the conflict at the KTV, or the rampant rumors about him being kept by a rich woman. She simply looked at him and spoke in a purely academic tone. What have you been looking at lately? Are you still researching quantitative hedging models? I remember you were very interested in this before. Every word she spoke was like a precise key, attempting to unlock the door to his spiritual world. Every sentence avoids mentioning emotions, yet every word implies, we are people from the same world. We share a common language and common goals. We are soulmates. Gong Yujin did not answer her question, but simply closed the German book. You called me. Is there something you need? He asked directly. The smile on Wenryu's face seemed to freeze for a moment. But soon, she reverted to her gentle and considerate demeanor. I'm just a little worried about you. She lowered her eyes, her long eyelashes casting a shadow beneath them. Jin Yin, I've heard some things about you. I know you must be very sad to break up with Chen Yuning, but you shouldn't do that to demean yourself. They've arrived. Gong Yujin sneered inwardly. That was her real purpose for coming today. Under the guise of concern, they actually carried out a trial. I heard that you are now living in the home of a very wealthy woman. When Ryu's voice was lowered even further, tinged with a deep sense of regret and heartache. Jin Yin, that's not the path you should take. Your talent shouldn't be wasted on empty material enjoyment. People like us should have higher aspirations. She looked up and gazed intently at him. I just received an offer for a summer internship at Goldman Sachs, and we'll be going to Hong Kong Island soon. What about you? What are your plans for the future? Are you really planning to live like this forever? Her tone was so sincere. Her concern was so earnest. It was as if she really was that close friend who was heartbroken because he had gone astray. If it were the old Gong Yujin, he would probably have been utterly ashamed and embarrassed by such words. They will feel dirty and depraved. He is not worthy of her pure and noble white moonlight. But now, Gong Yujin listened quietly. He even sensed a hint of condescension and superiority in her words. She used her Goldman Sachs offer to contrast his current situation of being kept by Sugar Daddy. They used their shared academic ideals to belittle his now readily available material life. To kill someone is to destroy their spirit. This gentle knife is wielded beautifully. He neither refuted nor explained, because he knew that any explanation would be futile when dealing with someone like Ryu. The more you try to explain, the more she will feel that you've been hit where it hurts and that you're trying to cover it up. In Ryu's view, his silence was clearly another signal. It is the default. It's shame. There was nothing to say. Just then, from behind the bookshelf, not far away, came several suppressed whispers. Look, aren't those Ryu and Gongyu Jinyan? Wow, how did they end up together? I always thought they were a perfect couple. They're both top students, such a perfect match. Don't you know? Gong Yujin was dumped by Chun Yuning a long time ago. I heard he's now with a rich woman and living off her. No way. What a pity. Ryu is so wonderful, beautiful, kind-hearted, and from a good family, really. Look at the way Ryu looked at him, so full of regret. She must have come to comfort him. Alas, such a talented man and a beautiful woman. How could things end up like this? These sounds weren't loud, but in the quiet library, they were clear enough to reach everyone's ears. When Ryu heard it, a very faint, almost imperceptible curve appeared at the corner of her mouth. This is exactly the effect she wanted. She wanted everyone to see that it was she, when Ryu, who was saving the depraved Gong Eugenian. She wanted to create the illusion that she was the real one, while Murong Xian was just a third party who bought her feelings with money. She even leaned forward slightly, making a gesture as if she wanted to reach out and pat Gong Eugen's hand to comfort him. However, Gong Eugen withdrew his hand a second before she reached out. He picked up the German book on the table. When Ryu's hand awkwardly froze in mid-air, Gong Eugen stood up. He is over 1.88 meters tall. When he stood up, the imposing presence he exuded instantly changed the atmosphere of the room. He looked down at Wen Ryu, who was still sitting in the chair. His face remained expressionless, but his voice was several degrees colder than before. I'll accept the book. I'll transfer the money to you later. As for my life, you don't need to worry about it. After saying that, he took the German book and his own documents, turned around, and left. There wasn't the slightest bit of lingering affection. Simply, neat. A crack finally appeared on Wen Ryu's gentle expression. She hadn't expected Gong Eugen to react this way. That shouldn't be the case. That's not how the script went. Shouldn't he feel ashamed, pained, and then be moved by her sincerity? How dare he speak to her in such an attitude? As she watched Gong Eugenian leave without hesitation, a hint of anger and resentment flashed deep in her eyes. But when she turned her head to face the students who were casting inquiring glances, her face once again wore that compassionate and gentle expression. She sighed softly and shook her head, as if she felt deep regret for Gong Eugen's stubbornness. She perfectly played the role of a white moonlight who was betrayed. She stood up, straightened her long dress, and turned to leave, in the opposite direction from Gong Eugen. As she reached the entrance to the library, she seemed to sense something, suddenly stopped, and turned around. Her gaze traveled through rows of bookshelves, landing precisely on the corner where Gong Jinyan had disappeared. A faint, meaningful smile appeared on her face. The gentleness that had been there before was gone from that smile. Instead, there was an almost provocative, determined attitude. It was as if it were making a silent declaration. Gong Eugenian. This game has only just begun. Chapter 22, The First Wife Arrives. Wife, I'll give you two choices. Eat, or I'll feed you. Gong Eugen took the German book and left the third-floor library without looking back. Damn, he had only one word in his mind. When Ryu's actions were truly a textbook example of tea ceremony. First, they used a rare book to evoke shared memories, creating a confidant persona of, I'm the only one in the world who understands you. Then, she changed the subject, adopting the attitude of, I'm doing this for your own good, and accused him of being degenerate and kept by sugar daddy. Finally, they casually extend an olive branch, offering themselves an internship at Goldman Sachs, creating a devastating advantage. A series of combined measures, addressing sentiment, morality, and reality, comprehensively and thoroughly nailed him to the pillar of shame as a gigolo who lives off a woman. What's even more ingenious is that she deliberately chose a semi-public setting like a library, allowing the surrounding onlookers to witness firsthand how she, the white moonlight, saved her misguided ex-boyfriend's admirer. What's this called? This is called killing someone by destroying their spirit, and then making the whole village watch the entire process of destroying their spirit. The skill level is too high. Compared to her, a gold digger like Chun Yuning was like a bronze-level player meeting a king. Gong Eugenian was mentally ranting as he went downstairs. If it were him in the past, being hit by such a combo would probably have killed him on the spot, and he would have wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. But now, he felt nothing at all. He even felt a little like laughing. The house he lives in now is called the Heavenly Palace on the Clouds. The bed he sleeps in now is big enough for 10 of them to lie side by side. His wife can't be measured in money. Faced with such an absolute gap in strength, when Ryu's petty thoughts and his sense of superiority from his Goldman Sachs internship seemed particularly laughable. You're still basking in the glory of having earned a ticket to the beginner's village. I'm already eating, drinking, and having fun in the final boss's castle. We're not even on the same server, sis. Gong Eugen walked to the library entrance. The afternoon sun was a bit dazzling, and he subconsciously raised his hand to shield his eyes. He made his decision. He accepted the German book. The money must be transferred. Moreover, it has to be sold at 3 times the market price. The main message is, we're not familiar with each other, so don't get involved. As for her self-righteous saving and caring, oh, just think of it as listening to a stand-up comedy routine. At the same time, the CEO's office on the 101st floor of the Cloud Palace. It's so quiet here that you can hear the faint sound of the central air conditioning blowing air. Murong Shiyun was not processing documents. She stood in front of a floor-to-ceiling window that covered an entire wall, holding a golf putter in her hand, practicing her putting. A professional green simulation mat was laid on the ground, and a small white ball was stopped less than a meter away from the hole. This is a distance that poses no challenge, even for professional players. She got in a position, her arm propelling the putter with a smooth and precise motion. The putter head struck the center of the ball precisely. The ball rolled, tracing a perfect straight line. Then, it stopped strangely just 1 centimeter from the cave entrance. Murong Shiyun remained motionless, maintaining her position as she reeled in the rod. The office was deathly silent. Standing to the side, ready to report at any moment, Assistant Zhao felt that the cold sweat on his back was almost soaking his shirt. The military-grade encrypted tablet in her hand was displaying a set of photos and information that had just been transmitted back. The background of the photo is the 3rd-floor stacks of Jiangxing University Library. The main subjects of the photo are Gong Yujin and Wen Ruyu. In the photo, the two are sitting facing each other. Wen Ruyu is leaning forward with a gentle concern on her face, as if she wants to hold Gong Yujin's hand. The accompanying text details the entire process of their chance encounter, including every word Wen Ruyu uttered and every comment from the surrounding classmates. Miss Wen Ruyu said, "Your talent should not be wasted on those empty material enjoyments." Some students at the scene were saying, "Wen Ruyu is such a good person, beautiful and kind-hearted. It's such a pity." Assistant Zhao read out the last sentence of intelligence in a completely emotionless tone. Then she shut her mouth. She knew that at times like this, the more she said, the more mistakes she would make. Murong Shiyun finally moved. She slowly straightened up and casually tossed the expensive custom-made push rod onto the carpet. She walked behind her desk and sat down. The large ebony desk was completely empty except for a computer and a mobile phone. She didn't look at Assistant Zhao, nor did she say anything. She simply extended her slender fingers and, with a light touch, gently tapped her smooth temple. Another one. Assistant Zhao didn't dare to breathe. Having been by Murong Shiyun's side for so many years, she knew all too well what this little gesture meant. This was a sign that her patience was wearing thin and that murderous intent was brewing. The last thing that prompted her to take this action was a Wall Street hedge fund that attempted to short the Murong Group. What became of that fund? Oh, its founder is probably still living in a mine in some third-world country, experiencing life. Mr. Yun, Assistant Zhao began with difficulty. Should we initiate a background check and risk assessment for Ms. Wen? Murong Shiyun stopped moving. She raised her hand and pressed an internal communication button on the table. Zhao Lin. Her voice was so calm that it didn't reveal a single ripple. Yes, Mr. Yun. Assistant Zhao immediately straightened his back. Contact the Royal Kitchen to prepare an afternoon tea for 2, including macarons made with black truffles that were just flown in from France today, and hand-drip coffee made with freshly ground Jamaican Blue Mountain beans. Deliver it to the company building within 15 minutes. Also, prepare the car. We're going to Jiangxing University. A series of instructions, clear, concise, and unquestionable. Assistant Zhao was taken aback for a moment. She thought that what followed would be a devastating commercial attack on Wen Ruyu. Result: are you going to deliver afternoon tea? What kind of operation is this? But she didn't dare ask. Yes, Mr. Yun. She bowed and accepted the order, then turned and left the office as quickly as possible. Behind her, Murong Shiyun opened a drawer. He took out an exquisite velvet jewelry box. Open. Inside the box, a diamond ring lay quietly. It wasn't the one Gong Yujin gave her when he proposed. Instead, it was another men's ring, similar in style, but with a larger and more dazzling main diamond. She picked up the ring and gently stroked it with her fingertips. There was no superfluous movement on that strikingly beautiful face. but the temperature in the entire office seemed to have plummeted to freezing point. 15 minutes later, the entrance to Jiangxing University Library. A black Rolls-Royce Phantom silently came to a stop in front of the steps, under the astonished gazes of countless students. The car door opened. The first to step down was Assistant Zhao, dressed in a black business suit with a blank expression. She jogged around to the other side and opened the back door. A crystal shoe wearing black stiletto heels peeked out first. Next up was Murong Shiyun. She changed out of her cold suit and into a well-tailored black silk dress. The long dress had a simple design without any unnecessary embellishments, yet it perfectly accentuated her breathtaking figure. Her waist-length hair was casually draped over her shoulders, tracing graceful arcs as she walked. When she stood up straight and appeared before everyone, the entire entrance to the library fell into a deathly silence. All the noise, all the discussions, all the laughter came to an abrupt halt at this moment. The students who were coming and going all stopped in their tracks, as if someone had pressed the pause button. The air froze. It's an aura that can't be described in words. She doesn't need to speak or move. She simply stood there, and she became the center of the world. That innate, oppressive aura emanating from her, standing at the top of the power pyramid, made everyone in her presence subconsciously hold their breath. Murong Shiyun seemed oblivious to everything around her. She took the double-layered food box that Assistant Zhao handed her, which looked incredibly expensive, and then walked straight up the steps. Her high heels clicked rhythmically on the concrete steps. Each sound was like a heavy hammer blow, striking everyone's heart. An eerie silence also fell over the library. All the students who were engrossed in their studies in the reading room on the first floor seemed to be drawn up by an invisible force, and they all raised their heads at the same time. And they saw it. I saw the woman who walked in through the door, making the entire space pale in comparison. Murong Shiyun walked through the lobby on the first floor and up the spiral staircase, step by step, to the third floor. She walked steadily, her skirt swaying gracefully. Yet, everyone who saw her felt a strange sense of suffocation. Third floor bookstore. Gong Yujin had just found the corner where he had been sitting and hadn't even had a chance to sit down properly. He realized something was wrong. It's too quiet. The surrounding noises, the sounds of turning pages and footsteps, which were part of the background noise, all disappeared. He looked up in confusion. Then, he saw Murong Shiyun walking towards him. Gong Eugenian. He was completely numb. Big sister, what brings you here? This is the school library, not your backyard. You arrive in a Rolls-Royce, wearing a haute couture gown and carrying a food box. Are you trying to make sure everyone knows that I, Gong Eugenian, am being kept by you? Murong Shiyun walked straight to his small table. On the chair opposite the table, there were still traces of Wenruyu sitting. Murong Shiyun didn't even glance at the chair. She walked over to Gong Eugenian naturally and then sat down next to him. The single reading table suddenly became incredibly crowded. He could even smell that familiar, cool yet sweet fragrance emanating from her. Jin Yen, she spoke, breaking the silence. Then, in front of all the onlookers in the entire library, she opened the food box. She brought out a plate of exquisitely crafted macarons and a steaming cup of hand-drip coffee that looked very expensive. Then, she used the small silver fork provided in the food box to pick up a black macaron and gently brought it to Gong Eugen's lips. Gong Eugenian was completely stunned. He could feel that from all directions, countless expressions of shock, astonishment, envy, and jealousy were focused on him. His face was burning. Open your mouth. Murong Shiyun spoke softly in a tone that was both authoritative and coaxing. Gong Eugen mechanically opened his mouth. The macaron, with its rich truffle aroma, was put into his mouth. It's sickeningly sweet. The next second, Murong Shiyun took out a clean white silk handkerchief from the food box. She reached out and, with an incredibly natural, practiced motion, as if she had done it 1,000 times, gently wiped the corner of his mouth. It was as if some debris had actually gotten stuck there. Gong Eugenian. It's over. Even jumping into the Yellow River wouldn't clear my name. And not far away, at the corner of a bookshelf, Wenruyu, who was about to leave, also witnessed this scene. The compassionate tenderness on her face froze instantly. Her meticulously planned, gentle offensive, her proud soul resonance, and her sense of superiority regarding her Goldman Sachs internship. In front of this woman, in front of this simple and straightforward macaron, it appeared extremely pale. Utterly ridiculous. In fact, it's incredibly cheap. Just then, the woman who was wiping Gong Yujin's mouth seemed to casually look up and glance in her direction. Just one glance. It's very light and faint, but it caused Ryu's blood to freeze instantly. What kind of feeling is that? That was not a warning, not a provocation, and certainly not a demonstration. It was a pure, indifferent scrutiny from a higher level of life. It's like a human looking at an ant blocking the road. They could be crushed to death. It's also possible to be ignored. Everything depends on your mood. Gong Yujin also sensed the strong possessiveness emanating from the woman beside him. He sighed. He reached out and gently patted her hand, which was resting on his knee. His movements carried a hint of helplessness and a hint of doting affection that he himself was unaware of. Stop fooling around. That's enough. If you keep going like this, the entire library will be shaken to its core by your domineering aura. When Ryu stood still, motionless, the German book in her hand, which she had obtained through countless connections, was the core tool of her gentle offensive. At this moment, it became incredibly heavy. The mental shackles she used to control Gong Yujin were shattered by this woman in the most unreasonable and unromantic way. She felt her fingers tightening, and the edges of the yellowed, old book were deeply creased from her gripping. Endless resentment and frustration, like icy seawater, completely overwhelmed her. Chapter 23 Slap in the Face Preview. When Ryu sets up a trap, the library incident escalated faster than Gong Yujin had imagined. In just one afternoon, the legend of a cold and aloof female CEO suddenly appears in the library and feeds a gigolo with expensive macarons, has replaced the drama of his senior student with a bright and clear mind admonishing a degenerate junior, and has become the most popular post on Jiangxing University Forum. The post included candid photos of a Rolls-Royce Phantom, a picture of Murong Shiyun walking into the library with an aura of power, and a blurry photo taken by someone from a corner of the third-floor stacks, but full of atmosphere. In the photo, Murong Shiyun is facing the camera sideways, leaning slightly forward, holding a silk handkerchief and gently wiping the corner of Gong Yujin's mouth. Gong Yujin sat quietly, letting her do as she pleased. Sunlight streamed in through the window behind him, casting a golden glow on both of them. The scene is as harmonious as a classical oil painting. The sentiment in the comments section of this post has completely shifted. Holy crap, this guy's a gigolo? This is clearly living like royalty. This woman's aura. I felt weak in the knees just looking at her through the screen. She's not just a rich woman, she's a queen. I'm so jealous. I'm so jealous. I'd be willing to give up 10 years of my life to be kept by a woman like that. I'd do it for 10 years. 20. Did you guys see those food boxes? My knowledgeable classmate said they're special food boxes supplied by the Imperial Kitchen. Ordinary people don't even have the right to order them. When Ryu naturally saw the post as well, she sat in her clean and tidy dormitory, looking at the glaring comments on her phone screen. The calm and gentle demeanor on her face finally crumbled. She lost. In terms of public opinion, they suffered a complete defeat. Her carefully crafted savior image was shattered by Murong Shiyun's simple and brutal feeding action. People don't care about spiritual resonance or academic ideals. They only saw power, money, and a man being excessively pampered by a woman at the top. When Ryu turned off her phone, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath, the air still seemed to linger with the cloyingly sweet scent of black truffles from the library. She couldn't just let it go like that. She had to pull Gong Yujin back from that woman's world to her own path. She picked up her phone again and opened Gong Yujin's chat window. Fingers flew across the screen, each word carefully considered. Jin Yin, I was too impulsive at the library last time. I hope you don't mind. I was just too worried about you. By the way, our finance department will be hosting an academic salon this Friday evening in the lecture hall of the Economics and Management building. My uncle, the one I mentioned to you, Uncle Wang, who is an executive at Morgan Stanley on Wall Street, is back in China and will be a keynote speaker to share some of the latest developments in global macro hedge funds. I know you've always been interested in this field. If you'd like to come, I can introduce you to it. This should be a great help to your future development. Send. Looking at the successfully sent message, when Ryu's lips curled into a confident smile once again. She didn't believe it. She didn't believe that Gong Yujin could resist such a temptation. Those are top investment banking executives on Wall Street. They are the kind of connections that countless finance students dream of. She wanted to show Gong Yujin that what she possessed was not just so-called spiritual resonance, but a real, top-tier network of connections that could pave the way for his future. She wanted him to feel, in the true halls of academia, the insurmountable chasm between himself and that rich woman who only knew how to throw money around. This time, she will decide the battlefield. She also sets the rules. Heavenly Palace on the cloud top. When Gong Yujin came out of the shower, he saw the text message that Ru Yu had sent to his phone. He dried his hair and read it word by word. Then I laughed. A Morgan Stanley executive introduced me to him. He walked into the living room, where Murong Shiyun was sitting cross-legged on the sofa, holding a laptop and intently looking at the candlestick chart. She looked up when she heard his voice. Gong Yujin handed her the phone and waved it. It seems like your husband is being looked down upon. Murong Shiyun's gaze lingered on the phone screen for 3 seconds. Then, she put down her laptop. Do you want to go? She asked. Go, why wouldn't I go? Gong Yujin sat down next to her, took the laptop from her hand, and closed it casually. They invited me so warmly, introducing me to top-tier connections. I have to give them face. There was a hint of amusement in his tone. Murong Shiyun looked at him, a dangerous glint flashing in her cold gray eyes. But she didn't say anything. She simply picked up her phone again and sent a message to Assistant Zhao. The information contains only one name and a question mark. Robert. 3 seconds later, Assistant Zhao replied with a single word. Exist. Murong Shiyun put down her phone and leaned over, resting her head on Gong Yujin's shoulder. I'll go with you on Friday night. No. Gong Yujin refused without even thinking. How can we have fun if you go? What he wanted to see was Ru Yu's entire journey from being full of confidence to questioning the meaning of life. Murong Shiyun's appearance was a bombshell, so what's the point? I'm worried about you going alone, Murong Shiyun said in a muffled voice. Don't worry, Gong Yujin patted her hand. I promise, not a single hair will be missing, and I'll bring you a surprise. He picked up his phone and replied to Ru Yu with 4 words. I will attend on time. Friday, 7 p.m. Jiangxing University, Economics and Management Building, Lecture Hall. Half an hour before the salon officially began, the huge lecture hall was already packed. The corridor was even filled with students who had come specifically to hear about it. The atmosphere was so lively, it felt like a celebrity meet and greet. Today, when Ru Yu wore a light, gray Chanel-style jacket paired with a white pleated skirt, her hair was carefully styled, and she wore delicate light makeup. She exudes both the competence of a career woman and the innocence of a student. Instead of sitting in the audience, she stood by the podium with several professors from the department, smiling and nodding to each student who came to greet her, acting as a semi-organizer. She is undoubtedly the focus of the evening. Everyone knows that the reason this salon was able to attract Wall Street bigwigs is entirely due to Ru Yu's connections. Ru Yu, your uncle is really amazing. He's a senior executive at Morgan Stanley. Yes, Ru Yu. Could you give me an autograph later? Senior Ru Yu, are you going to Wall Street after graduation? I'm so envious. Faced with the praise and envy of her classmates, Ru Yu simply smiled modestly. Uncle Wong just happened to be passing by, so please don't be so polite. The most important thing is that we can chat with everyone. Even so, the pride in her eyes was impossible to hide. Her gaze kept drifting towards the entrance of the lecture hall. She is waiting for that person to appear. She has already made up her mind. When Gong Yujin arrives, she will take him to the front row, to the very center, and then introduce him to her uncle in front of everyone. She wanted to show him what real high society was like. It's not about luxury cars and watches bought with women, but about the top-tier social circles built on knowledge and connections that can influence a person's future. She wanted to use this method, gently yet firmly, to pull him back from that wrong path. Time passed second by second. 7:20, 7:25. There were only 5 minutes left before the salon started. The number of people at the entrance of the lecture hall was gradually decreasing. Gong Yujin still hasn't appeared. When Ru Yu's smile began to look somewhat forced, she took out her phone, wanted to ask him where he was. Just then, the phone screen lit up. It was a text message from Gong Yujin. The content was so brief, it was almost perfunctory. Something came up unexpectedly, sorry. Boom! When Ru Yu felt as if something had exploded in her mind. He isn't coming? Did he stand her up? How could that be? This was the path she had painstakingly paved for him. It was his only chance to connect with the truly elite circles. How could he dare not come? Why shouldn't he come? A surge of anger and confusion at being mocked rushed to her head. She had meticulously prepared the script all night, but the lead actor was nowhere to be found. This turned all her subsequent performances into a joke. When Ryu gripped her phone tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force, she forced herself to calm down. It doesn't matter. If he doesn't come, he'll be the one who suffers. Tonight's salon will once again be a resounding success because of her uncle's presence. Gong Eugenian, on the other hand, will only appear more foolish and pathetic for missing this opportunity. Right? That's it. She took a deep breath, tried to adjust her expression, and put on that calm and elegant smile again. However, at that moment, Professor Lee, the head of the finance department and the organizer of the salon, took the microphone and walked onto the stage. His face showed an undisguised apology and embarrassment. Good evening, students and teachers. I regret to inform everyone of a temporary change. Professor Lee cleared his throat, and the entire lecture hall fell silent instantly. Our original keynote speaker, Mr. Wang Jianhong from Morgan Stanley, will be unable to attend our salon tonight due to some unforeseen personal reasons. The words had barely left his mouth. The entire audience erupted in uproar. Huh, you're not coming. What's going on? I came all the way from the school next door. I waited all night for nothing. The color drained from Ryu's face in an instant. Her uncle isn't coming? How could that be? She had spoken to her uncle on the phone just half an hour ago to confirm that he was already on his way. She felt her world begin to spin. It's over. Everything is over. All her glory tonight is built on the presence of her uncle. Now, that foundation has collapsed. She could almost feel that the classmates who had been praising her just moments before were now looking at her with skepticism and amusement. Just when Ryu felt she was about to lose her balance, Professor Lee, on the stage, suddenly changed the subject. However, everyone can rest assured. His voice rose another octave, and a mysterious yet excited expression appeared on his face. Although Mr. Wang is unable to attend, we are extremely honored to have an even more distinguished mystery guest join us for tonight's sharing. Chapter 24, Dimensional Reduction Attack. A Wall Street legend makes its debut. Professor Lee's words were like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, instantly creating ripples throughout the huge tiered lecture hall. An uproar ensued. Whispers rose like a tide. What's going on? Wang Jianhong isn't coming. No way. I waited all night just for this. Where does that leave when Ryu's face? She's the one who invited them. These comments, like red-hot steel needles, pierced when Ryu's ears. Her face paled even more. The plan was disrupted. All her sense of superiority and meticulous calculations were based on the presence of her Wall Street uncle. Now, the foundation has collapsed. She became the laughingstock of the entire room. But Professor Lee's next words made her heart leap into her throat. An even more high-profile mystery guest? Who is it? Who else in Jiangxing is more influential than the executives at Morgan Stanley? When Ryu's mind raced, searching for all possible candidates. However, she couldn't have imagined any of them. It wasn't just her. All the students present, and even the senior finance professors in the front row, looked puzzled, under the watchful eyes of hundreds of people in the audience. The VIP passage door on the side of the auditorium was slowly pushed open. A figure emerged from the shadows behind the door. He was a tall Western man. He looked to be around 50 years old, with his silver-gray hair neatly combed and his deep blue eyes calm and serene. He wore a perfectly tailored, dark blue, bespoke suit, with a glimpse of a white shirt cuff peeking out from his wrist and a watch that looked understated yet was quite valuable. He walked very slowly. His steps were steady and unhurried. The leather shoes made no extra sound as they stepped on the smooth floor. He was like a moving, silent mountain. It carries an invisible yet incredibly heavy sense of oppression. All the noise and discussion in the room mysteriously subsided the moment he appeared. The air seemed to freeze. The man's gaze calmly swept across the entire room. It's a kind of calm that comes from having seen it all and become accustomed to the bloodshed and turmoil of the capitalist world. He didn't linger on anyone and went straight to the podium. Professor Lee quickly went to greet him, grasped the man's hands with both of his, and his posture was so respectful that it was even somewhat humble. Mr. Robert, Thank you very much for taking the time to come. Robert? This name was unfamiliar to most of the students in the audience, but the expressions on the faces of the professors in the front row changed instantly. From doubt to shock. Even more so, it was horrifying. Robert? Could it be that Robert? Robert Anderson, the chief investment officer of the Moron Group, a vulture on Wall Street? Oh my God, how did he get here? The professor's whispers exploded like thunderclaps in the quiet lecture hall. Moron Group, that legendary, world's largest conglomerate, chief investment officer. The weight of those 4 words left all the finance students feeling suffocated. Morgan Stanley executives? What does that compare to the chief investment officer of the Moron Group? That's at most a regional manager who encountered the top decision maker parachuted in from the group headquarters. They're not even in the same league. When Ryu stood by the podium, her body beginning to tremble slightly. Of course, she knew who Robert was. Every finance student studies this man's investment cases as if they were Bibles. He is a living legend. They are at the very top of the Wall Street pyramid. But why did he come? Why would he show up at a small, university academic salon? A strong sense of unease rose in Ryu's heart. Robert took the microphone from Professor Lee. He adjusted the height of the microphone with an elegant movement. Then, his deep blue eyes swept across the entire room once more. This time, a polite yet distant smile appeared on his lips. He spoke. The pure English, with its Oxford accent, was clearly transmitted through the sound system to every corner of the lecture hall. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor, he then repeated in fluent Chinese, making sure everyone could understand. I can speak with you all on behalf of our boss, Mr. Eugene Yin. Dead silence. The silence was so profound you could hear a pin drop. The entire auditorium, filled with hundreds of people, seemed to have their souls collectively ripped out in that instant. Time stood still. The air froze. Everyone's brain went into a state of malfunction because of that sentence. What did they hear? Boss, Mr. Gong Eugenian? Which Gong Eugenian? Is it the one they knew, the one who was dumped by Chun Yuning, the one who was rumored to be kept by a rich woman, the orphan genius Gong Eugenian? Impossible. That's absolutely impossible. After a brief silence, it was an even more terrifying, oppressive silence. No one dared to speak. No one dared to say anything. Everyone stared wide-eyed and gaped, looking at the man on the stage with an expression of witnessing a miracle. It was as if they were confirming whether they were experiencing collective auditory hallucinations. Snap! A soft sound. In the deathly silent lecture hall, it sounded particularly jarring. She is gentle and kind. The stack of material she had carefully prepared, detailing her uncle's illustrious resume, slipped from her stiff fingers. White papers, like snowflakes, were scattered all over the ground. Her face was completely devoid of color. That face, which always wore a gentle smile, was now blank and lifeless. Her mind was in a whirl. What is Robert saying? Boss, Mr. Gong Eugene? These 7 words were like a poisoned, red-hot iron hammer, striking her head again and again. Her pride, her confidence, her scheming, her sense of superiority stemmed from the idea that we are all from the same world. It was smashed to pieces. It smashed to pieces. Her meticulously planned trap, her top-tier connections that she was so proud of. At this moment, it became a huge joke. She thought she was the hunter and had set the perfect trap. As it turned out, the other party didn't fall into her trap at all. Instead, they deployed a space carrier, hovered above her head, and aimed their main guns at her ridiculous trap made of branches and thatch. This isn't a slap in the face. This is a dimensional reduction attack. Those classmates who had previously gossiped about Gong Eugene being a kept man now looked at each other in disbelief, their faces filled with shock. They finally understood. What kind of gigolo? What does it mean to be kept by a sugar daddy sugar baby? That queen who suddenly appeared in the library and whose aura overwhelmed everyone was probably not a rich woman at all. Instead, he's Gong Eugene's subordinate. This guess is too crazy. It was so crazy that they felt their worldview was collapsing and being rebuilt. In a corner of the audience seats, a middle-aged man wearing a Zegna suit suddenly jolted. He was Ryu's uncle, Wang Jianhong of Morgan Stanley. He did not refuse to come. He was just late. He had just entered the lecture hall when he heard Robert's words. The color drained from his face instantly, replaced by deep shock and a hint of awe. As a member of Wall Street, he knew better than anyone what the name Robert Anderson meant. it becomes clearer what it means to be someone whom Robert respectfully calls boss. He instinctively shrank his neck and hid himself in the crowd, afraid that Robert on the stage would see him. He felt a wave of fear wash over him. Luckily, I was stuck in traffic and was late. Otherwise, if I were to actually go on stage and boast in front of Robert, he dare not think about the consequences. On the podium, Robert seemed oblivious to the massive uproar he was causing in the audience. He opened his PowerPoint presentation. It was a PPT presented entirely in English, with a minimalist design, yet exuding a top-notch professional feel. Today, I mainly want to share 3 aspects with you. He began his speech. Not a single word wasted. From the latest global macroeconomic trends to several cutting-edge models for quantitative hedge funds, and then to the application prospects of artificial intelligence in the financial field over the next decade. His speech was professional, insightful, and full of first-hand data and case studies. Its depth and breadth far exceed the scope of an ordinary academic salon. This was not a lecture at all. This is an internal strategy sharing session with the top minds on Wall Street. The students in the audience had gradually recovered from their initial shock. They started taking notes frantically and started recording audio on their phones. They knew that any word they heard tonight could become the most valuable asset in their future careers. The academic value of the entire lecture hall was elevated to an unprecedented level because of Robert's presence. At the same time, the heavenly palace on the clouds, 101st floor, outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, the city's dazzling night view unfolds. Gong Yujin leaned back in the soft sofa, calmly watching the holographic projection floating in front of him. On the screen was a live broadcast of the tiered lecture hall. Assistant Zhao stood to the side and served him a cup of freshly brewed hot tea. Gong Yujin looked at Wen Ruyu's face on the screen, which looked lost and dejected, as if all her energy had been drained away. He picked up his teacup and took a small sip. A barely perceptible, slightly mocking smile curved at the corners of his lips. In the lecture hall, Robert has already talked about the interactive segment. Wen Ryu remained standing in the same spot, motionless, like a pale statue that has lost its soul. She stared blankly at the man on the podium, who spoke eloquently and radiated brilliance. She finally understood completely. Gong Eugenian did not refuse to come. He simply disdained to come. He didn't stand her up. He simply attended the war she had started in a way that she could neither understand nor reach. And they achieved an overwhelming victory. Her world collapsed completely at that moment. Chapter 25, A Gentle Manipulation. Professor, please begin your performance. The arrival of Robert Anderson brought a powerful impact to Jiangxing University, even stronger than an 8-magnitude earthquake. That so-called academic salon was later dubbed Night of Miracles by well-meaning people. The legend of Gong Eugenian underwent a complete iteration overnight. From version 1.0, a gigolo kept by a rich woman, we skipped all the intermediate versions and fast-forwarded to the final form of 5.0, a godfather hidden among humans. The campus forum server was practically smoking from all the messages. Holy crap, does anyone here understand this? I thought it was some kind of son-in-law novel, but it turns out to be a super rich urban fantasy plus version. What do you mean by living off a woman? That's called resource integration. That's called strategic investment. I declare that from today onwards, Gong Yujin is my spiritual mentor. Wake up, you upstairs. You're not even qualified to be an investor. I checked yesterday. The amount of money Robert Anderson handled last year was in the trillions in US dollars. Gong Yujin is his boss. What does that mean? The idea is that the observatory on the mountaintop of our school might have been Gong Yujin's personal toy for stargazing at night. The flames of rumors and gossip burned in the wrong direction. As Gong Yujin walked around the campus, he was met with a complex mix of awe, envy, and the desire for guidance from a big shot. Even the cafeteria ladies serving him food stopped shaking and piled up a small mountain of braised pork. Hey classmate, eat more. You've been working hard on your brain. Gong Eugenian. Thank you, Auntie, but I'm really just an ordinary college student who wants to study hard. However, just when the whole school assumed that he had ascended to another dimension, a new undercurrent began to quietly surge. TCH, isn't he just a lucky pretty boy? What's so great about power gained through women? Exactly. Do you see him still coming to class? He's probably been completely drained by the allure of the world, and has forgotten even the most basic professional knowledge. I heard that when Ryu, a senior in the finance department, felt sorry for him. She said that he was originally a very talented person, but now he is completely ruined and academically dead. This argument is precise, malicious, and hits the nail on the head. Instead of attacking Gong Yujin's gold digger behavior, it began to deconstruct his legitimacy as a top student. The subtext is clear. You, Gong Yujin, are nothing but an empty shell corrupted by capital. Strip away that cloak of money, and you are nothing. This combination of punches was both insidious and malicious. Gong Yujin first heard this story from Murong Hai, who mysteriously leaned over and told him, "Brother Nyen, the martial arts world is in crisis. Those guys can't beat you, so they've started attacking you with their cultural knowledge. They're saying you've committed academic misconduct." Murong Hai was so angry that his face turned red. Gong Yujin was flipping through books in the library at the time, and he didn't even look up. Oh, just one oh. Murong Hai was furious. This is a matter of dignity. They're questioning your intelligence. How can you tolerate this? Otherwise what? Gong Yujin turned a page of his book. Engage them in a war of words. Say I wasn't completely drained, that I could still do 3 practice exams in one night. Mudong Hai. It seems a bit silly. Gong Yujin was well aware of where this unhealthy trend came from. Gentle and warm like jade. No one but her would use such a hypocritical, pity for their misfortune, anger at their lack of resistance tone. Gong Yujin closed the book and stretched. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention. Arguing with someone like when Ryu is beneath you. These days, all he thinks about is how to help his silly wife deal with more complicated problems. He has no time to play in the mud with little kids. When Ryu scrolled through the posts on her phone one by one, her fingertips almost piercing the screen with her force. She was not convinced. How could she possibly accept that? She attributed her crushing defeat to Gong Yujin's complete moral decay. He was corrupted by money. He forgot the academic galaxy they once gazed upon together. He became an empty shell who only knew how to depend on women. And that woman named Murong Shiyun, only knows how to use this crude and despicable money offensive. Does she know what soul resonance is? Does she know what academic pursuit is? Don't know. All she knows is throwing money around. When Ryu turned off her phone and let out a long breath. She cannot lose. She had to bring Gong Yujin back. Since her business and networking battlegrounds have been crushed by the other party in an inhuman way, she decided to reclaim her territory in the area where she was most skilled and confident. Academic. She wanted to show Gong Yujin and everyone else how utterly vulnerable he was in the face of true knowledge, his mind emptied by money. A plan quickly took shape in her mind. In the office of Lin Dehua, a senior professor in the Department of Finance, there's always a mixed smell of old books and ink. Lin Dehua, a stubborn old man in his 50s with gray hair and wearing reading glasses. He was Gong Yujin's mentor during his freshman year of college. He had high hopes for him and praised Gong Yujin's talent in public on more than one occasion. When Ryu, carrying several thick professional books, knocked on the office door. "Professor Lin." She placed a book on the desk, a perfectly timed smile tinged with worry on her face. "Oh, it's Ryu." Lin Dehua pushed up his glasses. "Have a seat. Do you have any academic questions?" "No, professor." When Ryu sat down in the chair opposite him, placing her hands neatly on her knees. "I'm here to talk to you about Jin Yen." Lin Dehua's interest was piqued when Gong Yujin was mentioned. "Oh, how's Jin Yen doing lately? I heard he was the one who invited Mr. Robert to his lecture last time." Lin Dehua's words were somewhat uncertain, as that incident had a great impact on an old-school scholar like himself. When Ryu lowered her long eyelashes, concealing all her emotions. "Professor, that's what everyone outside says, but you've watched him get to where he is today. Do you think that's possible?" She didn't answer directly, but instead asked a question, which successfully made Lin Dehua fall into deep thought. Yes, Gong Yujin is an orphan who lives on scholarships. How could he possibly persuade Robert Anderson to come? Seeing that the time was almost right, when Ryu sighed softly in an extremely regretful tone. "Professor, I'm really worried about him. Ever since he got together with that rich woman, he has changed. I ran into him at the library last time and want to chat with him about recent academic developments, but he didn't seem interested at all. He wasn't like this before. He used to light up whenever he talked about a new financial model." As when Ryu spoke, she paused at just the right moment, raised her hand and gently pressed the corner of her eye with her fingertips, as if she were enduring some great sorrow. I know that it's hard for young people to resist temptation, but he has such great talent. It would be such a waste to let it go to waste. I had invited him to the last academic salon, hoping he could broaden his horizons and rediscover his original aspirations. But he preferred to stay at home rather than come. I heard that he has been attending very few classes lately. Every word was like a hammer wrapped in cotton, not heavy, but striking Lin Dehua's heart repeatedly. Regret. Concern. I am heartbroken. When Ryu perfectly portrayed the image of a white moonlight, who was heartbroken when her friend went astray. As she spoke, Lin Dehua's face gradually darkened. What he hates most is the fall of geniuses, especially when it's because of money, something he despises the most. Nonsense. Lin Dehua slammed his hand on the table, making the pen holder on a jump. This is utter nonsense. This is self-degradation. When Ryu was startled by the angry shout and shrank back, but in her heart, a flower of victory bloomed. Professor, please don't be angry, she quickly comforted. Perhaps he was just confused for a moment. We should help him, shouldn't we? Help? How can we help? Lin Dehua was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. He's being kept by that woman now, living a life of luxury. He won't listen to the advice of us poor school teachers. No. When Ryu shook her head, her voice soft but firm, what he cared about most was always his professional ability. This was his last bit of pride. She raised her head and looked directly at Lin Dehua. Professor, you are his mentor. He will definitely listen to you. Perhaps you could give him a little reminder in class. Make him realize how far behind he is. Only when he feels the pain will he possibly wake up. Lin Dehua stared at Ryu, his gray eyebrows furrowed tightly, asking a question in front of the class, making a student lose face. This goes against his principles as a teacher. When Ryu noticed his hesitation and immediately added fuel to the fire. Professor, I know this will put you in a difficult position, but it's for Jin Yan's sake. A short, sharp pain is worse than a long, drawn-out one. Moreover, this is also to warn other students not to go down this wrong path. You are saving a genius and defending the academic atmosphere of Jiangxing University. Saving a genius. Defend academic integrity. These two words precisely struck at Lin Dehua's weak spot. His sense of responsibility and mission as an old-school intellectual was instantly ignited. Looking at the kind, sincere, and dedicated student in front of him who was running around for his friends, and then thinking about this self-degrading Gong Yujin, the scales in his heart tipped completely. All right, Lin Dehua made up his mind. Let us do it this way. I want to see how much that extravagant lifestyle has drained him. When Ryu's plan succeeded, she exploited the kindness and sense of responsibility of a stubborn old professor to prepare a grand and public academic execution for Gong Yujin. Wednesday afternoon, the advanced professional course for the finance department, financial derivatives, and risk management. The lecture hall, which can accommodate 300 people, was packed to capacity. Professor Lin Dehua's classes are known for being packed with valuable information and quite challenging. Gong Yujin sat in a window seat in the back row of the classroom, idly twirling his pen. Murong Xian went on a business trip to Europe, and he instantly went from being her personal caretaker back to being an idle and lonely college student, which he found a little hard to get used to. On the podium, Professor Lin Dehua was lecturing on the pricing model of path-dependent options. Suddenly, he stopped. The classroom fell silent instantly. Lin Dehua pushed up his reading glasses, his sharp gaze sweeping across the classroom before finally settling precisely on Gong Yujin. Gong Yujin. Whoosh! The entire class turned their heads in unison. Countless gazes, a mixture of curiosity, scrutiny, and schadenfreude, focused on Gong Yujin. Gong Yujin stopped twirling his pen and stood up, somewhat bewildered. What's this old man up to? When Ryu sat in the middle of the first row, she didn't turn around, but Gong Yujin could clearly see her straight back and her innocent posture that said, I don't know anything, I'm just a good student who listens attentively in class. Gong Yujin sighed inwardly. I understand. The feast at Hongmen Plus version. Last time you couldn't get me to treat you to a meal, so this time you're taking attendance in class, right? On the podium, Lin Dehua adjusted the microphone and spoke in a detached, businesslike tone. Since we've brought up models, let's discuss a problem in a practical application. Last month, A Wall Street hedge fund called Acheron Capital suffered a loss of more than $3 billion overnight due to a misjudgment of complex derivatives of the VIX Fear Index. The pricing model they used was based on Monte Carlo simulation and incorporated GRCH volatility cluster correction. Now, analyze why this model failed. And if you were their fund manager, how would you improve the model to mitigate this type of risk? The words had barely left his mouth. A collective gasp filled the classroom. Holy crap! What kind of divine question is this? Acheron Capital went bankrupt? This news only broke last week. It's not in textbooks at all. This question is too tricky. It requires not only understanding the model, but also having a deep understanding of the market. How is an undergraduate student supposed to answer that? The students began to whisper among themselves, their gazes towards Gong Yujin filled with sympathy and a sense of anticipation. This is no longer a question. This is making things difficult. It was blatant public humiliation. Everyone thought that Gong Yujin was doomed this time. How could someone who is kept by a rich woman and spends his days eating, drinking, and having fun possibly keep up with the ever-changing financial market? He probably doesn't even know what Acheron Capital does. Meanwhile, in a castle far away in Europe, Murong Shiyun has just finished a video conference on a cross-border merger and acquisition. Assistant Zhao respectfully handed her a tablet computer. On the screen is a live monitoring feed from the lecture hall at Jiangxing University. High-definition picture quality and clear sound recording. Every word Lin Dehua spoke was clearly transmitted. Assistant Zhao reported expressionlessly. President Yun, the target is Lin Dehua, a professor in the finance department of Jiangxing University. According to intelligence, when Yu visited his office privately 2 days ago and stayed for 47 minutes, Murong Shiyun remained silent. She simply stretched out her slender fingers and picked up a cup of steaming black tea from a table. Then, she glanced at the screen and saw her man standing in the classroom, being watched by everyone. Then, her gaze fell on the woman named Yu in the first row. Assistant Zhao felt the room temperature suddenly drop several degrees. She saw her queen-like boss, with an extremely slow motion, bring the cup of scalding hot black tea to her lips and gently blow on it. I didn't drink a drop. Then, slowly, it was put back in its original place. The bone china teacup and saucer collided, producing a very faint yet incredibly clear click. Assistant Zhao's heart skipped a beat. She immediately looked down and typed a line on her encrypted phone. Initiate the highest level risk assessment of Lin Dehua, compiling all his academic achievements, interpersonal relationships, and financial situation. I need to see the report within 30 minutes. And in the lecture hall of Jiangxing University, Gong Yujin stood there, facing Professor Lin Dehua's condescending judgment and the onlookers of the entire class. His face showed none of the panic, embarrassment, or shame that everyone had expected. Calm. It was eerily calm. When Ryu sat in the front row, and she could feel the fervent atmosphere of anticipation for the judgment from the discussions and commotion of her classmates. She felt certain of winning. This time, Gong Yujin had no external support to rely on. There are no Rolls Royces, no exorbitantly priced macarons, and certainly no Robert Anderson. This is a temple of knowledge. Here, he can only rely on himself. A person whose soul has been corrupted by money will have a rusty brain. Looking at the lone figure standing below the podium, a mixture of triumphant pleasure and pity for his misfortune filled her heart. The curve of her lips turned up even wider. She believes that Gong Yujin will be completely defeated this time and return to his original track. She had already foreseen his humiliation, criticism, and eventual loss. Chapter 26 Professor, your ignorance makes me feel sorry for you. Gong Yujin stood up, but did not speak immediately. He simply glanced calmly at Professor Lin Dehua on the podium. Then, his gaze passed over Lin Dehua and landed on Ryu, whose back was ramrod straight, right in the center of the first row. The classroom was deathly silent. Everyone held their breath, waiting to see how he would embarrass himself. What? Can't answer that. From a corner came a suppressed sneer. I told you so. Hanging out with rich women all the time, his brain has rusted away. Even a graduate student would be stumped by this problem, let alone him. Old Lin is making an example of someone. Poor Gong Yujin, he's become that chicken. Whispers, like the buzzing of mosquitoes, filled the huge lecture hall. When Ryu did not turn around, but she could feel the gloating gazes behind her, like spotlights, enveloping both her and him. She enjoyed the feeling. She enjoyed the sense of control she felt in pulling him down from the clouds and making him face reality. She wanted him to understand that only she and only the academic institution she represented was his final destination. Gong Yujin finally made a move. He did not walk to the microphone on the podium. He strode forward, step by step, across the aisle, heading straight for the huge, blank blackboard. His footsteps were not heavy, but each step felt like stepping on everyone's heartbeat. What is he going to do? Amidst hundreds of bewildered gazes, Gong Yujin picked up a white piece of chalk from the blackboard tray. Click, a soft sound. He didn't write a single word. He simply tapped the blackboard lightly with chalk. Then he spoke. The sound wasn't loud, but thanks to the classroom's excellent echo, it reached everyone's ears clearly. Acheron Capital, founded by a former Goldman Sachs trader, started with high-frequency arbitrage and volatility trading. Its fund size is $6.7 billion, not $3 billion as reported by the media. The first sentence. The entire room fell silent. The mockery on many people's faces froze. He actually knew, and he knew even more details than the news. Professor Lin Dehua frowned slightly. When Ryu's back stiffened for a moment, Gong Yujin ignored these reactions. He turned around, faced the blackboard, and began to write rapidly. He wrote neither Chinese characters nor English. Instead, it is a complex series of parameters composed of Greek letters and mathematical symbols. Sigmati, Vix2 equals, DXD equals. He wrote extremely fast, the chalk scratching across the blackboard, white dust falling in rustling sounds. The model they used is essentially a Monte Carlo simulation under GRCH1, one correction, which is not wrong in itself. Gong Yujin wrote and spoke at the same time, his tone so calm that it was as if he were reading a paper that had nothing to do with him. But this model has 3 fatal flaws in practical applications. He stopped writing and drew a large 1 on the blackboard with chalk. First, data pollution. The data they used for backtesting was the VIX index fluctuation from 5 years ago. This period was a rare low volatility cycle in the history of global financial markets. The model trained with this data seriously underestimated the probability and impact of black swan events. It's like you've gathered a group of people who never get sick to test the side effects of a new drug. The conclusion you'll inevitably draw is this drug is safe. How ridiculous. He spoke the last 2 words very softly, but it was like 2 slaps to Professor Lin Dehua's face. The old professor's expression began to show signs of embarrassment. He spent his entire life studying financial models, only to have his most fundamental logical fallacy pointed out by an undergraduate student with such a simple analogy. The atmosphere in the classroom has subtly changed. Those students who were originally waiting to see the joke on the students now instinctively sat up straight. Some of the quick-thinking individuals had already taken out their laptops. Without pausing, Gong Yujin drew a second circle on the blackboard. Second, the relevance fallacy. Their model sets a quasi-linear negative correlation between the VIX fear index and the inverse fluctuations of the SP 500 index. This is standard textbook theory, and it's also the most foolish part of this model. Foolish. Lin Dehua finally couldn't hold back any longer. He interrupted in a deep voice, Gong Yujinian, watch your words. This is a classic theory that has been proven countless times. Gong Yujin turned his head and glanced at him. There was no provocation, no disdain in those eyes. There's only one kind of helplessness, similar to a doctor's feeling towards a stubborn patient. Professor Lin, theory is static, but the market is dynamic. This negative correlation does exist during periods of market stability. However, under extreme panic, such as the eve of Acheron's collapse when market liquidity dries up, the correlation of all assets will approach 1. What do you mean? He asked himself, answering his own question. It means that everything is falling. Stocks, bonds, gold, everything. The tools you thought you could use to hedge against risk have instead become your death warrant. Their models completely failed to consider this scenario of correlation collapse. Therefore, when the VIX index soared, their short SP hedges not only failed to provide protection, but also accelerated the losses along with their main positions. This isn't called hedging. This is called carrying a bomb and jumping into a fire pit. A collective gasp filled the classroom. Those present were all finance students. They may not understand the complex models, but they understood the metaphor of jumping into a fire pit while holding a bomb. That's so apt. That's fucking cruel. Professor Lin Dehua opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. Fine beads of sweat had begun to appear on his forehead. What Gong Yujin said has completely gone beyond the scope of textbooks. This is practical experience that can only be summarized from the bloody battles involving billions of dollars. When Ruyu's face had turned very pale, she gripped the hem of her clothes tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force. Her prized knowledge system seemed so pale and naive in the face of Gong Yujin's words. She felt like a primary school student who could only recite the multiplication table, yet she was sitting in on a seminar about the Riemann hypothesis. She couldn't get a word in edgewise. Gong Yujin seemed completely oblivious to the change in atmosphere within a room. He turned around and drew a third circle on the blackboard. Third, and most fatally, they got a fundamental problem wrong. VIX has never been a pure volatility indicator. He used chalk to tap the three letters VIX heavily on the blackboard. It's a sentiment indicator. It's the sum of all the greed and fear on Wall Street. Using a mathematical model based on historical data and rational assumptions to predict the irrational behavior of a group of madmen is itself the greatest irrationality. Therefore, the model failure was not an accident. It's inevitable. The words fell. The entire lecture hall was completely silent. Everyone was stunned by his unorthodox remarks. Professor Lin Dehua's body had begun to tremble slightly. He felt that the academic beliefs he had built up throughout his life were being ruthlessly destroyed brick by this young man. Nonsense, utter nonsense. He finally managed to squeeze out a sentence, his voice dry and hoarse. Then tell me, how should we improve? Anyone can talk the talk, but not walk the walk. This was his last struggle. It was also his last line of defense. He simply couldn't believe that an undergraduate could come up with any groundbreaking solutions. However, Gong Yujin seemed to have been waiting for him to say those words. He tossed the broken piece of chalk in his hand gently and caught it steadily. Improve. He chuckled softly. No, that kind of garbage model is not worth improving. The only option is to rewrite it. After he finished speaking, he erased everything on the blackboard. Under the astonished gaze of hundreds of people in the audience, he drew a completely new and incredibly complex framework diagram in the center of a clean blackboard. My thinking is very simple. Abandon traditional Monte Carlo simulations because they cannot simulate the human mind. The first step is to introduce machine learning. We will use text data about financial markets from all mainstream media and social networks around the world over the past 20 years to train a sentiment analysis model. This model will capture the market's fear and greed indices in real time. The second step is to build a multi-layered neural network. Macroeconomic data, geopolitical risks, central bank policies, capital flows, and the sentiment index we just obtained will be used as input layers. The third step, and the most crucial one, is to add a chaos theory perturbation factor to the core of the algorithm. This simulates the nonlinear collapse of the market under extreme conditions. Ultimately, the output is not a single price, but a dynamic risk probability matrix. As he spoke, he quickly sketched on the blackboard, lines of code, functions, and diagrams flowing from his pen. His speech became faster and faster, and his thinking became clearer and clearer. The entire blackboard was quickly filled with writing. That's no longer a student answering questions. That was a top-notch fund manager explaining his latest trading strategy to his team. The classroom was empty. Everyone stood up, craning their necks to greedily stare at the content on the blackboard that they couldn't understand but felt was incredibly awesome. Quick, take a picture. Take a picture of the blackboard. My God, is this really our classmate? This idea, this framework, if this could be implemented, it would be a shoe-in for the Nobel Prize in Economics. Professor Lin Dehua was completely stunned. He stood frozen on the podium like a stone statue, his mouth half open, his mind blank. He tried to interrupt. Gong Yujin, but Gong Yujinian completely ignored him, immersed in his own world, continuing to explain the application scenarios and expected benefits of the new model, his voice filled with unquestionable confidence and power. When Ryu's face had gone from unpleasant to deathly pale, she felt that her worldview had been completely shattered at that moment. She thought he had been corrupted by money and become superficial. As it turns out, what she was thinking about was a dimension that she couldn't even see by looking up at it. She thought she had set up an academic court. As a result, this place became his personal altar for deification. She, Professor Lin Dehua, and all those who questioned him became insignificant stepping stones on his path to godhood. Downstairs in the boys' dormitory building, Murong Hai paced anxiously, his phone practically sparking from his grip. How is it? How is it? Did Brother Nien hold on? He kept sending WeChat messages to his friends in the finance department. Finally, my phone vibrated. A friend sent me a photo. It was in the lecture hall, on the blackboard covered with symbols representing deities. Below the photo was a sentence. Don't ask anymore. From now on, when you see Brother Nien, just call him Dad. Murong Hai couldn't understand the contents of the photo, but he understood the sentence. He let out a long sigh of relief and then smiled. He knew it. He's always been Brother Nien. On the podium, Gong Yujin finally wrote the last character. He gently placed the now short piece of chalk back into the blackboard slot. The entire process was conducted without making a single unnecessary sound. He turned around. The entire lecture hall, with over 300 people, was completely silent. Everyone looked at him with the same eyes they would give a god. Gong Yujin did not look at them. His gaze calmly fell on Professor Lin Dahua's bloodless face. Then, slowly, she moved to the first row, to the person in the one Ryu group who was stiff all over like a wooden or clay sculpture. He didn't say anything, but that calm gaze itself is the loudest pronouncement. Professor Lin Dahua's lips trembled as he leaned on the podium, seemingly wanting to announce something. Perhaps it was to admit his mistake, or perhaps it was to salvage some of his dignity as a professor. However, at this moment, squeak, a soft sound. The heavy back door of the lecture hall was slowly pushed open from the outside. A cold and powerful aura, like an invisible tide, surged in instantly, enveloping the entire classroom. Chapter 20, 7-Year Professor is nothing compared to me. Squeak, a soft sound. The heavy back door of the lecture hall was slowly pushed open from the outside. The sound wasn't loud, but it was like an invisible command, instantly severing all sound, movement, and thought in the classroom. The lecture hall, which housed over 300 people, fell into a more profound and utter silence than ever before. A cold and powerful aura, like an invisible tide, surged in from the doorway. It wasn't like a sudden storm, but more like a cold current from the deep sea, silent, yet carrying a suffocating pressure, instantly squeezing out the air from the classroom. Everyone instinctively turned their heads and looked towards the doorway. A figure walked slowly in against the light of the corridor. It was a woman. She was wearing a well-tailored black suit with sharp lines and no unnecessary embellishments. Her long, black hair was neatly tied back, revealing her smooth, full forehead and slender, fair neck. She was holding a slim laptop in her arms, as if it were just an ordinary document. Her appearance seemed to dim the entire classroom. It wasn't because she was wearing black. Rather, it is because she herself is the center of all light. Immediately after her, a line of people filed in. 5 men and 2 women. Everyone was dressed in the same dark suit. Their hair was neatly combed, and their faces were expressionless. They seemed to be cut from the same mold, carrying a cold and professional sense of alienation belonging to the elite class. After they entered, they made no sound, but simply lined up quietly against the wall at the back of the classroom, like a row of silent sculptures awaiting instructions. The air in the classroom seemed to freeze completely. The students who had just stood up to take pictures were now frozen in place, holding their phones but forgetting to press the shutter. The whispers and discussions abruptly ceased, as if someone had choked them. Even breathing became a cautious affair. Who is this? School leaders? No school leader has that kind of presence. Education department officials? It's even less like that. The life and death authority she exudes is something that could never be cultivated within the system. Everyone's brains were racing, trying to find a reasonable explanation for this incomprehensible scene before them. Professor Lin Dehua, standing on the podium, was also stunned. He leaned on the podium, staring blankly at the doorway, his gray eyebrows furrowed tightly. When Ryu, who was in the first row, also subconsciously turned around. When she saw the person's face clearly, her pupils contracted sharply. It's her, the woman who utterly defeated her with just a few words in the library. The woman who picked up Gong Yujin in a Rolls-Royce at the entrance of the heavenly palace in the clouds. How did she end up here? In the deathly silence of the entire room, the woman moved. She took a step, her high heels clicking crisply on the smooth terrazzo floor. The sound was not loud, but it was incredibly clear. Each strike hit everyone's heart with precision. She walked straight toward the podium without looking to the side. Her gaze swept calmly across the entire room, a detached indifference that seemed to look down upon all living beings. No one's face was worth her lingering on for more than a fraction of a second. The students blocking her path seemed to be pushed aside by an invisible force, instinctively and hastily making way for her. That road leads straight to the podium. The path leads to the area below the podium, where a solitary figure stands. Gong Yujin looked at Murong Shiyun walking towards him, a hint of helpless doting flashing across his face. He knew it. His foolish wife finally couldn't sit still any longer. Did you just finish a conference in Europe and come straight here? Didn't you even adjust to the time difference? He sighed softly to himself. That's all. Since we're already here, what can you do besides spoil your wife? Murong Shiyun walked to the side of the podium. She didn't look at anyone, as if there was nothing else in the classroom except the computer in her arms and the man. She gently placed the laptop she was holding on the podium. Smack! A soft sound rang out, unusually clear in the quiet classroom. That was not a casual action. That was more like a declaration. It announced her arrival. It announced that she had taken over everything here. After making this movement, she finally raised her head, and for the first time, her cold gray eyes gained focus. Her gaze fell on Professor Lindahua on the podium, whose face was pale and whose body was trembling slightly. Just one glance. Professor Lindahua's body trembled violently. He recognized him. Of course he recognized him. This face has appeared on the covers of Forbes and Fortune countless times over the past few years. The sole ruler of the Murong Group, Murong Shiyun, the woman who could manipulate events on Wall Street and was known as the Queen of Capital. Murong Dunk. Lindahua's lips trembled. He wanted to say chairman, but found that his vocal cords were frozen and he couldn't make a complete sound. Cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead and back, soaking his faded shirt. He finally understood why Robert Anderson had come. He finally understood what Gong Eugenian meant by boss. Fear, a primal fear stemming from the crushing of one's life force, instantly gripped his heart. He felt like he wasn't standing on a podium. Instead, they were standing on the edge of a volcano. The woman before him, with just a single thought, could bring him and his academic career to utter ruin. Murong Shiyun's gaze lingered on Lindahua for a second. Then it slowly moves downwards. It landed on Wenruyu, who was in the first row and whose face was completely bloodless. Wenruyu's body froze completely. If Gong Yujin's earth-shattering explanation on the blackboard had shattered her pride and confidence. At this moment, Murong Shiyun's appearance was like driving a bulldozer, crushing all the pulverized debris into the ground, leaving not even a trace. Her mind was blank. She couldn't understand it. She couldn't understand it at all. Why? Why would this woman, who stands at the pinnacle of the world, personally appear at a university's ordinary professional class for Gong Yujin? This is unreasonable. This makes absolutely no sense. All her calculations, all her schemes, her overt academic encirclement tactics at this moment, they all became a colossal, pathetic joke. She felt like a child on the beach, building a sandcastle. She was quite pleased with the exquisite craftsmanship of her castle. As a result, a tsunami swept in. She and her sandcastle were swallowed up along with it. The students in the classroom finally realized what was happening through various channels. Holy crap, it's Murong Shiyun. It really is her. My goodness, she was the cover star on my financial app last week. She's #1 in the world's most influential people under 30. How did she get into our school? And into our class? Are you stupid? Don't you understand yet? Who is she here for? Whoosh. Once again, and most shockingly, all eyes were focused on Gong Yujin. This time, there was no more sympathy or schadenfreude in that gaze. All that remained was endless horror and awe. Turn out to be, is this what it means to be kept by a rich woman? If that rich woman is Murong Shiyun, oh shit, forget about being kept by a sugar daddy. I'd even pay him to stay. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Gong Eugenian made a move. He stepped forward and walked to Murong Shiyun's side. Just as he got close, a miracle happened. The icy empress, who exuded an aura of keep away, had all her coldness and majesty melt away the moment she saw Gong Yujin. Like ice and snow melting, spring returns to the earth. The corners of her mouth turned up slightly, forming an extremely gentle curve. In her cold, gray eyes, the ice melted, revealing a pool of gentle spring water that existed only for him. She didn't say anything. He simply reached out and, under the gaze of more than 300 pairs of eyes in the audience, gently grasped Gong Yujin's hand. Then they intertwined their fingers. That was a perfectly natural action. It's as if they've done it 1,000 times already. This action is more impactful than any words or declaration. The entire lecture hall was completely silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed and gaped, watching this surreal scene unfold before them. That ruthless and decisive capitalist empress. That business tycoon who could bankrupt a listed company with a single sentence. At this moment, beside their classmate Gong Yujin, she was as well-behaved as an ordinary girl who had just fallen in love. This extreme contrast brings an extreme impact. Looking at their tightly clasped hands, when Ryu felt as if her heart was being gripped tightly by an invisible hand. Pain. The pain was so intense, I couldn't breathe. She lost. They suffered a crushing defeat. We lost completely. She didn't even have the right to be jealous. Professor Lindahua, standing on the podium, felt his legs go weak at the sight of this scene and almost lost his balance. He quickly braced himself on the podium to prevent himself from collapsing in front of everyone. The back of the classroom. The group of men in black remained standing like statues, completely still. But when Assistant Zhao, who was in the lead, looked at the perfect couple in front of him, a barely perceptible hint of relief flashed in his eyes behind his glasses on his perpetually icy face. Boss, you really know how to play the game. This extreme favoritism in public is the most ruthless way to defeat those petty villains. Murong Shiyun held Gongyu Jinyin's hand, feeling the warmth of his palm. The anger that had been burning in her heart because he had been bullied subsided almost completely in an instant. She turned around, once again facing everyone in the audience, facing that frail old professor. The gentleness on her face vanished instantly. Instead, there's that familiar, cold and distant curve. Her voice, transmitted clearly through the microphone on the podium, reached every corner of the classroom. Professor Lindahua, is that right? Chapter 28, madam. Please don't print money in the classroom. Your husband is going to die. Professor Lindahua, is that right? Murong Shiyun's voice wasn't loud, but it made the air in the entire lecture hall freeze. It was a pure statement, devoid of any emotion. Gong Yujin stood beside her, feeling the slightly cool temperature emanating from her palm, and was speechless. Sister, the way you made your entrance, anyone who didn't know better would think it was an FBI raid. They even brought a row of men in black as a backdrop, as if they were afraid others wouldn't know they were there to cause trouble. Professor Lindahua's arm, which was supporting him on the podium, was trembling. It wasn't a slight tremor, it was a visible, violent Parkinson's-like swaying. His lips opened and closed several times, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down, but he couldn't utter a single complete syllable. His face, which had been flushed with anger and humiliation, was now drained of color, leaving only a paper-white pallor. A single word, dry and astringent, as if squeezed out of the desert. Murong Shiyun didn't give him a second chance to say a word. She turned the laptop in her arms so that the screen faced the whole class. The movements were elegant, yet carried an undeniable air of force. Let's open a betting market. Her assistant, Zhao, had stepped forward unnoticed and lightly tapped the keyboard. The next second, an interface full of violent aesthetics took over the entire screen. That was a real-time trend chart. A green, unruly, unreasonable curve soars straight into the sky at a near 90-degree angle. Below the chart is a string of constantly changing, bright red numbers. North American market, hedge fund, Prometheus 3. Murong Shiyun's voice was calm, and even as she stated a fact that had just happened and was still happening. Last night, my team conducted backtesting and implementation of the optimization model that Gong Yujinian just proposed on the blackboard. She paused, allowing the information contained in her words enough time to shatter the perceptions of everyone present. Gong Yujin was stunned for a moment. What is that? Last night? Backtesting overnight? Implementation? Looking at Murong Shiyun's profile, which showed no signs of fatigue, an outrageous thought popped into his mind. Could she have teleported directly from a conference room in Europe to a classroom in Jiangxing? Are you an Iron Man? The result, Murong Shiyun's finger lightly tapped the top of the green pillar on the screen. 8 hours yield 12%. Boom! This statement is at least 100 times more powerful than those magical formulas on the blackboard. If Gong Yujin's blackboard writing is an academic nuclear weapon, then what Murong Shiyun brought out is a two-dimensional foil in business practice. They completely shattered the entire dimension. 12%. 8 hours? Holy crap, that's a money-printing machine. Prometheus 3? Let me check. My God, this is a newly emerging top quantitative fund on Wall Street, managing over 10 billion US dollars. A multi-billion dollar operation, and they closed 12% of it in 8 hours? That made over $1 billion. I'm bad at math. Someone hit me and tell me this isn't real. The classroom erupted in chaos. That wasn't discussion, it was exclamations, roars, and groans after one's values have been repeatedly crushed and rubbed into the ground. Professor Lin Dehua swayed, staring intently at the astronomical numbers on the screen as if his spine had been removed. He spent his entire life studying theory. He armed himself with theory and used theory to judge his students. But now, a student he once scoffed at has created a business miracle he never dared to imagine, using a model he had never even heard of. His theories are worthless in the face of real money. When Ryu also stared blankly at the screen, everything she had meticulously constructed seemed utterly ridiculous at this moment. Academic advantages? They countered with a practical model that could make Wall Street tremble. Moral high ground? They used money, wealth she could never attain in her entire life, to show her what true strength is. She felt her soul being slowly tortured, inch by inch, by that green curve. Murong Shiyun ignored the commotion. Her gaze returned to Lin Dehua and Wenryu. In those cold, gray eyes, there was no anger, no mockery, only a pure, icy emptiness. This professor and this, Miss One, she paused deliberately, drawing everyone's attention to the already crumbling white moonlight. You are questioning my husband as professional competence. Do you think your words are more convincing than these billions of dollars? To destroy the spirit. Every word is piercing to the heart. It contains not a single swear word, yet it is more hurtful than the most vicious curses in the world. Professor Lin Dehua's lips trembled even more violently. He could no longer hold on. His body went limp, and he slumped into the chair behind the podium, panting heavily. When Ryu's body trembled violently, she felt the eyes of the entire class shift from their laptops to her. Those gazes were filled with mockery, contempt, and the same pity one would show to a clown. Everything she was so proud of was ground to dust by this woman in the simplest, most brutal, and most effective way. Gong Yujin looked at Murong Shiyun beside him, feeling a mix of emotions. He squeezed her hand, signaling her that that was enough. If this continues, the old man might suffer a heart attack on the spot and have to be carried away. Murong Shiyun felt the strength in his hand, turned her head, and gave him a reassuring look that said, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Then, she turned to the audience and announced her next decision. In recognition of Jiangxing University's outstanding contributions to the cultivation of financial talent, she deliberately emphasized the word outstanding, which, to Lin Dehua, was tantamount to a public execution. Murong Group has decided to donate a financial laboratory building to Jiangxing University. The building will be equipped with a complete trading and data analysis system that is synchronized with Wall Street. The entire audience. My brain's processing speed has run out again. Donate a building? And it even comes with a full set of top-of-the-line equipment? What kind of amazing move is this? However, this is not the end. Murong Shiyun's gaze returned to Gong Yujin's face. In that instant, all the coldness and sharpness about her vanished. Instead, there was an overflowing sense of pampering and pride. At the same time, to encourage more outstanding students like my husband who possess both theoretical depth and practical courage, Murong Group will invest an additional 100 million yuan to establish a special scholarship. She held Gong Yujin's hand, raised it up, and showed it to everyone. The scholarship is called the Jin Yan Award. If donating a building is shocking, therefore, naming a scholarship after him is like deifying a deity. This is no longer about clearing his name. This is to erect a golden monument for him that will never fall. Gong Eugenian was completely speechless. He looked at Murong Xiun, at everything she had done for him. Deep within my heart, a warm current I had never felt before surged through my entire body. This feeling is completely different from when she bought me a car, a watch, or a luxury house. What she is giving now is spiritual recognition and support on a spiritual level. She is telling the whole world, my man is not some gigolo, nor is he a dependent. He's a genius. You are the ones we need to look up to. This feeling of being respected, understood, and cherished without reservation touches Gong Eugen's heart far more than any amount of money. He turned his hand around and gripped her hand even tighter. The bond between the couple was elevated to an unprecedented level at this moment. On the other side, when Professor Lindahua heard the words Gong Eugenian Scholarship, his vision went black and he almost fainted. It's over. Everything is over. He not only offended a behemoth that he couldn't afford to mess with. Even more tragically, the genius he tried to suppress suddenly became the symbol of the highest honor associated with his name in the school. From then on, every year he would personally watch as the most outstanding student received the scholarship named after Gong Eugen from his hands. What an irony! This is utterly devastating. When Ryu completely lost all her strength, she shrunk into the chair, burying her head very low, and dared not look at anyone. She knew that from this day forward, she would no longer be the adored goddess of the finance department. She's just a joke. A pathetic joke of someone overestimating themselves and trying to challenge the gods. In the classroom, those classmates who had previously gossiped about Gong Eugen all wished they could disappear into the ground. Was he kept by a rich woman? Living off a woman? Fuck it. This is a powerful alliance. This is a love story straight out of a fairy tale. Didn't you see it? Gong Eugen is a financial tycoon who keeps a low profile. He wasn't being kept his wife, discovered his value, and then privatized him. In an instant, all the gazes directed at Gong Eugen changed. It contained a mixture of awe, worship, envy, and a touch of fanaticism. They finally confirmed one thing. Gong Eugenian is not only rich, but also has a powerful background. He himself is a true financial genius disguised as a student. A legend. Thus it was born. Chapter 29, his name, will become a legend at Jiangxing University. When Ryu's face was beyond pale, it was a lifeless, ashen color, drained of all vitality. Everything she was so proud of was shattered, completely crushed. A pure and innocent appearance? Compared to that woman's devastating aura, it's nothing more than bland boiled water. The advantage of academia? Gong Eugen's casually drawn model directly printed billions of dollars on Wall Street. Emotional manipulation? Her overt schemes of doing it for your own good seem like a kindergarten child playing house in the face of the absolute power and pampering of the other man's wife. It broke. It's all broken. Not even a trace was left. She slumped into the cold chair, as if all the strength had been drained from her body in an instant. The sounds of the world have all disappeared. All that remained in my ears was a high-frequency, sharp, buzzing sound. The scene before me lost its color. Everything turned black, white, and gray. She could feel the gazes directed at her from all around. Those gazes were no longer filled with envy or admiration, but with a naked, clown-like contempt and mockery. She once enjoyed the admiring gaze of Gong Eugen. She enjoyed the sense of control she felt in manipulating him. She thought she was the white moonlight in his life, the goddess who led him out of his confusion. Now she understands. He himself was nothing more than a clown extra in the script of his life, a character whose name he didn't even bother to mention. No, he wasn't even a minor character. She was merely a crushed, obstructive stone on his path to godhood. Remorse? Despair? These emotions are too extravagant. Her mind had stopped thinking, leaving only endless, empty numbness. On the podium, Professor Lin Dehua's situation was not much better than when Ryu's. His shirt was soaked with cold sweat, which clung tightly to his thin back, cold and sticky. He looked at Murong Xiun, his lips moving as if trying to beg for mercy. Chairman Mu, I don't know, He wanted to explain. He wanted to say that he had been deceived by Ryu. He wanted to say that he was just eager to nurture talent. But Murong Xiun only gave him a cold glance. Just that one glance. All of Lin Dehua's words were stuck in his throat. That wasn't anger, nor was it contempt. It was the kind of look one gives when looking at a roadside stone. No, not even a stone, but a speck of dust. Apure, uter disregard. Morong Xian didn't even bother to talk to him. She merely raised her chin slightly towards one of the men in black behind her. The man who had been standing like a statue immediately understood. He stepped forward, took out a very thin device resembling a voice recorder from the inside pocket of his suit, and gently pressed it in Lin Dehua's direction. A barely visible red dot lit up on the top of the device. At the same time, the screen of a tablet computer in his hand lit up and began to scroll rapidly with dense text. That was all of Lin Dehua's information. Academic papers, journals published in, number of citations, awards received, and even the original data of his controversial papers that are suspected of data embellishment. Assistant Zhao stepped forward, his voice not loud, but clearly rang in Lin Dehua's ears. Professor Lin Dehua, our Ministry of Justice will conduct a due diligence investigation into your classroom remarks today, as well as all your past academic achievements. Please cooperate. The words due diligence were like 4 red-hot steel needles, piercing deeply into Lin Dehua's heart. He knew he was finished. Given the capabilities of the Murong group, uncovering the flaws in his academic career would be a piece of cake. His reputation was ruined. His professional career is over. They may even face legal action for academic misconduct. The ivory tower he had been so proud of his entire life crumbled at this moment. And the one who started all of this was just that woman, with a casual gesture. The students in the classroom have gradually regained some of their thinking ability from their initial petrified state. Then came a tsunami of new understanding. My God, so Gong Eugenian wasn't being kept at all. He's Morong Shiyun's husband. What do you call being kept? This is fucking divine love. A perfect match. No wonder Robert Anderson came to teach him. No wonder he could casually pull out those incredibly expensive macarons. We were laughing at him on the forum for being a kept man. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I'll delete the post right now. No, I'll post an apology. Gong Eugenian, no, God of the Year. Does God of the Year need a leg accessory? The kind that can shout 666. Forget about it. Didn't you hear? He himself is a financial genius who can make Wall Street tremble. That model, I took a picture of it, but I can't understand a single symbol. A financial genius who combines theory and practice. This label is absolutely brilliant. All previous claims about Gong Eugene being kept, a gigolo, or living off a woman were disproven at this moment, and in the most extreme and shocking way. The way people looked at Gong Eugene had completely changed. It was a complex emotion mixed with awe, worship, fanaticism, and even a hint of fear. They finally realized that the difference between themselves and Gong Eugene was not wealth. It is a dimension. It is a crushing defeat on a level of life. Gong Eugene stood there, taking in everything around him. He could feel the warmth of Murong Shiyun's palm. He could hear his classmates' discussions, which ranged from shock to admiration. He could see Lin Dehua's despair and Wen Ruyu's deathly stillness. But the deepest emotion he felt came from the woman beside him. This was the first time she had defended him in his professional field. She didn't use money to throw at people. No, she did, but in a completely different way. She used the value he created to transform it into the most direct and impressive business achievements, and then used these achievements to shut everyone up. She told the world that his talent was worth billions of dollars. Moreover, it lasts for 8 hours. This respect, this understanding, this defense of my man is the best in the world. It warmed his heart more than any material gift. He felt his heart, which had always been somewhat sensitive and tense because of his orphan status, being gently and tenderly soothed by her at this moment. He turned his head and looked at Murong Shiyun. Her profile was still sharp, but in his eyes at that moment, it was incredibly soft. He didn't say anything. He simply and gently took her hand in his. A silent understanding flowed between the two. Thank you. For me. Murong Shiyun felt the strength in his hand, and she also sensed the emotions he was conveying. In that instant, her heart was filled with an immense sense of satisfaction. She did all this for him, not to show off, nor for revenge. She just couldn't bear to see him suffer even the slightest injustice. She just wanted the whole world to know how outstanding the man she had chosen was. Now he understands. That's enough. Murong Shiyun turned her head, and the moment her cold gray eyes looked at Gong Yujin, the iceberg melted and the water rippled like spring water. The smile that curved her lips was no longer the cold, icy smile she wore when facing enemies. It's a genuine, sweet, and contented smile. This tenderness, reserved solely for Gong Yujin, once again made everyone present's hearts skip a beat. If Murong Shiyun was previously like a cold